gonna be hearable.
Hey,
You're watching now.
Probably takes about 30 seconds.
hey, hey.
Yeah.
Testing, 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 testing.
Okay, hello and good morning to everybody. A lot of people in the room. That's something quite unusual in the last couple of years where we very often had our online events. And we have so many people who wanted to join that a lot of people are not in the room as we have limited space. And so a lot of people are following us online, and we're very happy and very proud to have you all here. What we are talking about this day is trying to go around the big topics which may come out of the recent historical period. When you're in the midst of a historical period, you sometimes don't feel it day by day, but we're coming from a time where we had a pandemic, which is something that doesn't arise so often, which has really shaken our societies. We had an energy crisis, a war in Europe, and some other very big issues like climate and the challenge to stop climate change, which is altogether something that we may not realize is really shaking our societies, and not only our societies, but also our economies, and which in the end may be something that will push us to rethink a lot of what we did in the past. So there has been an unconventional crisis management in many terms, including price caps and things that we wouldn't have imagined before, which has up to now been quite successful. But behind the very immediate crisis management, there's a lot of things going on and a lot of fundamental changes and new things that may be around, including, and that's something which we want to touch upon very often this day, a lot of vulnerabilities that have become apparent during the crisis, like energy dependencies, like what we call geoeconomics, geopolitical dependencies and others, which challenge conventional economic wisdom. And we will talk about this in the afternoon when it comes, for example, to the German export model, which has been sort of geopolitically naive until recently, not considering politics, but just where can we sell our products and what is the best way to import cheap products. Now, much more than in the past, we are about to consider how to bring politics, geopolitics, politics and economics together, how to reduce dependencies. The same is true for energy, and we will talk about this. The same is true for a lot of other topics like inflation, where we have seen that maybe, or that's something to be discussed in the afternoon, the traditional conventional instruments may not be optimal in a situation where inflation comes from supply shocks, some energy constraints and others, which is to be debated, but which is also something that is questioning wisdom, economic wisdom. And we are considering all this as form new economy in the way that we did, as we have seen and demonstrated. There has already been a paradigmatic change in economic policy making before the pandemic, before the crisis, and which has probably started with the big financial crisis and some big events like the election of Trump, Brexit, and things like that. This is we're in the midst of it, and maybe these crises are accelerating a paradigm change in economic policy making. Something that we see in Europe, but especially in these days in the US, like you may have followed the speech by Joe Biden's national security chief last week, very openly speaking about this need to have a new consensus, something that replaces the old Washington consensus to really address today's challenges. So that's what we're going to do today, and we have a slight focus on Germany because we're in Germany, but Germany is also one of the main powers, main countries, and main touched countries in Europe, also by the energy crisis. So we have this focus on Germany, and we will talk a lot about, in the first session, about an energy system, what could be a better resilient energy system that, and how can we avoid to be hit by such an energy shock in future, in this future energy system. We will talk about the whole thinking about a new policy making, something that people in the administration call some transformational supply side policies. That's something that Robert HABECK will touch upon in an hour and a little more than an hour in this keynote here in our room, followed by Mariana Mazzucato and a talk with Philipp Steinberg. In the afternoon, we will talk about the renewal of the German export model, and then we have a whole session, including with ECB chief economist Philipp Lane, on the need to renew the paradigm on how to fight inflation. Big issues, big topics, big people in the room and then on the stage. In the afternoon, at night, and that's just to mention, to be on the housekeeping note, we couldn't accept by large all people who wanted to join. So we have a list, we have a waiting list. If ever you have not been yet accepted for the dinner, just ask us, there may be some people not coming in the end, so maybe there's some space. Otherwise, it's only for people who have already been accepted for this. Unfortunately, but the room is limited and we couldn't accept more. So I will hand over, I think, on the housekeeping rules, just to double check if I forgot something. If you have questions in the room, raise your hands. There will be a moderator, or like usually in the old times, in the times when people went to conferences in person. So back here, I'm very happy to have you all here. We've tried to have all people and all speakers in the room, and there's only one exception in the afternoon from Ulrike Malmenti. She was in California. Okay, we said that's okay, but she has to wake up very early in the morning. I hand over to Tom Krebs, who will present, and I'm happy to have Cécile Boutelet, please, to introduce the panel and to have this first panel on energy systems and the energy resilience. Please, Cécile. Cécile is a correspondent for Le Monde in Berlin for many, many years, and is used to write about the big topics in our country. And she told us that it's something that her audience and her readers in France are very, very interested in, what's happening in Germany in this sense, for sure. Please.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning. I'm very happy to be here. I will moderating the first discussion about the lesson from the energy crisis, how to prepare the next shock. So we are going to talk about resilience, how our societies can best absorb future economic shocks and bounce back. I would say from France, we have the impression that German society is a model of resilience and political stability. This time too, we had the impression that the economy and society were very resilient, but perhaps because this content is less visible on the street than in France. That does not mean that people are not affected, especially in terms of their purchasing power. And we're going to discuss that with our panels. I'm very delighted to welcome our three panelists for this debate. Tom Krebs, an economist, professor of economics and economic policy at the University of Mannheim. Good morning. Yeah, you have published an essay which you are presenting this morning, and which will serve as a basis for the discussion. And we have, we miss Claudia Kempfert. She couldn't come this morning, so we have only three panelists. I welcome Achim Wambach. Good morning, Mr. Wambach. You are the president of the Center for European Economics Research, XII, and author of the recent book Climate Must Be Worthwhile, and reconciling climate protection and economic activities. And Frauke Thies. Good morning. Executive Director of the think tank Agora Energiewende that pursues the goal of transforming energy and industrial systems toward clean energy. I will welcome you. Mr. Krebs, thank you. You can present your paper and we will discuss that afterward. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we prepared some slides, or let's hope it works, otherwise I'll just do it without slides. Okay, this is good. Lessons, could somebody help me? Sorry. Or maybe put up the slides. Good, maybe I just start a little bit. So this will be about the energy crisis in Germany. So the first part of the talk will be descriptive, what happened. There's actually still not a full consensus on what happened actually in Germany. And the second part will be about the policy lesson, the implications of the energy crisis in Germany. And to begin with, good. Let's maybe try to do it without the slides, or maybe in the meantime you can try. So there will be 2 points. The first point about the descriptive part will be that energy prices matter, meaning the economic impact and the social impact of the energy crisis 2022 in Germany was substantial. So if energy prices matter and energy price shocks matter to people, to the economy, then an obvious implication is that we should try to avoid in the future these big shocks hitting an economy. And that calls for a resilient energy system, so building a resilient energy system. So how do we, So how do we build how do we build a resilient energy system? Very briefly, there are many issues that are part of a discussion of a resilient energy system. In particular, I'm interested in the future energy system. That means a renewable energy system. So the idea is we had a fossil fuel-based energy system that wasn't very robust to macroeconomic, to exogenous shocks. Well, let's do better in the future. And the discussion of resilient energy systems, of course, is extensive. I'll pick 2 points in this paper and in this talk, in my input, only 1 point. And the first point is the social gains from providing sufficient storage capacity for renewable energy is large. So let's have a lot of capacity when wind and solar energy does not provide enough energy in the future. And that's it. It's really clear from a macroeconomic point of view. If the economic cost from a social point of view of having these huge price hikes are big, then obviously we should construct a system that avoids these shocks. Second point I have also is about public insurance against future price risk for renewable energy producers, and in particular for those who provide the capacity that is not used most of the time, only sometimes. And I think that's a second important point, but I won't make it. So first part is about the description of the energy crisis in Germany, what happened. And here you see a graph you have seen probably several times. So this is the graphical description of the energy price shock in Germany. The energy crisis was really a natural gas price crisis. And here you see the price of natural gas starting in January 2021 until now. And you see 3 prices. The blue line is the market price, the futures price. The orange line is the price importers in Germany pay. And the third line is the price that final users, the retail price, pay. And what you see is the retail price and the import price is a smooth version, if you wish, of the financial market price. So financial market prices are more volatile. And the retail price and the import price, they lag the financial market price. But in the end, they move together with a lag. And if you look at this, you see this big increase, especially in the blue line. It increased by more than tenfold. That's a big increase. And this is a very big price hike. But things in the end turn out to be pretty good because the peak in August 2022 was short-lived. It went down from then on. So it could have been worse. And indeed, we discussed very different worst-case scenarios. So this, what happened in the end, was not the worst-case scenario. However, it was still a very large price shock. And the question now we ask also in public debates is, what are the economic costs and social costs of this energy price shock I just showed you? So this is the price shock that was hitting the German economy, and of course the European economy to a certain extent, a little bit less, in 2022. And the question would be, did it matter? And there's one answer that I sometimes hear, often hear, I don't know, and I rephrase it. Maybe I'm overstating it a little bit. German GDP in 2022 barely declined. We are still discussing whether we even have a recession. So it wasn't a big deal. This big energy price shock had barely any influence on the economy in Germany. And maybe the implication, not that often said, is also it didn't have much of a social cost. The problem with this simplified view is twofold. The first one is, in order to find out the economic impact of the energy price shock, we have to take the difference between the actual path of GDP and the path of GDP that would have happened if we didn't have an energy crisis, so the hypothetical case. So we can't just say we see just little growth, but we didn't see a recession, so nothing happened. The second part, and of course you see now we have a discussion about what GDP in Germany, what German GDP would have been without the energy crisis. And there we can only rely on certain modeling in forecasts. Sure, but we should have this discussion. Definitely conceptually it's wrong just to say we didn't have a big recession, we didn't have a very severe recession in Germany, therefore the energy crisis did not have a big effect on output. That's conceptually just not right. But it could work out sometimes, but depending on your answer to what GDP would have been without the energy crisis. And the second point is, what matters to most people in life is not GDP, but income, and in particular labor income, because labor income is the main source of income for most people. Now, very often these two economic variables move together. But in this particular crisis, there was a huge divergence between real labor income, real wages, and GDP. Whereas GDP barely declined, real wages declined by a lot. So people really felt the pain. It was a painful economic situation in 2022 in Germany for most people, except a few. Okay, tenured econ professors maybe. Okay. 1 year output and wage loss. So what I do now on the next table, show you the result of the computation the way I just said. The computation should be done. So if you look, and I show the results for 3 cases. The energy crisis 2022, all figures are for Germany. The COVID-19 crisis in 2020, and the financial crisis in 2009. And so this is the 1 year output and wage loss during these 3 crises. And if you look at the first column, you see the output loss. And what you see is, basically these 3 numbers are in the same ballpark. So if you do the computation right, and you rely on certain forecasts, I say something about this in a minute, or in 30 seconds, then you basically see the GDP loss during the energy crisis 2022 was very similar to the loss in 2020, and a little bit less than in the financial crisis. And the reason is that the German economy was expected, before the energy crisis, at the beginning of the year 2022, the German economy was expected to grow very fast, by 4% overall. And that didn't materialize. And that's the difference between 4% in zero growth we had, and that's the 4%. Whereas before the COVID-19 crisis, we didn't expect any growth, almost none. There was already a slowdown in growth before the COVID-19 crisis. So there you see the difference. And the second column shows real wages, so really the loss to real labor income, the way the majority of people feel it. And then you see the energy crisis in 2022 was much worse than the COVID-19 crisis and the financial crisis in Germany. In Germany, that's very important. Now, how do I construct the forecast, or how do I construct GDP in real wages in the economy without the financial crisis, the one we have not observed? I rely on the economic forecasts, the consensus forecast of the 4 economic research institutes that also provide the forecasts for the German government. They're very similar, by the way, to the forecast of the Bundesbank. So if you believe the Bundesbank, if you believe these research institutes, basically these numbers come out. Of course, you might have a different forecast, then we can have that discussion. You see the 4 institutes, they used to be 5, there are 5, the one is missing because currently it's not part of this group. Okay, so after I hopefully convinced you that these large movements in energy prices matter, let's think about a resilient energy system where we won't have a loss of 4% of GDP. By the way, 4% of GDP in Germany is 150 billion euros. 150 billion euros, that's a lot of resources that went missing. So the future energy system will be based, and this is very important, I'm looking very far into the future, in 10, 15, 20 years. What will be our energy system? It will be based to a large extent on the production of electricity from renewable resources. And renewable resources for Germany means mainly wind and solar. For most countries, not all. I know hydrogen is an important part for Austria, but not so much in Germany, and we reached basically the limit. So it's all about wind and solar energy. So the future renewable energy system should be more resilient than the current system we have, clearly because we want to avoid losing the 150 billion euros we just lost in the 2022 recession. And counting, of course, the losses continue. I just don't have the data yet. Right? There are long-run effects to economic crises, which I haven't even factored in. Good. How do we do it? A resilient system should have a lot of storage. We will need storage for a renewable system because there are times, weeks and months sometimes, in which solar and wind power plants do not generate a lot of electricity. So there is this naturally given volatility in the generation, in the production of energy. And in order to avoid then the corresponding price shocks that would necessarily, because you have a supply shock, you would necessarily have these price shocks, you want to have some storage capacity that is used whenever wind and solar energy is not producing. And there's a long discussion in the literature on this. And my point is only, don't think about this from a microeconomic perspective. From a microeconomic perspective, very often we are discussing about a few billion euros. I know it. A few billion euros is nothing compared to the damage we have just experienced. It is actually nothing from the macroeconomic perspective. So what's the implication therefore? Let me give you one concrete example and then I conclude. In 2017, Hans Werner Sinn wrote an article exactly about the storage capacity. And the article was entitled Buffering Volatility, so the volatility in energy generation, a study on the limits of Germany's energy revolution. And in this, he argued that Germany needs a lot of storage capacity. He argued 20 terawatt hours to avoid energy shortage, and that this is a big problem. Now, many people criticized his calculations, and I don't want to enter that discussion. Let me take these calculations for granted. Let me say the storage capacity we will need in the next 15 years is 20 terawatt hours. I can provide the storage capacity, that's one way, using hydrogen-powered plants. Initially, they will be powered on gas, and there should be hydrogen ready. We can have this discussion, how easy that is. And so I could, in the future, I'm thinking about the future world. In the future, we will have hydrogen power plants. They do not operate most of the time. And in that sense, they are just storage. Most of the times, they're just standing around not being used. But whenever wind and solar are not producing, they just jump in. And I would build a lot of them. And I would need maybe 20 to 40 billion euros to build the storage capacity that Hans-Werner Zinn said we need. And so I would say 40 is less than 150, much less. So the title of Zinn's talk could also have been a study on the small macroeconomic cost of having a resilient renewable energy system. It's just, we had a completely different discussion, by the way, in response to Zinn, and it's acceptable, but I would have just said, okay, 40, 30 billion, well, I shouldn't say who cares, we care, but from a macroeconomic perspective, I don't care that much. Of course, the market will not provide this storage. So that's the next discussion. How do we get there? I have lots of ideas. I'm leaving it to the panel, but at least we should have that discussion now. But we should always keep in mind from a macroeconomic and a social perspective, we need this capacity. And of course, the market automatically will not provide it. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Krebs. So we are talking about 20 to 40 billion euros investment. Who would pay that? That would be a very good question. I would first start with the beginning of your presentation, but of course you can respond both. Answer for you both. Before I start, I should remember we have a little time, so please respect a limit of 7 minutes per intervention. Mr. Wambach, to start with the first part of the presentation of Mr. Krebs, he says, we thought that Germany has been very resilient during the crisis, and Dr. Krebs shows that on the contrary, the losses in purchasing power have been very high, and the negative economic impact of the energy crisis on the life of the majority of people in Germany has been much more pronounced than the corresponding impact during the financial crisis and the COVID-19 crisis. What do you think about that? And my second question would be, what's your answer to this problem? What should a resilient energy system in the future look like, and at which price? Thank you.
Yeah, I share much of what Tom said. So the war matters significantly. I'm not sure about this comparison output loss and real wage loss, because wages are negotiated. Output is kind of the economic loss we have as a society. I share your conclusions. We need storage capacity. We need a gas power station. What I don't share is the way of reasoning. If we really believe that the war and the high energy prices are the problem for our energy system, then we should stick with nuclear power. We should not phase out coal power so fast. We should diversify much more than we do now with liquid gas. So if you really use that as the argument for the energy system, for a resilient energy system, I think we should go a different way. I'm not proposing this way, but I want to make clear that that's the way you're reasoning. Many countries had much less problems than Germany had because they were not so dependent on Russian gas as we were. So that's kind of the reason why we had problem in this crisis. However, we are running into a renewable energy system for good reasons, and then we will run into problems you mentioned, So we will have a lot of wind energy, we will have a lot of gas energy, and that's fine as long as there's and solar energy. Sorry, it's fine as long as the sun is shining and wind is there. So we need this storage capacity, and we need these hydrogen power stations. And so far, we have no way of financing them in a market economy. And when Tom is saying we need to build, I always get the hinge that he thinks the government should build them. So, but you will say it afterwards if that's the thesis you're making. But other states go differently. There are capacity mechanism as ways to finance these so that they come out of the market. And let me, as one further point, I think the German system needs much more flexibility into the system. So we need much more flexibility from the demand side. And so that's also a reason why it can't be just the government building some gas power station. We need flexibility in the demand side. And we don't have smart metering. We don't have regional energy prices. You don't see it as demand, and demand is not just households, it's industry demand. You don't see your local prices in the energy system. So there's much more which needs to be done to make the German energy system resilient in the sense. So it's, building storage and building gas power station is one step, but it's only one step.
Thank you very much. So that's some themes, some questions are opened. Yeah, Mrs. Thies, how do you react to this analysis? Mr. Krebs thinks that the energy crisis is also an opportunity for successful acceleration of the necessary climate transformation. What is your opinion on this? I would say from France, of course, we have been watching the German situation with sometimes a bit Schadenfreude because we believed in the nuclear power. It's not always successful, but at least many people are very surprised to see that the last nuclear power plant had been shut in the middle of the energetic crisis. So what is your opinion about this resilience in the energetic system?
I think, first of all, I very much agree with your analysis on the cost of the crisis and the pain it caused. And I think also the point you made that in a way we got away with a black eye because it could have been worse. For one, Europe managed to navigate quite well because we did have a coordinated, united approach. But also we were quite lucky when it comes to the weather that we saw this winter. So clearly a crisis not to be repeated. And what we already saw during the crisis was the rush towards renewables in the first place, electrification to quite some degree. We need now structural solutions to make this work and to make the transition away from gas happen, and structural measures to continue on this path. And just last Thursday, we published our study on breaking free of fossil gas, a European study looking how Europe can evolve with its entire energy system. And what we found is that we can halve fossil gas consumption by 2030 and phase out entirely by 2050, while bearing in mind the other crisis that you both pointed at, the climate crisis, because with this scenario, we would also achieve around about 90% emissions reductions by 2040 compared with 1990 levels. Now, what's the way? You guessed it, it's energy efficiency, it is renewables, a massive build out of renewables, and it is electrification across the board, really. Direct electrification wherever possible, indirect via green hydrogen for where this is absolutely needed. Now, how can we make this happen, and how can we make this happen in a resilient manner? Maybe starting with the scaling of renewables. What we're talking about here is a tripling of the installment rates of onshore wind, build-out rates of onshore wind for Europe. In Germany, we would need to do even more compared with today's level because we've been so slow over the last years. We're talking about a quadrupling of the build-out rates for solar PV and for offshore wind. And in terms of the instruments there, I very much agree with your approach of a two-sided contract for difference approach, where we basically provide a price guarantee both to renewables developers as well as to energy users, because the instrument does not only provide certainty for investors, but also has, if you will, staying in the crisis language, and kind of inbuilt clawback mechanism when prices become too high. So two-sided contract for difference, instrument of choice for government support. But I think what's very important is that we need to have the merchant renewables development on the side. We need to continue counting on power purchase agreements. Here too, the government can play a role in providing guarantees to take off some of the risk. But that will be the main drivers for this rapid renewables rollout, combined with removing barriers. We need to become a lot faster when it comes to permitting, to project planning. We need to also, in this particular crisis situation, bear in mind the impact of inflation. A lot of projects that are currently underfinanced because they were planned and projected before the inflation hit, and that payment gap needs to be bridged. But then you mentioned, or you both mentioned, the importance of the system alongside the renewables, the flexibility needs. And here I agree that backup plans will play an important role. We have quantified that in our climate neutral power system 2035 study for Germany, where we assume a 61 gigawatt size of gas fleet that will then increasingly be run on green hydrogen. These plants won't be running a lot. Most of them will be running very little. But what we need to bear in mind is that this is only one of the flexibility solutions that we have. We have interconnection as a very important factor. And then as Mr. Wambach pointed out, there is a lot more flexibility in the system that we are currently not leveraging enough. And that is demand response potentials, not only when it comes to the electrification of transport and heat, where these need to be built in from the start. Smart meters is one of the components that you mentioned. We need to be able to steer the heat pumps. We need to be able to smart charge electric vehicles, but also for industry. This is an important factor, and a factor to be included also in the industrial strategy discussed right now. Because modular manufacturing, we don't know at the moment how much it can deliver in terms of flexibility. But what is important is when we're designing a system, and especially when we're designing tools to leverage storage, that we bear in mind the multitude of the flexibility options, and that any security of supply instrument is consistent with this variety of flexibility option and doesn't hamper, by introducing one instrument, we don't hamper the development of some of these solutions. So that is very critical in this respect. Let me maybe go very quickly because, of course, electricity is crucial here. It is the backbone, but it's only the backbone. We still have the other sectors that are actually so much reliant on gas. We have the buildings and transport sectors, where I mentioned it's a lot about efficiency and efficiency investments, especially in the building sector. It is the electrification where, as mentioned, we need to start from the beginning to electrify in a way that is supportive of the system and can provide flexibility. And the challenge we're talking about here, of course, I mentioned investments, massive investments. We're talking about affordability, and we're seeing it in the German debate right now. The challenge is about not only the right social policies, but I think in the end, how do we move from what often are regressive climate policies to progressive climate policies? And that needs to be inbuilt, especially when we're looking at people and the buildings sector. Maybe on industry, quickly, solutions are similar. It is, again, electrification, some low-hanging fruit here when it comes to process heat in particular, but we can go a lot further with electrification, indirect electrification, hydrogen for the sectors where we really need the green hydrogen, carbon management for the sectors that do depend on the carbon in the cycle, and circularity. And for industry, it's clear where the direction is going, because we are seeing the phase out of free allowances for industry by 2034. So the transition must happen, and the tools we have here are, again, similar to power. Actually, we're talking about carbon contracts for difference. We're talking about the creation of green lead markets to make sure that the demand for the green products is there in the first place. But importantly, also, when we look at industry, is really the question of where do we put the focus? Where do we want to go at as Europe? And we need to be ready to at least ask the question, what about, for example, relying on industrial pre-products? what if we were to import ammonia or green directly reduced iron for further manufacturing and processing in Europe, vis-a-vis the import, for instance, of iron ore and green hydrogen. These options need to be assessed, and we need to have an honest assessment of Europe, where we want to find the balance between resilience, manufacturing in Europe, what makes economic sense, where do we want to develop and further build our strengths. And I want to make one final remark, because we talked a lot about the dependence on fossil fuels. And as we are diminishing this dependence, of course, the focus shifts to raw materials access and processing, shifts to technology access and manufacturing. And what we've seen for technology was, over the last decade, for at least quite some technologies, a shift to Asia. Europe is now responding. The European Commission has put forward its proposals for the Net Zero Industry Act, for the Critical Raw Materials Act, aiming for now in the draft, in the proposal, for 40% European capacity for critical materials and sectors. I think what's clear is Europe should not and will not strive for full self-sufficiency. It's a question of diversification, of stable supply chains. But one dimension that is somehow missing in the debate still is, if we look at the use of raw materials today, the recycling rate for rare earth materials in Europe is very close to zero. We're doing somewhat better when it comes to strategic materials, copper, aluminium, but clearly one dimension that Europe does have to bear in mind when it comes to the resilience and stability of the energy system is also the question of circularity. And on that, I'll close here, but I look forward to discussing the points further.
Thank you very much. We had a lot of points, many things. Maybe you want to just pick up a point before I start new questions about a point you want to discuss right now.
Yes, but yeah, several points just for clarification, and then we had lots of additional issues, so I'll leave it up to you where you want to guide the discussion. So just not to be misunderstood, it is true what Achim Wambach said, that given my analysis that the energy crisis had a big effect on GDP, it doesn't follow that our future energy system should be fully a renewable system. I know that I took as given. And it of course doesn't follow that we should not use nuclear, but that's a decision that has been made for Germany at least. So given that, and then, so I moved very fluidly from a very general discussion to the German discussion of a renewable energy system. So it's clear, just for the logic, clearly all I said with the first part of the paper and the talk is that energy price hikes matter, and therefore we should really think about big cost of not having a resilient system. And we had a system so far that was not very good. That's it. Very important. Second point, also again, economics a little bit. Yes, real wages are not GDP, and you can argue GDP is the best measure of the economic damage. But I think, again, if these two diverge, labor income is a very important indicator that should also enter into our public debate, because that's really measuring how people feel. And let me remind you sort of the introductory lecture in macro, where we always say what is produced is received by somebody, national income accounting as income. And that's not really true anymore here. What happened? Well, there's first of all, in Germany in 2022, a big difference between production and income, because lots of income went abroad. We paid a lot to Norway. And the second part must be true, but that's not easy to detect. It must be true that capital income on average probably took less of a hit than labor income. And that's what I see in the end. Labor income took, on average, a big nosedive. And however, I think this is still important. It's a triviality. But if economists don't want to connect once in a while to people and to how they feel, maybe it's time then to think about labor income and not GDP, if they too diverge. Because that really tells you more, I think, If I had to pick one number, it tells me more about why people are so worried in Germany on average. Again, there are some people who are not worried, I understand. Good, just for, I mean, again, Achim, we could discuss that forever, because it's not a right or wrong, it's more of an emphasis. And I don't want to be the person saying we shouldn't look at GDP. But again, I mean, the second dimension seems important. Third point about contracts for difference, which I didn't even mention, but you translated what I was saying. And then we can also, that already going to the next step. Okay, we need a renewable energy system in Germany. It is what it is and will not have nuclear. And so for that reason, we need expand very quickly solar and wind power in Germany, and that you mentioned a few of the issues. And there, I think public insurance against future price risk can be one of the many instruments we are using that is useful because it reduces the risk for those private companies that are contemplating now making big investments in solar and wind. And there is an insurance that the private market apparently does not offer. That's the discussion. And that's exactly where we have to think why. But it seems to be because there will be long-term contracts anyway. We are not discussing that there is not a long. All the new auctions will be, and we already had this insurance, by the way, in Germany. So that's the funny thing. We already had this public insurance, but a one-sided public insurance we have right now in Germany for private investors that the government is providing. And I'm always saying, let's make it two-sided. Let's take out even more risk. And I would say that would lower prices at a given volume of investment, or it will increase investment at a given level of prices. I will boost investment. Many people make the opposite argument, which doesn't make much sense to me economically. We can discuss it. Except something funny is going on in the auctions, then I would ask Achim Wambach to design a good auction so that we get the right prices. But otherwise, investors tend to be risk averse. Otherwise, I would not have a risk premium in all these calculations. For some reason, we can discuss why. It seems strange to some economists, but they behave like that. Otherwise, I would not have a risk premium in my discounting. All the formulas, all the calculations people do in this business are based on the assumption that there's a risk premium. If there's a risk premium, this risk premium from the point of view of the private investors who are investing now in new solar or let's say offshore wind plants, which is a big investment, they're thinking about it, they want some insurance against the long run macroeconomic price risk. Maybe I should specify the long run macroeconomic price risk. And we are having auctions that insure them partially, but not fully. And so I'm saying, let's have a two-sided contracts, which would be the contracts for difference. And an interesting discussion would be actually why private markets might not supply it. So that's a very detailed, but since we are here also partially in an economics panel, that would be one point. I would say where we will have a discussion in Germany. By the way, this discussion is going on right now in Germany, whether we should have these contracts for difference.
Herr Wambach, Sie wurden angesprochen. Sorry, I should say, sorry. What do you want to answer to this question about the design of the incentive for the future renewable energy system?
Yeah, I think the debate shows really in a way what is the problem of our energy market design. We all have some vision of what we need in 10 years time, in 15 years time, more flexibility, more renewable, we need storage, we need capacity or capacity. So what happens if there's no wind and solar? But the big problem is how do we get there? Yeah, and my worry is that, you know, in a way that we need instruments for everything. Yeah, so for example, flexibility of the industry. So your argument is that if we support industry, we should also incentivize them to become more flexible. And it's a logical consequence if you start, you know, using kind of a macro design for this industry. What I would start in my analysis is coming from the market failures. So for example, we don't have regional prices. Yeah, and so they can't respond to regional price incentives. We don't have, industry has instantaneous prices, households don't see instantaneous prices. So we need to give them, that's a market failure. We have a market failure with regard to crisis energy system. So if we are in a crisis, what we have seen, we see price caps, We see the Übergewinnsteuer, so we see that profits are taxed. So no private investor has an incentive to prepare for a crisis because he can't profit from crisis management. So either we get rid of these, price breaks, which will be very hard for the government. So I don't think that we will get rid of this. So what we need instead is kind of capacity mechanism, capacity markets, so that we pay investors to prepare for these crises. But then we start from the market failure. And Tom, the argument you're making is investors take risk and they need risk premium. Yes, everywhere. So if they build a hospital, they take risks. So do we have to subsidize hospital financing? Maybe, because hospitals are good. Maybe in Germany we have too many. I don't know. But that's indeed the issue. So who knows what would be the right subsidy? And typically they take the risk premium is for good reasons, because there are risks. And if the government finances these risks, they don't go away. They're still there. So for example, we haven't talked so far about our grid. And I think we need a huge grid expansion in Germany. And also there's a debate is that, investors are not so actively investing into grids because of risk. And one risk is regulation risk. So they are worried that regulation will change and then they don't profit from the investment. And so some people argue that's the basis why the government should do it. So, but the risk doesn't go away. The risk is still there. And so it's hidden. If the government finances, it's hidden. And so what I would push more is that we start from really the analysis, where are the market failures? And there's sufficient market failures in the energy markets. So I think we have a lot of common ground. But the alternative is that we start, that's the goal, and we subsidize here to come there. No, we subsidize. We want to have reduced energy prices for the industry because, that's how we keep them going on, rather than giving them rather than giving the right price signal, which would, I think, be the most appropriate way to deal it, because we are really going into the system where, compared with other regions where there's more solar, more wind, more sun, we will have relatively higher energy prices. That's where we will end up, and we shouldn't subsidize an industry which is kind of lose part of its, its competitive advantage anyway.
May I react to the point, because you reacted directly to my point about flexibility in industry, but not only. And I think the point I was trying to make was explicitly that we should be particularly careful when we design whatever kind of security of supply scheme, that it is not about subsidizing one solution, for example, backup hydrogen plants, that would distort and destroy market incentives for all other flexibility solutions. And I think this is where we have to be particularly careful. Right now, I entirely agree, the market does not sufficiently reflect flexibility signals. There are a number of reasons for that. Decisions about price zones and redispatch mechanisms that effects don't necessarily become transparent in the system. We currently also don't have the equipment to steer things smartly, starting with smart meters, smart network technology to discover what is needed. There are a lot of barriers. We also still don't have sufficient short-term trading, certainly not across Europe. So all of these barriers do have to be addressed. But I think what this crisis also showed us is that, yes, in theory, we would have a market developing long-term products, its own kind of risk hedging, but it doesn't. And we will probably not get around a situation where governments will, in high-price situations, intervene. So the question is how to do that properly. And there I agree with you that the storage investment upfront is a lot more interesting than crisis management from behind. So the question is how to design the instruments. And there, I think the discussion is still open on how it will look and whether we will have a kind of enhanced approach of what the market should be doing anyway. So if you will, an obligation to hedge that could become an instrument, or whether we also have a differentiated approach for backup plans on the one side and then other incentives that would come from the market itself or from an enhanced functioning of the market for flexibility. That question, I think, is still open. What is very important in that is that we cannot single-mindedly implement one instrument that would then destroy the signals and effects for the other flexibility options that are there.
Thank you. I would ask maybe to precise the resilience. We have the resilience of the industry and the resilience from the household, and both answers are not the same. And we are never really prepared to the next shock per definition. So you spoke about flexibility, and that could be a very interesting point. Also, we didn't spoke a lot about Europe, so that the fact that the other European countries could help in the very short term. I would also ask what you think about the risk of deindustrialization, which comes very soon after a price shock. Mr. Krebs, do you want to answer that question?
The last point was about the industry and the impact on manufacturing, for example. Okay, the big topic. So we are not even okay. But let's move on to that topic. In the sense, let me just go back to one point. I'm glad that we are not discussing that we need a lot of resilience and storage, one sort, whether we have it with just power plants in reserve or in another form is important. And that I guess we agree, Achim, I'm looking at you, that the market itself will not easily provide that. I mean, that there's a big government role. And by the way, when I say we, I don't mean that I will always want the government to take over. That's a myth, but anyway, good. But we as a society should think about it, and we as economists should make constructive suggestions and have ideas that are usable. Coming now to the economic impact and manufacturing, and maybe sort of a more medium run view, it's clear that this price shock, which was a fossil fuel price shock, will accelerate the transformation Germany and Europe was in anyway. So everything I've said for Germany is in a sense also true for Europe, but we see it sort of in an amplified way what's going on. So that's reason, and plus I discussed numbers, so then I have to be careful. That's actually the reason why I focus so much on Germany. Although some answers in France and some policy responses were different, which actually I preferred them a little bit, but that's another discussion we can have about the anyway. So the transformation will be accelerated, and we all know that. And now the question is sort of, do we lean back? We, who's we, the government, we as a society say, let the market take care of it. Clearly, in the end, what we will have is less fossil fuel production in Germany and Europe in manufacturing. There will be the switch. I don't think anybody discusses it. This is, the only question would be, for me, at a very general point of view, what will be left in the end in Germany and Europe in terms of manufacturing? Will we have in the future climate neutral manufacturing here? And do we need some government policies, industrial policy, that will help companies and people to get there? Or do we think the market will take care of it? Now I'm a little lean here to contrast it with the opposite position. And I think I'll just pass it on. That's sort of the discussion we're having now. But everybody knows it's being accelerated. And by the way, maybe a simple point, in the end, this price shock I showed is equivalent to a tremendous increase in carbon pricing. So something economists always called for, we should really penalize the investment and the behavior that is bad for the climate. We got now, big time. So, but now also we see the problems if it goes too fast. So, but of course, if you now choose the right policies, it could work out. And I'll pass it on to the other ones. What are the right policies?
If I may just very, very briefly react to your final point on the carbon price, because I think what the crisis showed us was something that would be at peak times be equivalent when we take the gas price to something like €1,000 of carbon price, something that we are probably not going to see. But I think what's important here is when we are talking about the current crisis, then the income went, you mentioned Norway, but it's basically primarily the fossil fuel countries that gained massively during this crisis. When we talk about the emissions trading scheme, then we basically take money, but we have that money, or the scheme has that money, and it can be redistributed even to the same sectors. And this is partly also what is done, of course, to help them decarbonize and deal with the carbon prices. So taking concretely the example of the emissions trading scheme, the emissions trading scheme 2 for buildings, the idea is the money collected will be rechanneled to households to help them make the investments that are needed. This can be further improved. The way that the money is rechanneled can be further improved, but I think that is a major difference compared with the fossil price shock that we had now, where the money was just gone.
Kind of pessimistic or optimistic, how you might call it, that the market will solve it, because the government is into it, in big scale, already in the industrial policy. And I think that's really the big topic. How do we deal with our industry in the transformation? And so, for example, our steel industry gets a lot of money out of the IPCEIs for hydrogen, and actually everyone gets it. So, it's not the industry which is, it's not the industry which is transforming, it's every company which is transforming, which is, it's not the goal. The goal is the industry transforming. It's not every company which should transform. They get, estimation about 68 billion euro out of the Klimaschutzverträge, so these climate contracts, 68 billion. It's huge money for the industry. And again, it's everyone should get, it's supposed many. So why is not there more competition going on? And also, we start the race in Europe. That's, that's German companies getting it. Yeah, if we have kind of green markets, for green steel, then we would have a European, competitive level playing field, with these contracts, we have a German industrial policy. It's the same with I think it's the same with our industrial energy price, which is currently, proposed and then going to debate, Yes, Germany will do the race, and we have a good chance to win the race. Germany is rich, So, but it's it's not the European policy I would envisage, which would be get to the transformation. And what is the goal? One goal is transformation of the industry, and I think I would push the goal even higher, because in the end, our interest is not not just European industry; it's worldwide climate policy, and we need to find solutions, which are also attractive for, India and for China, which are attractive. So I would, all this money which is currently going in the industry is production-based money. What we should do much more is innovation-based money. We should put much more innovation into research and development. That was different actually with the renewable energy, the EEG law, because there we subsidized small companies. With small companies, you subsidize production to subsidize innovation. Here we are going industry, we're going big scale. They all have their R&D departments. But our plan is to subsidize production. We should put much more emphasis on subsidizing research and innovation. But, coming to your question, I think that's a big topic for the next years. How do we deal with our industry? And a little bit it has to do, as a competition economist, I don't know what happens in 15 years or in 10 years, but here you need a little bit of a light build. You need to have some vision of what happens there, because it steers your policy. And here my feeling is that, or not my feeling, my estimate would be, and studies are saying that as well, we are not going to be the cheap energy country, and we are not going to be the cheap energy continent. So we will see shift of production to regions where the energy is cheap. It was always like that. The industry goes there where energy. So what we should do, I sometimes like to call it the Daimler strategy. Daimler stops producing small cars. They're producing only the cars which have the high value added. So the S-Class and and the battery-driven S-Class. And then they stop A and B class. And that's what we will see in the German industry. We will shift production away from those which have a low value added to those which have a high value added, and that's what will necessarily happen. And I think with our industry policy, which we observe, we should take these two things into account. One is more innovation, and the second thing is what is our vision of the transformation, and not, supporting everyone, because we will really see this, decline in low value added industrial production. Yeah.
If I may react, and it's mostly in agreement, because I agree that so far the blanket approach to industry may not work for Europe in the long term. And I want to come back to the point I made earlier, and that is the questions that we need to ask ourselves and have an honest debate about are, for example, you mentioned Europe, high energy price region. With renewables, it's getting better, but we still will not see the same as very renewables resource rich regions of the world. So questions are, what about the parts that we will be strong in Europe? And what are these? What about the question of pre-industrial goods? And I mentioned it earlier, but I mention it again because it's so important. The question, do we import ammonia for further processing in Europe? Do we import directly reduced green iron for further production in Europe? What would this mean for the value chain? What would it mean for employment? What would it mean for value generation, both in Europe and our trade partner countries, vis-a-vis a strategy where we import iron ore and green hydrogen, which, as we know, is not the easiest to transport. So we need to have a careful assessment and debate about the ins and outs of what would happen. I do want to come back to the point you made about green lead markets and carbon contracts for difference for industry, because I think we all agree green lead markets are where we need to go. This is to give a value to the green products, but we're not there yet, and these lead markets aren't there, and carbon contracts for difference can and will need to play a role to bridge that gap and get us there, because the transformation is happening now and it needs to happen now. Phase out of free allowances 2034 is around the corner. The big, especially the big basic industries, are making the investment decisions now, whether you're talking about steel, cement, you name it. So I think it is both of these instruments that are needed. And finally, just to underline the European dimension, yes, if we go it as Germany, it may seem a good way in the very near term. It will not work in the medium term. So it's a core challenge how to transfer the debate that is now happening in Germany on industrial power prices, on carbon contracts for difference, how to make that a real European debate and approach. Thank you. Do you want to comment before I open the discussion to the public? We have to finish at 11:25 for to let place to the...
Very quickly, and I know, but without getting lost into details, but if we want to discuss something carefully, we need to get into details. And market failures, you mentioned now twice or three times. You know that obviously I take pain and a lot of time to discuss the market failures that are an argument from my point of view for the government intervention. So let's go back to the contracts for difference. And that actually is an interesting example also of the policy discussion on how uninformative sometimes the policy discussion is, which is very frustrating. Now, when we discuss what is the economics about, the economics is what I've mentioned. We want to incentivize big investments in offshore wind energy, let's say, private investments. These were private companies. Nobody talks about socialism here and socializing them. There will always be private companies. They're already getting the rights anyway through an auctions. We have these auctions. And the only question is, and there will be also a price competition in this auction. Nobody talks about fixing prices here. That's already sometimes being discussed. So that's all there. They're competing in the auction. They're making offers. The only question is, and we already have that partially, whether government, as part of the contract, says, for the next 15 years, I give you some insurance what price you can charge. And it's about ensuring long-run macroeconomic risk. And we know that financial markets in general, so if you ask for the market failure, it's the incomplete markets, is the inability of private insurance or inability of private markets to provide insurance against long-run price risk. Now we could ask, why is that? But we know this is a typical case. Now we will not insure every macroeconomic risk. I understand that as well. I know, and then you talk about hospitals. But we should then discuss particularly why there might be a good case here. And that's really the discussion we should have. And it's also an unfair discussion to always then point to the climate contracts, which we have right now, because these are not contracts for difference. They insure, plus they give a subsidy. Now, what I wanted, and I would like to see other kind, I would also have liked the climate contracts to be different and clearly disentangle the insurance part from the subsidy part. But let's talk about the insurance. Let's not always be, have discussion. And that insurance, there's a good point to be made. Maybe it's still wrong, a good point to be made. And that will actually boost investment and reduce prices. And those discussions I would like to have in a quantitative sense even, which is very difficult because now we have to talk about what we believe, what is the range of future prices for offshore wind energy they can charge. But that's a discussion we should be having. And so I think we there as economists, we could, and now we are agreeing, so I see Achim nodding, that's where we could actually really make a contribution, not about saying, oh, so this doesn't work, that doesn't work. We know all sorts of things do not work, but we should actually try to provide there a sensible basis for discussion. And I don't see it all most of the time.
Herr Wambach, Mr. Wambach, do you want to answer?
Yeah, it's no. On this general point, you can't disagree. So long-term risks are hard to insure. Yeah, but really pointing down what is the market failure, and then argue why it's best invested into this carbon contracts for difference, why they are best invested the insurance in those investment projects and not in others. Like that's why I mentioned hospital. It's a little bit unfair, yeah, but even hospital investment, it's a long-term investment, and you can't insure against it. You can't insure against the political risk. You can't insure against the health system. Still, you have to invest. Yeah, and so I fully agree.
That's something, sorry, but let's have a discussion. The long-run macroeconomic risk I'm talking about is the risk that the German government fails and we don't manage to have a sensible transition to a climate-neutral energy path. So that the German government and the society fails in 10 years and something. And I think you might make a point that the German government should insure companies against this big macro risks, maybe not. That's not the case in the hospital business. Of course, there are always macroeconomic risks, but I think in this case, it's a particular case, but now we could go on forever, but that's actually the discussion. I would argue that there's a particular case to be made that in this case, maybe the government should insure.
No, it's a big issue in climate policies. How can we make an environment that companies are willing to invest and that they can trust the government to stick to their policies? That's, I think, one of the main reasons for CO2 prices for the emission trading system, because it's a more robust system than these specific interventions which we have. But still, it's there, and actually, it's not just because our government is, can't stick to to its own rules, but it's because it's an international problem. Yeah, and if we see in 10 years' time that China and India are not moving that direction, so I'm pretty sure that also in Europe we will see responses to that. Yes, that they can't say we are, pushing, and it doesn't have any worldwide effect. So that's why we should take the global dimension into account, and so I agree with you that we really have an issue here.
Thank you for this debate. I will use a 10-minute left, if you're okay, to open the discussion. Maybe there are questions in the audience. We are talking about the question how to prepare for the next energy shock. I don't see any question.
Moment for one clarification, because so there may have been confusion earlier about the terms carbon contracts for difference, because the German Klimaverträge are the carbon contracts for difference in industry, whereas the contracts for difference we're talking about for power are the, renewables two-sided contracts for difference.
Excellent. Niels Sandler, DCAP Future Economy Forum. Thanks for the great presentation. I'm wondering, in principle, like the energy system should be resilient, but sort of maybe that can not only be achieved by expanding the grid storage, the electricity storage, sort of the expansion of the transmission grids, which was mentioned, I think could also be part of the answer. And I'm wondering sort of, it might actually be cheaper in, let's say, normal times than well, what we've seen in the past year. And so I'm wondering maybe what part of the answer of becoming more resilient could be sort of like a storage expansion, and what could be a grid expansion, which might actually solve some of the market failures that we talked about. Thanks.
Should I react? Yeah, I think when we talked earlier about the mix of different flexibility options, the interconnection and the grid storage is a very central one today. And it is actually one that has been very central already, even though the interconnection needs to be expanded a lot. But I mean, when we looked at the crisis now, the interconnected electricity system was what saved Europe's electricity supply to a very large extent. And we saw shifts also throughout the crisis. I mean, throughout the crisis, a third of the French nuclear fleet was down due to technical problems. We suddenly saw a shift from what used to be exports from France to exports into France during this crisis, and that is what stabilized our system. And I just picked one example. The same could be said for hydro. Feeling the impacts of climate change, very serious drought in Europe, and we'll see more of that potentially in some years. Interconnection was also what helped here. So the grid will be an important element. And I think maybe one dimension to add there on infrastructure, because as we are looking into both the phase out of fossil gas, the phase in of green hydrogen, which is produced, of course, from electricity and often converted back into electricity, the question of a integrated network approach is becoming a lot more important. And then we get into questions where, for example, do we put our electrolyzers close to the coast, transforming hydrogen that may be arriving on the coast into electricity directly and transfer it across the continent, or do we do it differently and have the hydrogen run through pipes and then be transformed into electricity at the point of consumption? All of these questions come into place. So elevating the role of infrastructure, elevating the role of infrastructure as a buffer and as a very important element of resilience.
I just want to underscore what Lord said in the sense that everything that we can do in terms of flexibility, the grid, we should do. My point was, and of course we should take a European perspective. And then maybe what's left in terms of the needs for storage capacity are much smaller. I mean, definitely they will be much smaller, but we are not sure how much is left. My point would be just, if this, what it's left is still, you mentioned 60 for Germany, 60 gigawatt, that seems actually high. Let's say even if it's 30 gigawatt, that would correspond to my numbers roughly, might cost 40, 50 billion euros in investment costs. I know politically that discussion is difficult to have, but from a macroeconomic point of view, it's actually not very important if I can prevent one energy crisis.
What is the panel's view on the current debate on electricity price caps? It seems to me that if this is being implemented, it kind of takes away the incentive to build business models that are, well, essentially built on the assumption that we have efficiency as a driver of success. So what is your view on this current initiative? Is it smart, or is it just another instrument, as you said before, that has side effects that are detrimental?
Yeah, it's actually you alluding to the problem. So what are the side effects? And I want to give, because that's a picture I have in my mind, it's not on the electricity price, but it has a similar effect on the carbon contracts for difference for the industry. So if we subsidize green steel, for example, what we are doing, then someone who has a smart idea how to get rid of steel can't pursue its idea, because now we have subsidized green steel. So if you know how to build a house without steel, and actually there are ways to build houses without steel, yeah, it's not worthwhile to invest into that technology, because we get all these subsidies coming in. And the same is here. As soon as you start subsidizing energy, it makes sense to use energy, and someone who has a smart idea how to avoid energy, you know, has less incentive to pursue its own idea. Yeah, and they are, you know, the proposal for the industrial energy prices, so the reduced energy prices, has some measures into it so that, for example, industry is still buying energy on the spot market. So they have incentives to kind of not use energy when it's expensive and then use more if it's cheap, yeah? But overall it's subsidized, and so they have overall exactly the effects you have. And what you need is a proper analysis. How big are the effects which you get from, you know, getting rid of energy overall, yeah? And that model I haven't seen in the proposal of the government, yeah? And that's actually the risk which run, or that's one of the risks which run if you subsidize the energy. Yeah, I agree.
Do you want to answer this price caps question?
Well, not much to add, just to re-emphasize the last point you made about the price signals. I mean, the price variability. And if an electricity price cap is introduced, and of course the motivation, you mentioned the efficiency challenge, and indeed, I think that is one to be taken seriously. At the same time, electrification in itself often helps in terms of efficiency gains. So it's a difficult one to assess. But if a price is introduced, it's very important that the market price signals are not hampered, but are passed through and continue to exist no matter whether the electricity is subsidized or not. And the other one is, of course, that if you subsidize the electricity use, then it needs to go along with additional build out of renewables in order to make the whole thing work and rounded.
I think I have a little bit of a different view on energy price caps in an energy crisis, but I'll leave that to Isabella, who might have talked about it in the afternoon. And in order not to start an entirely new discussion, I'll pass on that one.
So we are, I think, expected Mr. HABECK in a few moments. If there are any indication that something is changing? No, so we can go on with question if you want to. Does have someone a question? Yeah, here in the first line. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Very interesting discussion. I came a bit late, for which I apologize, but I seem to have heard implicitly that there's an assumption that certain industries should just never be in Germany anymore in this new world that we are living in. So I would be interested in regard to those who are holding these views. Please decide for yourself where to draw the line and how to estimate the effects of letting go of industries on the ecosystem that is an industrial structure, and what can we learn from the enormous social and economic consequences of deindustrialization in cases such as the north of England, large parts of the US, and so on. So if you are making this argument, how can you make sure that you are not starting a process that might make Germany look like the north of England?
Or France. Thank you very much. I see Mr. HABECK, so we have maybe 1 minute to answer this question before we give the word.
No, it's actually we have seen in Germany the structural change over the last 40, 50 years. And I'm in Baden-Württemberg. They are really nervous about the automobile industry. So it's a real issue. But we have seen these changes. We have to accommodate. The main argument I'm making is that what we should not subsidize structures which we have to subsidize for infinity, yeah, because they are not competitive in our situation where we have higher energy prices than our competitors. So because then you're doing something wrong, which like our Steinkohle money, it takes ages to run down that industry, and it leaves away. We're in a situation where our labor market is working very well. It puts resources away from these industries which are, you know, really competing internationally, have a high value added. And so that's, I think, the risk which can run up, but I fully agree with you. You know, just running down industry won't work, yeah, and that's why, for example, in the coal area, we have subsidies by the government, regional support, so that there are not these regional spots where unemployment will be high and there's no job prospects for these people.
So reason to hope, for hope. Do you want to answer this question? I think we see her, Mr. HABECK, still discussing with Mrs. Mazzucato. So, so do you want to say the last word, please?
Oh, no, I didn't. But, well, maybe a point of agreement. I mean, most of us do not argue for permanent subsidies that go on forever, but we probably hold different ideas and have different calculations with respect to what the long run energy price will be in Europe, from the production side. But that is a discussion we should have. Let's look at the numbers.
Should I stop now? So thank you very much for this discussion. I will take this back.
Okay, let's go on to our next very important point of the day. We have started to discuss energy, the energy system, the resilience of the energy system. We will talk about industrial policy, export, the German export model in the afternoon, and about inflation and how to redefine and how to cope with new instruments like price controls and so on. And happy to have the most important politician regarding all these topics, starting with energy, industrial policy, and in a way some inflation, having in mind that the ECB is the most important player in that, Robert Habeck. And I hand over to Nicola Brandt to introduce our guest and the speech, and she will moderate the next session and the talk afterwards with MARIANA MAZZUCATO. Nicola Brandt, head of the Berlin OECD Berlin Center. Please take over.
Yeah, well, I will be very brief, just a little bit of stage management. First of all, of course, I have the immense pleasure to announce the Minister of Economics and Climate Policy in a session that, well, I don't know what the distinguished speakers are going to say, but I want to dub it transformative supply-side economics. It's going to meet mission-oriented industrial policy. After the minister, who has to run off to an important meeting, we will have MARIANA MAZZUCATO laying out her vision in terms of this for the German economy, and then I will moderate a debate with her and with Philipp Steinberg. Minister, please, we're very excited to hear you talk.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for inviting and having me, and welcome to Berlin for all those who are not from Berlin. MARIANA, good to see you again. I heard you discussed energy politics in the morning and are shifting now over to trade politics. So my aim is to line out in brief how we try to maneuver a very, very difficult situation. We are in the midst of high inflation, still high inflation. And on the other hand, we need investments in the transformation of our industries. And now I have a prepared speech. I'm going to read it to you. I will interrupt myself when I have the feeling I have to explain it a little bit deeper. But this is just to give you, especially the ones from abroad, an overview where we are standing in German politics. But it's obvious that it is not an easy situation, especially not in Germany, especially not in a high industrialized country with a lot of high energy intensive industries as we still have in Germany. So, Mr. Fricke, ladies and gentlemen, you know well, in the last few years, economic policy has been dominated by multiple crises and our efforts to respond. The impact of the pandemic, Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, and the Russian-induced, and this is important not to forget, Russian-induced energy crisis have created major challenges for all of us. This fits in well with the motto of today's workshop, Resetting the Economy, which asks the relevant questions of what's to come after this era of multiple crises. Even though this question is important, we should keep in mind that the crises are not over yet, no matter how much we may want them to be. And we have now an ongoing discussion if we have enough capacity for LNG and natural gas, for example. I just want to remind everyone that we have lost 55 BCM by the destruction of Nord Stream 1, and we were able to restore 12 BCM. So to all of them who are relaxed because last winter was better than expected, still, from my opinion, we still have a lack of capacity here in Germany. So the crises are not over yet. War is still being waged in the heart of Europe, and we have high inflation. And the global climate crisis is, of course, overshadowing everything, threatening to destroy our livelihoods if we don't act as quickly and decisively as possible. Also, we need to look at the current crisis in the light of constant geopolitical shifts we are facing, shifts making it very clear to us that economic and trade policy must also be seen as security policy. And this is the story behind the stories. I think also the story behind this conference. We were used to economic policies as the market decides everything. And we have painfully learned in the last year and maybe in the years before, but maybe we have not always been able to see the signs, the writing on the wall, that this is not true. It's always about interest. It's always about power. Energy policy is interest policy, and we should keep that in mind, and not because last winter was mild and we managed it better than expected, just forget every lesson we have learned last year. This is the backdrop. This is against the backdrop. Transforming our economic model is more important than ever. Our economy was built, the German economy especially, was built on the availability of cheap fossil energy, oblivious to geopolitical risk this involved. Transforming this model quickly is not only key for doing our fair share to limit global warming, but also to protect our economy against dependencies and new crises. After 1.5 years in office, I am confident that this transformation will succeed. The first steps towards a speedy and dynamic modernization of our economy have already been taken. Contrary to numerous forecasts, the German economy dodged a recession in 2022, and we are now expecting slight economic growth this year. And I will remind you that there were forecasts that if we lose the Russian gas, that was half of our gas consumption in Germany, some predicted a decrease of a GDP of minus 10%. We saw 5% during the COVID-19 crisis, and this was like this deep abyss in the statistics. Minus 10 would be a full-scale disaster for the German and European economy, and we avoided it. Last year, in the space of just a few months, Germany made itself independent of Russian gas, oil, and coal all at once. Gas, 55% of our consumption, oil, 30% of our consumption, coal, 50% of our consumption just in some month. And we managed also the price crisis. Inflation, yes, it is still high, but the last few months have shown that the energy price shock has worn off. Our relief packages and the price caps have mitigated the negative effects on both companies and individuals. We are now well on track to renew our prosperity, regain competitiveness, and strengthen economic resilience. We are firmly committed to the social market model, and we are adding a green element to it. Our goal is to combine economic growth, social welfare, and climate action. Transformation means, of course, modernization, the modernization of our energy supply and the modernization of industrial value creation. That is the heart of this transformation. Let's just to give you a picture, let's think of this transformation as a DNA double helix. So you know this from school, these interlinked strands there. Two strands that are intertwined and closely interconnected. Combined, these two strands will provide us with a climate neutral and affordable energy supply and a flourishing and innovative industrial value chain. So let's start with the first strand. We can already see the first results of our energy policy measures. The expansion of solar energy, for example, increased by a whopping 25% in 2022 compared with 2021. And I guess we will see first time in our history a 10 gigawatt increase of solar energy in this year. So it's going steep and it's working well. With regard to wind energy, the worst is behind us. After years of decline, the expansion of onshore wind energy picked up again for the first time last year. Offshore as well, all the plans are in due time and the investments are yet to come. So we have 8 gigawatts offshore wind now after we started in 2000. And we built up 8 gigawatts offshore. We will have 30 gigawatts in 2030. So 22 gigawatts in 7 years' time after 8 gigawatts in, let's say, 2022 years' time. This is well underway. The number of new turbines onshore and the number of permits granted in the first quarter of this year point in the right direction, and we are working hard to adopt additional measures that will speed up this further. There's no doubt that speeding up the energy transition requires tremendous effort, not least because we have long been too slow and now need to achieve it in record time. And global competition is not making it any easier. I've said it many times that it is a good thing that the US is investing heavily in the green transformation of its economy as part of the Inflation Reduction Act. So don't get me wrong. This is highly welcomed after years where also the US economy was, and also the politics were undecided where to go. And I hope that the next elections will not doubt this decision once again. So this is welcome. But of course, we are competing with our partners there, and the IRA, coupled with low energy prices there, poses a challenge for our economies. We can't just sit and watch the situation develop. This is why Europe also needs a transformative industrial policy. This does not mean entering into a subsidy. It means adopting a smart mix of instruments to ensure that we will continue to be competitive and our industrial base is strengthened. Energy prices play an important role in this process. We need to ensure low electricity prices, send the right signals for investments, and create a flexible system that is firmly embedded in Europe. Therefore, we will massively expand renewables and thus provide our industrial companies with cheap electricity, renewable electricity. We are creating the preconditions for this and making sure that our industry will be able to buy the cheap renewable electricity. But we are not yet there. We need solutions for the transition. I just mentioned we are tredoubling, quadrupling the amount of offshore wind energy, for example, but it takes 5 to 7 years. 2030, 30 gigawatt offshore, now 8. So you see, we need a bridge. And therefore, I believe we should have an industrial electricity price. My proposal is 6 euro cent per kilowatt hour until 2030, a bridge that is bringing our industries into the new time, the new era, especially for energy-intensive industrial companies which face international competition. As I say, it should be a bridging, electricity price, a limited subsidy, which is important for our competitiveness and the ability of our energy-intensive industries to invest. Ramping up the hydrogen economy will be another central pillar of our future energy supply. We need hydrogen to decarbonize our economy and replace conventional power stations, for example, those burning gas with hydrogen-fueled ones. This is why we are revising our national hydrogen strategy to a higher level of ambition, 10 gigawatt electrolysis capacity by 2030. But this will not be enough. We are also working to expand international cooperation on hydrogen. We need partners because Germany is and will continue to be an importer of energy. My estimated guess is that we will produce 30%, roughly 30% of the green hydrogen on our soil. So the rest must be imported. And we are doing a lot of contracts and MOUs with other partners around the world. Important is that these other partners are not only one partner. So we need a diversification of our energy supply. This is also a lesson taught and learned last year. So we are also working relentlessly to build a hydrogen network quickly and cost effectively, a network that can be scaled as the hydrogen market grows and will be embedded in the European single market. Second strand, the modernization of Germany's manufacturing sector. The transformation of industrial and supply side policy. This is the second strand of the double helix. Our industrial sector is the basis of our prosperity. We want German manufacturers to stay competitive, not only large companies, but also small and medium-sized ones. Manufacturing accounts for 20% of Germany's gross value added. That is very high by European comparison. And this also is one of the reasons we the Germans, my government, I myself, have such amount of discussions with the GD competition tonight. Margarete Vestager is coming to Berlin. I don't know if some of you are still in Berlin. You are well invited. I think there's a guest list, but we have also a small talk with Margarete in my ministry, and I think it's not a secret that I like her very much. I think she's a great politician, but we had a lot of things to discuss. And this is because not all the other European countries have the same amount of manufacturing and energy-intensive industries still on their soil. We will only be successful in decarbonizing our industrial sector if there's enough private capital for the investments we need. Companies need to be able to plan ahead. They also need governmental support, for example, via carbon contracts for difference. So this is what we're doing mainly with the steel industry and the chemical industry. The news in recent months about private sector investments in central forward-looking and transformative sectors gives us courage to believe that we are on the right track. So I think we already found an answer to the IRA. Just some examples, and it's not all of them, but some examples. Varta, BASF, and BMW are building battery cells in Bavaria, Brandenburg, Baden-Württemberg, investing a total of more than 700 million. Infineon invests 5 billion into the expansion of the chip factory in Dresden. ZF, Friedrichshafen, and Wolfspeed will also invest in microelectronics in Saarland. Rheinmetall has announced a hydrogen center of excellence in North Rhine-Westphalia, several hundred million euros and more than 1,000 jobs. And the US investment in Viessmann is also a sign of how attractive Germany and Europe are in the field of forward-looking and transformative sectors. On our path to delivering prosperity in a net zero world, we particularly need to address shortages in factors of production such as labor, especially skilled labor, capital, and technology. And we have to reduce the amount of bureaucracy, of course. That is what a modern and transformative supply side policy needs to focus on. So supply side policy, for some that rings a bell, but let me be clear, it's not about repeating the deregulation and privatization wave of the 1980s. Any modern supply side policy needs to tackle shortages in the labor market and incentivize advances in technology that will contribute to carbon neutrality. It needs to focus on providing equal opportunities and needs-based justice from day one on, and must not rely on trickle-down economies. Finally, it needs to keep a close eye on geopolitical developments and also requires a European dimension. Of course, you always need to think about where public funds can be spent most effectively. And we need sustainable public finances too, yes. However, this must not lead to fiscal or macroeconomic austerity, neither in Germany nor in Europe. On the contrary, we need massive and constant investment in climate neutrality, primarily from the private sector, but also from the public sector in order to leverage the private capital as much as possible. We need investment in renewables, energy efficiency, and carbon-free production methods. And we need to make the transformation socially compatible by providing adequate support where it is needed. This will help us modernize our prosperity and maintain our competitiveness in a net zero world. And we will make ourselves and our economy more geopolitically independent. Transformation, of course, needs security, but transformation also creates security. And the bigger picture, the backdrop, maybe also of this conference, is not only transformation in itself, it's not only climate action, it's not only decarbonization, it's also, due to the geopolitical shift, economic security policy. And this is what we are doing. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thank you very much to Minister Habeck, who has to leave now. Thank you very much for this introduction. He's a busy man transforming the German economy and industry, but we are now very lucky to welcome MARIANA MAZZUCATO to the stage. She has been, I think, a pioneer in spearheading a rethink of industrial policy, the role of the state, the role of the private sector, working together to actually make it happen. And I think it will be super interesting to listen now to your comments on the minister's speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we had different versions for this panel. So I just asked that I give a bit of an introduction, but it's not a proper talk. I guess I'm just saying. No PowerPoint, just a bit of a reflection on why we really need to move away from the old way of thinking. So it's not, I heard both in the first session, but again now that we need, of course we need the public sector, of course we need the private sector. That's obvious. We've known that for 50 years. The question is how. And I'm really taken by surprise how all over the world, including in Germany, we just kind of lack the confidence of how to actually talk about this. And I think that's really my call to action, that we need a completely new vocabulary, a new narrative, a new story of what we're even talking about. So I think this session is great because it is about transformation. But it's not about transformation via how much of public, how much of private, is it market, is it state? It's about transforming an economy so we actually have investment-led, innovation-led growth, and that along the way, we solve some incredibly important problems that we have. And of course, the minister just spoke very eloquently, as he always does, about the huge challenges that the world has faced, that Germany has faced since the Ukraine war, but of course also the supply chain problem, which was much before, due to COVID-19. And so all those different problems, and then we think about the Sustainable Development Goals, right? Which every country, including Germany, signed up to since 2015. There's 17 goals with 169 targets beneath them. What does it actually mean to put these problems around health, to be more prepared for the next pandemic, around climate, to have a proper energy transition, but also to really do it in a bold way that actually is about opportunities, not just about defensiveness. What does it mean to think about digital inclusion? So we have an inclusive form of growth and not one where, as we saw with COVID, that those who had access to the best technology did well in terms of their education, and those who didn't, didn't. So we had an increase in inequality during COVID. What does it mean to put all of these things, these problems, at the center of how we actually think about economic growth? So it's not about economic growth here, innovation here, investment there, and then our social problems on the other side. It's not about, using my old words, the entrepreneurial state here and the welfare state there, right? It's about actually bringing these things together so that the kind of growth we have is inclusive, it's sustainable, and it's problem-oriented. And that's my previous book. What I did was I kind of unpacked the Apollo program and said we would never get to the moon today. Never. Because the kind of language that was used back then was not one that I heard this morning. It was not about how do we incentivize business? How do we crowd in business? It was about, this is a hard, hard problem. We're going to do it because it's hard, not because it's easy. We're going to need a lot of people in the public and private sector. We're going to need lots of different sectors, not just aerospace. We need nutrition, materials, electronics, software. They all have to innovate and transform, not for the sake of it. It's not transformation for the sake of transformation. It's transformation, collaboration, collective intelligence, a sexy word that sometimes we hear out there, in order to do something that is incredibly difficult, that requires welcoming uncertainty, not risk, uncertainty. And in doing so, it's not about one side de-risking the other, this kind of narrative that we've all bought into, the public sector de-risking the private sector. It's about both of them really sharing in the risks and also in the rewards. They were very clear in the NASA outfit that they weren't going to turn the space race into a gambling machine. They needed lots of private sector entities. It wasn't just public sector, but it was going to be really about collaboration. And how did they do that? The first thing they did was change the instruments they had, procurement. And we saw with COVID-19, when we have difficult problems, people remember, we have things like the Defense Production Procurement Act, different versions of it globally. Even Italy, where I'm from, we reminded ourselves that we can actually act quickly during a crisis. Italy, during the first month of COVID, when it really hit Lombardy in the north, managed to, in just 3 months, stop being 100% reliable on Chinese PPE, and to become 100% independent, with 137 Italian companies, small, medium companies, producing all of Italy's PPE, because they brought in this outcomes-oriented procurement. That's what NASA did to get to the moon. It was the first thing they did. They said, we're not going to get up there without changing the instrument. So they changed procurement from being just cost plus to being outcomes-oriented. It was like challenge-oriented procurement with incentives for quality and innovation. The second thing they did was to redesign their contracts as well. They realized that the contracts weren't clear on how are we actually going to share in this enterprise, and they put in no excess profits clauses. You'll like that, Isabella. No excess profits. In other words, what is excess? In excess of what you're doing, right? So a lot of the discussion also about energy price caps today and so on, it sometimes misses the point. The point is, when we have really difficult challenges, we should be sharing not just the risks, but also the rewards. And the fact they had no excess profits meant that NASA was very clear on its own role. It knew that it also had to invest. It knew that it also needed lots of private sector investment. Again, 400,000 people got us to the moon, but they wanted to make sure that the contracts were fair in terms of not in excess of what you're actually doing. And that required confidence in terms of what their role was, confidence of how value is created, confidence that it actually required not one side fixing market failures, not one side incentivizing the other, not one side enabling, but truly going after something incredibly difficult and making sure that the contracts, the design of the contracts ex ante, not ex post, as we seem to do everything today, already embedded that idea of kind of collaborative, collective intelligence. And along the way, what they ended up doing was they had this very clear procurement, which then required like 1,000 homework problems to be solved, right? So it wasn't about government top-down telling everyone what to do, but it was a very clear direction from government, getting to the moon and back, 1,000 homework problems that had to be solved, and it was those homework problems that ended up generating economic growth. So this wasn't about either going to the moon or do growth. It's not about either doing the SDGs or do growth. It's not about climate equity or do growth. It's how you actually embed in the contracts, whether it's intellectual property rights, whether it's design of a public-private collaboration around think of vaccine development, which we know is done very differently in different companies, whether it's about conditionality linked to different loan and grant programs. All of these are the interface between public and private actors. And the real attention should not be, are we going back to socialism? Is this about the market? Is it about the state? Is it about private? It's how do you actually organize this collaboration to be focused around a common purpose, right? Purpose orientation, and actually make sure that the design of the contracts themselves ex ante in a pre-distributive way include these issues of fairness, of equity, of justice, not because they are kind of outside as principles, but because that's the best way to actually collaborate. And one of the things also that they did was be very careful that for NASA to even know which private sector companies to work with, they had to be smart. If you become stupid, you won't even know which private sector companies to work with. You won't know how to write the terms of reference. So the same guy that changed procurement from being cost plus procurement towards fixed price, challenge oriented with incentives for innovation, his name was Ernest Brackett. He said, and if we continue to outsource our own brain inside NASA, we're going to end up getting captured by brochuremanship. So they didn't have the McKinsey PowerPoints at the time. They had sexy brochures that companies would bring in. And he said, this is a problem. If we stop ourselves doing and learning by doing, and really also being confident of our role in this collective intelligence, ultimately, we're not going to know what we're doing. We're going to lose what management theorists today would call of capacity. And that's why the German edition of my new book, The Big Con, why we wrote this book, which is we actually, my PhD student and I actually looked into that and looked globally at just how much governments have not taken that warning of Ernest Brackett back in the 1960s. That the big challenges that we have, whether it's the space race, whether it's health pandemics, whether it's climate issues, whether it's digital, whether it's all the sustainable development goals, as ambitious as they are, and the targets beneath them, need government capacity, government intelligence, government capability in order to work well with the private sector, to collaborate, to get what we got going to the moon, which was camera phones, foil blankets, baby formula, software, all different solutions to problems that government very confidently set out. It didn't micromanage, set out the clear mission, organized the instruments, which then crowded in business, but in order to solve problems that were required. And those solutions to those problems is what actually got us a wave of massive investment-led growth, and it led to competitiveness, all the things that we care about today. So I think there's a bit of confusion when we say transformational supply side. I don't even know all the acronyms there. It's just about, you know, it's about organizing public and private in a purpose-oriented. By calling it supply side, we also forget that on the demand side, if along the way you're not paying workers properly, for example, they're not going to have money even to buy the products. That's a whole other conversation. But Keynes, of course, was very clear on that we need to be thinking both about the supply in a Schumpeterian way, both about the demand in a Keynesian way, but how we actually then design the instruments in hand really matters. And I think it gets a bit confusing thinking about a supplier, you know, a supply side transformative agenda. One of the things that I have found very interesting in Germany is that since we've had the Energiewende here in Germany, and I know it's not perfect, but it was a very strong vision, whether it was actually a mission or not, we can talk about later, it ended up then requiring a change in how institutions operated. And I think that's the big question. What does it mean, for example, for a loan program from a public bank, whether it's a national public bank like the KfW, or these multilateral development banks, which are very important for us being able to tackle the SDGs? What does it mean to actually build in conditionality in those loan programs? And so we heard about incentives today. I think the word incentive sometimes, you know, it's a bit it's a weak term. Conditionality also sometimes raises alarm bells because we know the old conditionalities of the past from the World Bank and the IMF and a lot of kind of rebellion against those kinds of conditions. But these are about the conditions of the future. It comes back to that idea of designing in the contracts in an ex-ante way, a symbiotic and not a parasitic relationship between public and private. It's not about guarantees, subsidies, conditionless loans. How do you embed within a loan program what, for example, the KfW did here, where the loans to the steel industry were conditional on the steel sector, which I heard you talk about this morning, lowering its material content. You don't tell the sector what to do and how to do it. That kills innovation. That's top-down micromanaging. But you set a challenge and you make that challenge embedded in the contract. And it's because of that that Germany, but also Sweden, have some of the greenest steel in the world. It's not because they went to Davos to talk about stakeholder value and purpose. It's because they had to actually reduce the material content in order to actually benefit from a public program. And I think if you look at the CHIPS Act, that's actually quite new for the US to be going down that route. So this is close to 400 billion in government money being given to a chip manufacturer, so semiconductor firms, conditional though, that they don't then just use the profits that are generated from this collective contribution to just buy back their shares. So there's conditionality on share buybacks. Not a bad idea in a phase of capitalism where we've seen over 7 trillion, that's 12 zeros, dollars been used just to buy back shares, share prices, stock options go up, and executive pay. There's conditions on working conditions, worker pay. There's conditions on, increasingly, they're starting to embed some of this on energy efficiency. They haven't really turned it completely into, say, green procurement, but they are, there's conditionality around the energy use for the semiconductor companies. They've also included in issues around childcare, which in the US is very problematic because we don't actually have a proper welfare state. Some people say that that just became too long of a list, right? That it just almost became a social spending instead of an innovation policy. I think that's the wrong question. The question is, how do you actually get the right conditionalities in? You don't want a huge shopping list, but to make sure that we don't get what we got with the IT revolution, which was huge amounts of public money, and we ended up socializing risks and privatizing rewards. How do we socialize rewards? There's all sorts of different ways to do it, and that kind of designing of a big public program to make sure that the public actually benefits from that just raises all sorts of questions. And of course, that should have been done with vaccine development. With COVID, the mission, if we use the word mission, was not to just get a bunch of vaccines. It surely was to vaccinate the world, right? It was a global pandemic. That should have been the mission. We failed drastically on that. We have what Dr. Tedros, the head of WHO, the World Health Organization, calls vaccine apartheid. Why is that? Because we didn't embed in the ways to do business, the ways to produce those vaccines, exactly what I'm talking about. And you had some companies like AstraZeneca agreeing to share the knowledge, to keep the costs low, to also produce it in such a way that could actually be produced in the global south, and other companies like Pfizer, one of the most financialized companies in the world, refusing to do that. I'll stop here just to say that these are the questions. How do we actually go beyond the public-private in this abstract way and learn from the lessons on the ground, like the AstraZeneca versus Pfizer model of vaccine development, like a CHIPS Act versus the old US way of just handing out money to companies and hoping for the best, like the KfW example of putting conditions attached to a steel loan program. Steel globally is in trouble and asking for money. These are the questions of the future. So I really welcome this workshop because I think it's very important for thinking about how do we move beyond the old dichotomy, the old ideology, and to really do what Minister HABECK is talking about, which I think is very ambitious. How do we really create that new story, narrative, economic framing, so we have new forms of evaluation, whether we are achieving this symbiotic ecosystem or not. And I'll stop here so we can talk.
Yeah, let's talk. Well, great. Thank you. Great inputs. And Mariana, we had we had different versions of this panel, but in my version of the panel, you now will sit down here. And I also ask Philipp Steinberg on the stage. And I think he's just the right discussion partner for you after listening to you, Mariana, because not only he's the man that different ministers have called in whenever there was a crisis and that needed to be handled quickly and efficiently and transformatively, but also he's a big expert, what not everybody knows, in public procurement, because so he can, I think, respond to many of the points that you just made so eloquently. And so, yeah, to pull you in, Philipp, we talked a little bit about transformative supply side economics. So I don't even know how the concept is being called in English, but you know, and Mariana said very eloquently, it's all about, well, setting the mission and then making sure that, well, you have a governance, procedures in place that allow the different players to work well together to achieve this transformation. So is this the kind of, well, the kind of policies that you're trying to put in place now? And does this also resonate with your experience and with your vision for public procurement in the process of this climate transformation that we're in? Climate policy transformation.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, this is what we are trying to do. I mean, Mariana, and obviously this was very eloquent and very spontaneous introduction. And I mean, yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, but as we say in Germany, you say the devil lies in the detail, and the question is, I mean, how to do it, what to do it. I mean, yes, I mean, it's good, and that indeed it wasn't so easy. It still isn't very easy sometimes that you use those instruments. Like procurement law, like a taxonomy, like free trade agreements. And I was the other day in Washington, and we had an interesting discussion at the German-American conference if in free trade agreements you should introduce environmental and social standards or not. There was some that say not everybody did agree with that, because they said it doesn't work. Then nobody. I mean, and there are some emerging countries who are reluctant. So still, therefore, I would say yes, that's the way forward, and indeed we can use carrots, we can use sticks. We should actually identify the instruments, and then I mean we try. Minister HABECK has tried to use this buzzword. I mean, this is transformative supply side economics, transformative Angebotspolitik. Just to say, okay, I mean, we are not only throwing money at the economy. It's not only about the big numbers. It's also about supply side things. And if you say, and obviously we would totally agree that there is no contradiction, or it's not that we oppose those two sides. We should need to think them together. Still, I mean, I think there's a tendency that's maybe a bit provocative, but on the left side, on the progressive side of the spectrum, to mainly focus on the demand side policies, and on the liberal side on supply side policies. And we exactly want to bring this together. And therefore, I mean, it wasn't me, therefore I can say it, Sven Giegold and so on came up with this buzzword and saying, okay, let's call it transformative supply side economics and bring it together.
Thank you, Philip. And Mariana, one thing I would like to bring into this discussion, because I mean, of course, coming from the OECD, your idea of setting also standards and then guiding the private sector that way, that resonates a lot. But also a lot of money is being spent, or tax support is involved, and that's needed in order to tackle this whole transformation. But what about multilateral cooperation, and as it is often dubbed, the level playing field? So how to make sure that countries work together, have a common vision about standards to set, goals to achieve, in order to avoid that some people fear now that there would be a race for subsidies. How to work together in a, well, increasingly difficult geopolitical landscape also.
Sure. So thank you, and very interesting comments. One thing that when we say, how to work together, it's important to also realize just how different we are, not just in terms of countries, that's obvious, but in terms of what we even mean by the private sector. So in Germany, like in some other countries, for example, in Scandinavia, you have what is often referred to as stakeholder corporate governance. You actually have things like trade unions on the board of your companies. I'm from Italy. You don't have to go to America to realize how weird things are. In Italy, we have no trade unions on any of our companies, right? So that's a different form of corporate governance. So I think before asking how do we collaborate, I think we need to ask what have we learned globally, the lessons, kind of what works, what doesn't. There's different ways to govern companies. There's different ways to govern public institutions, and there's different ways to govern the public-private relationship. And I think we need to answer that question first, because otherwise we go right to the really hard thing, which is to get countries to actually collaborate. And by the way, that is incredibly important for reasons that I also just mentioned, that when we have then global crises like a health pandemic, if we don't know how to globally collaborate, we get something like vaccine apartheid, which looked great, all these companies investing, governments putting money in, and then we massively failed on the collective good, on the common good, right? but you can look at that also in different ways. So I think something that should be very much more highlighted in the German debate than is what have you learned about how to, what works, the strengths, the weaknesses of corporate governance here. I feel like you shy away from it. And I say you, sorry, I don't feel like I'm pointing to anyone in particular, but this debate doesn't really resonate. Like, it's not something you bring to the table that you're either proud of or not. And I think it's the debate. The Business Roundtable talks about it, led by people like Larry Fink, saying, oh my God, we've screwed up. We've ended up, not, if you want, giving back to the communities. They talk about a stakeholder value, that, making sure that workers benefit along the way. Why is that important? Just look at the data. The labor share of global income is at the lowest it's ever been. The profit share is at the highest it's ever been, not because capital became super intelligent and is earning back its marginal productivity, but there's all sorts of different ways in which value has been extracted away from the labor share, which is not the subject of today, so I won't go into that. But that's critical to this debate, right? Because that's how the devil is in the detail. Is not just about the details of procurement, it's the details of how do we make sure that any of these programs truly benefit the most people, right? Instead of, again, the socialization of risk, privatization of rewards. So on the global collaboration, I just came back a couple of days ago from Nairobi. I was asked by the Secretary General of the UN to accompany him to what's called the Chief Executive Board meeting, where he and the Deputy SG have all the different UN agencies in the room. And myself and Tarman Shangmutaran from Singapore were asked to be the provocateurs. And that's the question they're asking, right? Again, coming back to the SDGs. Those are the problems that we have promised the world to collectively go after. We shouldn't reinvent that wheel. Are we actually progressing towards them? The answer is no. And there's going to be an SDG summit this year at the UN General Assembly on that. So that then requires asking why. And I think the answer why is that we have not treated them as urgently as we treat war. When we have a war, we've seen it. Just look at how much money Germany, out of the blue, created for the war effort, after having just said there is no money to do other things. When we treat something as urgent, we create money. And obviously some countries can't create money. Those that can do. Those that can also find ways to put it off balance sheet, right? There's all sorts of ways and tricks of the trade that's done. Those that can also then create finance that's purpose oriented. That example that I gave of the KfW towards a problem. It wasn't just giving money out to steal. So that issue of how do we look at these global problems and think of global ways to create the finance to go after those problems and make sure that the national governments are doing their part, but working alongside our multilateral institutions, which then we should give them ability to help direct the problem. So the World Health Organization on health, the different equivalents around climate and so on, and allow them to really help coordinate the different governments, but then to create the finance that's actually required. And currently that's not happening. There's, I think the total of public banks, and KfW again is one, is 2.5 trillion of global finance. The multilateral development banks, the total, I want to say, I can't remember actually, do you know? 500 billion, I think it is. So currently there's no coordination between them. It's just money. Money being, I sometimes say, pissing in the wind. Just spray the money around and hope for the best. So I think the devil is in the detail question means when you have that kind of money, and then you look at sovereign wealth funds, you look at hoarded cash in the private sector, what would it look like? Not through a central planner, we don't have that, but by really using the UN General Assembly or COP28 or these other meetings that seem to happen every year, and the usual suspects, including many in this room, show up to really ask what does it mean to actually coordinate our efforts in a mission-oriented way, having a division of innovative labor between countries, but making sure that the contracts work, because otherwise we get the equivalent of vaccine apartheid, whether it's for chips or for others. So one thing that looks good for one country actually screws over another.
Thank you very much, Mariana. And I think I want to pick up Mariana's first point, where she said, well, if you look at your corporate governance or the general governance of the economy, perhaps also, what have you learned? So you have worked on steering the economy through the COVID crisis. now through the energy crisis, and ahead of us or we're in the midst of transforming the economy to climate neutrality. What works in this governance system with this corporate, let's call it corporatist capitalism in some ways? What has worked for you? What can you use for the climate transformation? And are there hurdles, things that you would like to change collectively to get there more easily?
Yeah, I mean, I think, Mariana, I would slightly disagree. I mean, I think with one point, not everything, just with one point. I mean, I think in Germany, I mean, the collective system, the collective bargaining system, social partners and so on, that's something, I mean, some even say in every Sunday speech, actually, this is being put on the agenda, and there's a lot of acclaim for that. So I mean, I think this is something in Germany, I mean, we are quite proud, and rightly so, of course. I mean, this is being used a lot, actually, and I mean, social partners were very, as always, very pragmatic in the crisis, actually, in order to support that. I mean, with very flexible approaches. So, I mean, what have we learned throughout those crises? I mean, every crisis has, of course, particularities and some things you can generalize. I mean, I would say it's I mean, obviously there always is a mission. In every crisis there was a mission. Obviously, fight Corona, now the energy crisis or the Ukrainian war with the effects on the energy side, also on the transformation in many ways, having contrary effects. But I would argue in the long run, really accelerating the transformation, because yes, we are doing some things which are problematic in the short run, like fuel switch, bringing in coal fire plants and so on again. But at the same time, we are massively speeding up, like the green transformation of the economy, really speeding up, kickstarting the rollout of renewables. And this is something I think we have learned, that obviously this is something that has been said very often, but now we are really doing it, speeding up permitting, speeding up planification procedures, really looking at our regulatory framework, actually to make it more flexible, without, and I would stress that point, without, of course, neglecting social and environmental aspects, because this is very much at the center of a transformative agenda. So basically, I think what we have learned, we need to become more agile, we need to become quicker, and we can be quick. I mean, this is really, I mean, a bit, obviously, yeah, we are a bit affected by that, because we are still in a crisis. We are still in the energy crisis, and it was quite interesting, let's put it like that, when we sat with international FSRU owners, energy company people, public sector officials from other countries there, and they really looked at us and said, oh, this is really, I mean, you're really quick. We couldn't be as quick. And I was just in the States. Permitting is really the big thing in the United States, where they say our permitting processes are far too slow. What can we learn from Germany? This was something I was a bit surprised, actually. I mean, so yeah, so it's being agile, being quick, actually implementing this collaborative approach. Mariana has talked about having very much like the transformative agenda at the heart of it, and not, being like hampering actually some kind of economic efficiency paradigm also.
Right. Yeah, and Mariana, to pick up on this, but so you're in Germany. I think you're also going to go to the parliament, and you argued very eloquently. There's not, well, that's goals are clear, sustainable development goals, but then countries have to work together, and they get together a lot to talk in order to set the right, use the right instruments, coordinate a little bit on standards and what they want to achieve on the way. So what's the I don't know, the message you would like to give Germany, Philipp, perhaps within the EU? How can they work with other partners in order to do this, in order to make sure that these meetings are not only talking about the common goal, but also getting closer to implementing it together in a collaborative way?
I mean, there's no one lesson, but I think like, I really believe in learning from what happens. So one example that have found really interesting is how Denmark, a tiny, tiny country, it's very small, is today the #1 provider of high-tech green digital services to China, which is spending over 3 trillion on greening its whole manufacturing base, right? Lowering, again, the material content of things like steel, like Germany has. That requires, for example, a whole digital ecosystem around it. And little tiny Denmark is doing it. So it's not just about how can we collaborate together, but how can we see each other's challenges as opportunities for investment and innovation. And if you look at where that competence came from in Denmark, it came from actually having very bold ambitions, for example, for Copenhagen to be the greenest city in the world. And you look at what's actually happened in Copenhagen, many have written about it. It meant then that all the different levers, not just procurement, became funnels through which, for example, the startup community could scale up. Because who cares about startups? Somehow people think they're really cool when they say the word startup. Like, oh, it must sound like I'm really young and funky because I say I like startups. Like, yeah, whatever. There's large companies, there's small companies, there's medium companies, there's some companies that start up. Yeah, and so allowing those startups to scale up with a direction towards allowing, for example, a city to be one of the greenest in the world is then what actually allowed those startups to be relevant. They scaled up, and if you look at, again, all the different instruments that Denmark used, it wasn't just the state doing everything, but there was lots of different types of public programs, and you ended up with a hub of small, young, kind of gazelle-type companies servicing both their own local, national priorities, like getting their manufacturing, again, to be green, but also the services that their large companies needed, like Vestas. And because it was coordinated in a dynamic, agile, flexible way, it ended up producing this incredible hub of innovation that both attracts capital in Denmark in terms of that expertise, but also services one of the countries in the world that is spending the most, investing the most on greening its economy. So, and I think all these stories we then need to unpack. Well, what does that then mean? And I think for me, because I just see this, again, I said lack of confidence in the room. I often say that I walk in as an economist and I come out as a life coach. I'm like, come on, get a deal, get the right deal. I do think that kind of increasing the capacity or administrative capacity to know what it means actually to steer such a complex process like that. And I know that you have your own challenges with the consultification of your government, not just in the defense sector. And I don't want to just obsess with the McKinsey-fication of our economies, or some people say the McKinsey-fuckation of our economy. Sorry, I guess. But anyway, that's part and parcel of the same problem. It's not like, oh, let's talk about public administration, or let's talk about the energy transition, or let's talk about the SDGs. All of this is about strengthening the word that we heard today, the resilience of our economy, not just through a targeted policy, but really rethinking and strengthening the governance structures. And I think something that would be really cool, precisely because you're right, you do have, the social partners at the table. What would it mean to actually start to have metrics as ambitious as what ESG tries to be? We know there's some greenwashing there, but still it exists and it is transforming the financial landscape for the system, right? So ESG, environmental, social governance targets within companies, are trying to get companies to be held accountable, also in terms of reporting, mainly in the E. I think the S and G are weaker. But what would it look like to have something equivalent for how companies, public entities, and others, there's also philanthropies in different spaces, think of the Gates Foundation and health, how they work together? Do we even have any clue what the difference is between a parasitic and a symbiotic ecosystem looks like? If you talk to a biologist, they don't bullshit when you say the word ecosystem. They're like, oh, what? Whereas we do, right? We say innovation ecosystem or public-private partnership as though it's a good thing. Think of partnerships in your love life. They're not all good, right? A lot of things go wrong. So why do we think that public-private partnership is neutral and is a good thing? What kind of partnership? What kind of ecosystem? Literally, what does a symbiotic, mutualistic ecosystem look like in vaccine development versus a predator-prey parasitic ecosystem? And biologists have answers in their world. I think, economists and politicians and civil society should be thinking about that, because that's what makes the difference. And I do think that, that really, really matters. And that's the detail, the devil in the detail, that I'm more interested in, because I think otherwise we're always going to be in a redistributive mode. And if you can get this stuff done pre-distributively, in terms of how we work together, we're going to have less problems in the end to pick up the mess on, and we can really go away from being just in the market fixing mode. We talked about market failures this morning, towards a much more clear market shaping, market co-creation, because we're thinking about what are we even trying to achieve in the first place.
That's a great input, and I want to pick up on it. Philipp, I know you've worked a lot on trying to find the right metrics and indicators to show how the economy benefits or does not only result in something called GDP, but also general welfare, and how difficult it is. So I'm not going to ask you to tell us how you think you could develop metrics, but it's a great idea to basically be able to look into the how well the governance of a whole system works. But the other points that Mariana made in terms of Denmark, what can we learn from them? But also your trip to the United States you just mentioned. So you do, of course, meet other countries, you work within the European Union. So in order to get this done, it's obviously very complex. It depends a lot on how the governance work. How useful is it, one, to talk to partners and try to understand how they're solving things, and how important is it? Does it promote collaboration, and does it also help you to think about how to actually get it done well?
Well, I mean, I think it's both. I mean, first we need to understand each other, of course. We need to understand how other countries tackle common problems. That is important. But then, of course, it's really useful if you have common work streams. If you work collectively on solving those, obviously, those problems actually, which only can be solved, external effects and so on, boundaries with collaboration. But you have to really have concrete work streams. I mean, the United States in Washington, it's very clear. They are very picky, actually, to whom they talk to, it, regardless on what level, because they say, we don't just want to explain the world, we don't just want to explain the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, but we actually want to work with you on how to solve the problems. And obviously, our message was very clear. We are very happy that the United States are back on the good side. Second, but of course, we welcome their policies, but of course we are a little bit anxious about certain elements of it. That is quite clear. And I mean, benchmarking is always good. Best practice is always good, but obviously every country has an own governance system and our own traditions. You cannot just implement it. And I mean, as far as obviously for the transformation of the economy, of course, there are all those huge figures floating around, and we all agree, Mariana has said it, that it's private and public money, and public money is to leverage private money. That's all okay. We always keep on mentioning, and I think Robert just made the point as well, that it's not about a subsidy race. But it's a bit difficult actually, because obviously the Infineons and TSMCs come around and tell us, okay, we just come from Washington and they give us 5 billion. So what about you? So it's a bit tricky actually on the ground. But still, obviously, this is very helpful, and you have to make alliances, and you have to actually strengthen each other. But I would like to just try, for the sake of it, maybe for provocation as well. I mean, yes, it's about collaboration, and I don't know, maybe the supply side, demand side opposition is old school things. I don't know. Still, I mean, if you talk about transformation of the German economy, and that's the topic of this panel, I mean, it's about demand side, managing the transformation, putting enough money into the system. We can talk about if that's the case. But I mean, one of the severely constraining factors right now are rather supply side factors. It's like to find enough skilled labor actually for doing all this, the wind turbines, of course the heat pumps and all that. That's a major bottleneck. Also, I mean, just to have enough production capacity for all those heat pumps. We don't have to talk about Fissmann and wind turbines. I mean, and this is really like how to incentivize, how to create a framework then we are talking about education again. We are talking about, obviously, about social partners, encouraging them actually to qualify enough workers in order to do those jobs. So it's a lot about those elements. And yes, it's also about interest rates. It's also about incentivizing demand and so on. But we have done that. So I just would like to make this point and ask you to favorably consider a transformative supply side approach as well.
Yeah, Mariana, we're almost at the end, but of course, do comment on this. And I just want for basically to wrap it all up, I would like to have your vision also as a scholar, because you said we all agree that we do need a lot of money to make this happen. And you said it's very important how to do it, the governance. Do we need much more analysis about this, how things work? Will it, when you put money, when the state puts money into something, will it be captured? How should it be done to set the incentives right? But also, yeah, do please comment on the supply side and the skilled shortages. So where are in your view, can you say that the hurdles are either on the one side or the other? Here and in other countries?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. And first of all, economics, as you know, is not like nuclear physics. Well, my father's a nuclear physicist, so I shouldn't bring that up. But, it's like, it's not only 30 years away, we don't have 30 years to wait, but also there's like kind of hardcore science behind it. Economics likes to pretend it's a hardcore science, but actually it's a social science. And there's all sorts of different opinions and debates about these questions. There's no one answer, and we should be humble, try to learn from each other. I don't agree, for example, with some of the analysis by very high-level scholars in the United States that are saying that inflation today in the United States is due to all this printing of the money. The real question is, when you print money, as I already mentioned, we print money all the time when there's a war. We printed money for the Apollo program. We printed money for the COVID recovery. How do you do it in such a way that expands productive capacity? Because as long as you're expanding productive capacity in the economy, then there's no reason that this printing of the money should necessarily increase inflation. Forget what the source of the current inflation is, right? Which is, we know, it's not demand-led. It is due to these different supply-side constraints. It is due to the excess profits in particular sectors like energy, food, and so on. But even now, given that we have these reactions, will this government investment that we need, that we talk about for the green transition, for health, for the digital divide, for the SDGs, but also for the immediate crisis, create inflation? And the answer is neither yes or no. It depends. If you just hand out money, helicopter money, and throw it down on earth, it will cause inflation. If you do it smartly, through a smart industrial strategy that is, and I'm not just banging my own horn here, but it's mission-oriented, meaning that it's clear in what the problems are, and you get as many different sectors to work together, but that they have to transform, they have to invest, they have to innovate. You don't just give out a subsidy because you're help, I'm steel, I need help. No, what will you do? What will mining in Chile do? What will the oil sector do? What will the cement sector do? So by actually having this kind of what I call conditionality, that requires investment, it requires innovation, it requires training. The whole just economic transition proposal requires training in the workforce so that people aren't left behind. If you do this well, ultimately you will increase productivity because it actually requires, again, investment in the workforce instead of just leaving behind those workers in the industries that fall down. So I think that's the issue. And so by just saying, do we need more analysis, and do we, need to be careful that an increase in public investment might cause inflation? This, by the way, is the big debate right now in the US with people like Larry Summers saying, hold off, don't put too much public money in, it's going to cause inflation again. It really requires us, again, to just go to that other level, not just at the macro level, at the meso level, and make sure we're structuring all these different levers, grants, loans, subsidies, guarantees, bailouts. Look at what France did during the COVID bailout or the COVID recovery. They created conditions so both Air France and Renault had to commit to reducing their carbon emissions in order to get 1 penny out of the government. In England and in the UK, we just gave 600 million to EasyJet, no conditions attached. So conditions shouldn't really be a stick. They should be a lever through which we create that transformation. And I like the word transformation. I think the reason I don't like the supply side of it is, of course, we need supply side. And if we do this right, it will create a supply side. revolution, but pretending it's about supply, not other stuff, misses the point. And the reason I don't like the word leveling the playing field, which you mentioned before, is that again, misses the point. If we have a goal, we better tilt the playing field in that direction, not by choosing one sector to support, one type of firm to support, the old picking winners problem, but we need to be picking the willing. You don't pick winners, you pick the willing, and you use all the different levers, including tax, to reward those that are willing to move with you in that direction. Tax, by the way, there's all this talk now about getting a minimum, a corporate tax. Most companies don't even pay that. What they really care about are things like capital gains tax. And there's so little movement on this. The current system we have of taxation globally is rewarding millisecond trades. It's not rocket science that we need something like a financial transaction tax globally, but also at the national level, we need to be rewarding long-term investments. We shouldn't be taxing material less than we tax labor. There's all sorts of ways that you can incentivize long-run innovation investments, but that's, again, just one of the many tools. And by the way, one of the dangers of the US model right now is that to get it through Congress, and it's a total of about 5 trillion is what the US is spending, if you look at all the different things they've done in the last 3 years, is that they've mainly done it through the tax code, because that's how they got it through the Republicans. And the problem there, at least in my world, I study innovation policy, usually when you do it through tax and also through different types of incentives, you end up increasing profits, because that's what you've basically done. You've decreased the cost of something, so your profits go up. Whether it actually creates additionality, meaning getting investment to happen that wouldn't have otherwise happened, at least in the sectors I've looked at, has actually required a very smart mix of direct government investments and indirect through tax incentives, but the latter tend to be icing on the cake. You don't get business wanting to do the crazy things they weren't willing to do otherwise by just incentivizing through the tax code. So that's a big open question on whether it's actually going to create a transformation in the US or just increase even more the profit share of US capital.
Yeah, thank you, Mariana. I think those are great closing remarks. And the way I understand the mandate you're giving us is that we have to tilt the playing field so that supply and demand and all relevant players run towards the sustainable development goals. I think this debate was, really did justice to the vision that the minister laid out, and I, for one, learned a lot. I think it will give us great inputs for the afternoon. Thank you, Philipp. Thank you, Mariana. And I'll give, it's probably lunch break now, no? So I'll, thank you.
Many thanks, Nicola, Philipp, Mariana, for this very good discussion, passionate discussion in the midst of what we are talking about the whole day. If you want to stay, and all of you, we will have now lunch. I'm not exactly sure where, but outside there. Enjoy, and we will reconvene at 1:30. Thank you. So, hello and welcome back after this lunch break. And for those who aren't here online, we had some exciting lunch break outside on the terrace, and there's sun in Berlin, and it's quite warm, so it's quite funny to have this lunch break. And we will now get to our afternoon program. We have talked about the energy system and the need to renew the energy system to make it more resilient, which is one part of the big issues, the big challenges which came out of the crisis of the recent years. Another big issue and another big question in Germany is what has the energy crisis and how much the energy crisis has hit the German industry and what will come out of it. What will the new industry look like? And we're very happy to have this short discussion now to give an overview of recent insights on exactly this question. And I will again hand over to Cécile, who has accepted to moderate this session from Le Monde. Please, Cécile.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I think everyone is here. Thank you for joining us for this short discussion, after lunch short discussion. For those, who are not there this morning, Cécile Boutlet, I'm the economic correspondent for the newspaper Le Monde in Germany. And I have been working a lot for the last months on industrial issues, very interesting theme, also with a European perspective. So let me introduce you our two panelists, Yannick Steitz, co-director of the think tank Dezernat Zukunft, where he works on the macroeconomic implications of the green transformation. You are presenting and analyzing this today, this afternoon, which we will discuss afterwards. Welcome to you. And Michael Hüter, we don't need to introduce you. You are the director of the famous Colon Economic Issue. Thank you for being with you this afternoon. We start with your presentation, Mrs. Steitz. You have the floor. You have the microphone.
All right. Cécile, thank you very much for the introduction. Thomas and the team of the new forum, thank you very much for the invitation. We have the slides as well. Perfect. I have the pleasure to kick off this afternoon session now with a short input on a very controversial topic, the global energy transition and how the transition may affect the competitiveness of energy-intensive industries in Germany. And I will present some of the work we currently do at Dezernat Zukunft. Let's dive right into it. We have heard it already this morning by Minister HABECK. The manufacturing sector is really the bedrock of the export-driven industrial model of Germany. And as you can see on the left side of the chart, manufacturing real output is remarkably stable over the last 3 decades. And as the minister pointed out, that's quite a difference to how it developed in other European countries and advanced economies. But since 2018, manufacturing output, and you can see that already, is on a slight downward trend, and energy-intensive industries in particular have been affected quite badly. And on the right chart, you can see the production index of various energy-intensive industries, and the red line is the aggregate energy prices come down a little bit. As a consequence of these developments, and also fueled by the US and the Inflation Reduction Act, there is really this specter of deindustrialization now in Germany. And the government considers to implement now a really generous subsidy scheme for energy-intensive industries, and want to put this a little bit in perspective and abstract from the very short-term things that are going on in the context of the energy crisis, and ask the question, how energy-intensive industries actually be in Germany in the long run, and what economic implications can that have for the German economy? Now, what we have done is we have teamed up with Frontier Economics and EW Köln Consult, and we estimated long-run baseload electricity and hydrogen costs for industrial production. And on that basis, we looked at, okay, how can these energy costs, long-run energy costs, feed through to the cost of production of energy-intensive industries? And you can see here on the left figure, our estimates for electricity. We did the calculation for Germany, and then a number of renewables-rich countries, US, Chile, Morocco, Norway, Spain, the United Arab Emirates. And what you can see, I've marked Germany with this red cycle. Germany ranks very poorly, both in 2030 and in 2045. In fact, the cheapest possible German baseload electricity generation will have on average a cost premium of close to 50% and up to 80% compared to the cheapest countries, that is Australia and Chile in our data set. And for hydrogen, the cost differences are also significant, although a little bit lower. It's 20% on average compared to the other countries, and up to 55% compared to the cheapest, which here is Australia. Now, the question is, how do these potential long-run differences in energy costs really feed through to energy-intensive production costs? And what we have done is we calculated the production costs of carbon-free energy-intensive products for steel, for aluminium, for ethylene, and for ammonia. And we compare 4 cases. A base case, which is full domestic production, with 3 relocation cases. The first relocation case is domestic production with imported hydrogen. The second relocation case is domestic production with the import of an intermediate. And then the third relocation case is full relocation and import of the basic material. And what you see here on these charts are relocation savings of these relocation cases relative to the base case. And as you can see, the highest relocation savings can be seen in the third case, full relocation across all these energy-intensive verticals. Now, the second relocation case also yields quite high savings, the import of intermediates. And the first case, domestic production with imported hydrogen, is actually more expensive for most countries compared to domestic production. In terms of magnitude, we're talking about differences in the product prices of energy-intensive products of between 20 and 40% in the long run, 40 for aluminium, and then between 20 and 25% for steel and the chemical products. So the question now is, what does it mean for energy-intensive industries in Germany? Are they doomed to relocate? Is deindustrialization definitely happening in the long run? And the simple answer is, no, it's not that easy. Energy costs are one factor of many that determine the competitiveness of manufacturing sectors. And there is, in fact, a number of factors that we have not been able to quantify, and these include, for example, cluster synergies, network effects, and the availability of infrastructure. What we have done, though, is to better understand how mid and downstream segments of the industrial value chains will react. And what we have done is we conducted a number of interviews with mid and downstream customers from the construction sector, from the auto sector, from the pharma sector. And we also conducted more than 100 interviews and conducted a telephone survey to really understand how would these mid and downstream actors, so the customers of energy-intensive industries, how would they react to price increases and relative cost differences in energy-intensive products. And while we haven't fully evaluated the results yet, we're in the process of the third wave of the interviews. What is becoming already clear is that there isn't a lot of room to push through costs in the mid and downstream segments of these value chains, and that these actors actually respond quite sensitively to relative energy price differences. Let me conclude with just what does it mean for policy, very, very briefly. I think what the analysis shows very well is that upstream energy-intensive industries will become less competitive as the transition proceeds. At least there's evidence that it could go this direction. And as a consequence, if we really want to protect these energy-intensive industry as the bedrock of the German economy, it could get very, very expensive. There may be, however, speed spots for selective relocation protection, and these may be targeted less on the first upstream energy-intensive parts of the value chains, but more on the mid and downstream parts of the value chains. And in fact, it's these parts that are also a lot more value creating and labor intensive. For example, in the metals industry, roughly 80% of the jobs sit in the mid segment of the value chain and not in the upstream segment of the value chain. And yeah, I think in the interest of time, I'll skip the third point, but we'll talk about the policy implications in more detail. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yannick States, for this presentation, and I will hand over Hüter. What do you think about that analysis?
Many thanks for inviting me, Thomas Fricke, and organizing this wonderful discussion today. If we are arguing in the fear of deindustrialization of Germany, first point is what is at stake. We have to understand that the German manufacturing sector is different structured than in most of the other European countries, for example. We have, let's say, 20% of GDP based in manufacturing, and in addition to that, 9% in the service sector, which is based on the net demand from industrial sector to the demand to the service sector. So we have a level of joint production, as we call it, of roughly 30%. It's even more than the 20% of manufacturing. That's the first point. The second is the German model is globally integrated, as we all know, to the export ratio, which came from 36% in 1995 to almost more than 70% just now. 70% just now, and it's regionally balanced, because manufacturing is based more or less in all regions of the German economy. It's also different to the other European economies. What do we know about the investment activity? Just know the overall, since last year, the investment activity in the manufacturing sector is sluggish. It's weak. The high level of insecurity about the situation after the Russian war against Ukraine. That's the first. The second is we see for a lot of years disinvestment in the energy intensive sectors, which are also reacted on the high level of energy price we had in Germany before. And we have some first information about disinvestment here, or real allocation, or starting investment, next investment abroad. But it's more or less anecdotal evidence up to now, because even such an investment activity needs some time. Second point, what are the threats to German location? Energy prices are already discussed. It's quite important to see that this is only one factor of the supply side conditions. So what's also important is regulation, taxation, and infrastructure. If we see, for example, this, from the Mannheim Institute, and Achim Wambach is there, the last ranking of advanced economies, and right, Germany was on the last of the fourth last place. So it's not very favorable conditions overall in all the other respects. And we should not forget the demographic aging, which is really a threat to the German location. Since from 2025 onwards, we will have a shrinkage of the employment potential. This will go on dramatically. In the end of this decade, 4.2 billion hours less will be worked if nothing else will happen. So we have to focus on the question which way we can create the employment background or backbone for the activity of transformation we want to do. And the crucial question, is my third and last point, is what's really better in third-party locations? What's really better in other locations around the world? And that is quite clear. It's the energy price situation and maybe different kind of subsidization. we discussed all the time since the beginning of the year about the Inflation Reduction Act. Inflation Reduction is a very favorable, very interesting scheme. It's based on tax credits. It's changed the in marginal perspectives the cost of your activity. And what I've heard from the business sector, it's even more important to have an OPEX-oriented subsidization instead of a CAPEX-oriented subsidization. So to say, get the money you want to for the investment, it's not a problem. How to run the business later on if you have the high energy prices as we saw. We should not forget, and that's the crucial point here, do we need energy-intensive industries in Germany? I can say, why should we bother? What's the problem for us? So 16% of jobs in manufacturing, 20% of value added are based in this, from manufacturing overall based in the energy intensive industries. 28% of companies with stable and high innovation are based there. So this is not only the starting point of sometimes the value chain we have, it's an important basis for employment, for value creation, and for innovation. And I think the crucial point for the future is that we're always discussing about the Schumpeter and creative destruction, but it's what we see before us. It's a transformation of the system we have. So it's not comparable to in such a way creative destruction. It's formative reconstruction, so to say. And therefore, it's not asking for the new big innovation or basic innovation that will help us. We have to use digitalization for decarbonization, it's quite clear. But our perspective have to be on our, coming from our past dependencies of economic development, in which way manufacturing may hold the basis for economic activity in the future, that we have there's a need for new design. In traditional discussions, we had the vertical and horizontal industrial policy approach. The traditional approach in France was to focus on some sectors, some branches, give some subsidization to them. The German approach was more or less in its horizontal perspective. But now we need industrial policy for decarbonization with a very clearly defined time horizon, 2045 or 2050, whatever you may. But in German climate law is quite clear on that. It's industrial policy with a clearly defined time horizon. That's new. And some can add, we should also work on industrial policy for strategic autonomy. It's also a motive for discussing about what should we do here, what could be done abroad. So from this side, I would say we need an interaction between the traditional supply side orientation of politics, better infrastructure, better regulation, affordable tax system or a competitive tax system, and the question in which way we can tackle for the medium term the transformation period until 2030 or 2035 about the energy costs we have. And that is just what we heard beginning of the end of last week about the paper from the German Ministry of Economics and Climate Action to offer a subsidization for the energy price for the energy incentive sectors. I would say this is an argument we should focus on because this is a kind of OPEX subsidization that may help. It's not easy to design when maybe the incentives are, maybe not very, very simple to declare, but in the end of the day, I would say that for our perspective, there's really a need for a new design of industrial policy, combination of the traditional German horizontal and a new kind of OPEX orientation.
Many thanks. Very interesting inputs. I would like to, I would like maybe to stick on the idea. We don't have so much time as you and in the USA they are spending a lot of money for the transformation, and it's not only about the right idea, the right competence. It's also about being quick. And so I want to quote publication of the Law Institute about which for the first time quantifies the effect of the American Inflation Reduction Act on European industry. The effect seems to be already much greater than previously previously thought. And we have seen a series of investment in North America in recent weeks. Volkswagen Canada, rather than Wolfsburg, Bosch in California, hesitation of the Swedish company Northvolt. What do you think about that? Are we too slow in our effort to transformation, and should we be more less ideologic? I don't know. Have another start on the another method or on organization or the answer. What do you think?
First of all, I think it's for us very important that the American politics has changed orientation and they will invest in the decarbonization of the American economies. That's the first time that we see a more systematic approach. And together with the big programs Joe Biden started after he came into office in 2021, it has a very important effect on Germany, because the German economy had a higher growth in 2021, roughly 1% point, due to the high exports we could give to United States. And it's also true in the basis for the positive remark on the Inflation Reduction Act. We should second not forget this is an Inflation Reduction Act. So the purpose is to reduce the inflation pressure in United States. On the one hand, they will invest or subsidization of investment in new energy, renewable energy. On the other hand, they have also a tax hike. That's a minimum tax, and that's a stronger tax enforcement. So in the end, every year they would have a higher, this inflation reduction will bring more money to the state budget than it will bring money to the private sector. It should be quite clear. What I said also at the beginning, the instruments used, tax credit used. I think it's a good idea to have reasoning about that. It's easy handling, and you have a perspective for the medium term. And so this was the background for it's not so easy to calculate the effects in macroeconomic context, because then you have to know about the investments, you have to know the locations where they're in, and but we have also be aware that it may change after the next presidential election, because the regional design of this this Inflation Reduction Act is more in favor of the democratic governed states in the United States. We should not forget there's a political risk despite of that, but it makes clear also the United States will change.
A reaction?
Yeah, I mean, for me, the Inflation Reduction Act really is a bit of a Trojan horse, if you want. I mean, it looks like an Inflation Reduction Act, and yes, there's some tax increases in it, but they also have uncapped tax incentives, tax credits, which have been estimated by the Congressional Budget Office on the basis of a certain demand of these tax credits, and there is a lot of analysis, including the one that you mentioned from the Delors Center, that the demand is actually much higher. So this program could really turn out to be quite expensive. But yeah, I mean, the US really had to make up for the basically inexistence of climate policy over the last year. And from an economic perspective, it's definitely not efficient if you want, but there is no majority inside to have proper carbon taxation in the States, and so they follow really the subsidy approach now. And as Mr. Hüter mentioned, what is, I think, really strong there is the combination of CAPEX and OPEX support. And that's the interesting bit for organizations that are thinking now where to make their investments and if they should relocate or not. And I mean, we see the discussion in Germany and in Europe as well. We're debating carbon contracts for difference. We had this morning as one instrument of operational expenditure support. But I think in terms of the German and European response, what I find interesting is that we talk about, yes, we need to meet some of the incentives that are in the IRA. And then when you look at what the Commission proposed with the Net Zero Industry Act, we define, to me, some randomly looking targets for production values across the renewable value chains. And we do not back it up with any additional money. I mean, we're talking about a hydrogen bank to pay out operational expenditures. And I think the only thing that we have is 800 million for the first tender. I mean, that's frankly quite ridiculous. So yeah, I see that it can be challenging, but I would totally agree that from a global climate perspective, it's very welcome that this program exists now.
So I would now point on another speak to another point. We have only a few minutes. I wanted to speak about the case Wisman. We already talked about that, and we speak about transformation. It's about markets. It's about growth. It's about production. And Max Wisman told everyone, yeah, it's a good thing to sold the company to an American partner to get a critical size to be competitive. But on the other hand, many regret that Germany is losing the power on a very innovative company. What is your opinion about that? Should we fear the case Wisman, or should we consider it a good thing?
I'm not so negative on the Wisman case because first it's a signal that there's investment capital is coming to Germany. From the perspective of the family Wisman, maybe it was the last time to raise so much money. Maybe ongoing in the next steps in the market, that should be only lower amounts would be realistic. But the second is such a heating system. It's not so highly sophisticated. It's not really a typical German manufacturing product, which is differentiated, which is the high efficient cost affordable product for the individual customer. We need it in a high number. And look what's going on in China. They are producing such heating systems in very remarkable high numbers already. So they will come in, they will serve what we need. The question is, do we have the perspective for the global economy that this kind of interaction, that this trade exchange is possible? If this is our perspective for the future with some kind of optimism in it, then I would say that's a normal way as it will work.
I think I would agree with it. As Mr. Hüter said, if you want to penetrate a global market, and there will be a global market for heat pumps, and it is quite an uncomplicated mass manufactured good, then you need economies of scale. And apparently they have come to the conclusion that it's quite beneficial to team up with carrier who are productions of heat pumps themselves. So I can see the economic rationale behind this decision. And as far as I have understood it, they negotiated also a guarantee of jobs now for the next 10 years. But of course, there is the risk that parts of the production that are currently in Germany will relocate at a later point in time. But yeah, that's sort of, I guess, the trade-off that they had to address, being a player in this global market, and that comes with some of the risks.
So you both consider there is no reason to fear desindustrialization, like in the UK, in France, with all the social consequences, or in the US, inclusive rise of far-right movement or danger for the democracy. What do you respond the people who are concerned about that risk?
First of all, the investment of the American company into Wisman is not related with a loss of jobs. So the jobs are still there, and it's high paid, high compensated jobs. Second, not to forget that after German unification, we were of a long time able to have a reindustrialization in the East German Länder. And we just see that in the last 2 years, more investments were made in the northern part of Germany than in the southern part. The most of the most important investments we see in battery production, anything else, are happening in the northern part. And Dalia de Marina, and we discussed this several years ago, and she was more optimistic than I, but she was right, saying that around Berlin, and there's a new chance to get an automotive cluster. And yeah, she was true. It's we see a new geography of production, I want to say, in Germany, and it's based it's a new kind of manufacturing. We see the big investments from some other parts, from some other investors worldwide coming to the northern part of Germany. So I'm not so pessimistic on that. The starting point is remarkably better than, for example, in France. The regional balance the structure was, as I mentioned in my introductory remarks, was all the time characteristic of the German manufacturing activity. So it was all around. We had in metal industry, we had 84 cluster all around Germany. In chemical industry, you know, the big clusters we have. From this point, I'm not so pessimistic. The starting point is fine, I would say. But the question is in which way we can transform it, and that's what we just already discussed.
Do you want to add something? It's already 4 minutes past 2, so I will close this first panel.
Yeah, maybe just one sentence. I think I'm also not so skeptical. Yes, as I elaborated, I think there will be cost pressures for the upstream parts of industrial value chains in Germany, but I think there's also quite a chance to shift the focus more to mid and downstream parts. And it's not a 0 or 1 decision. We will always produce a certain amount of steel or aluminum in Germany, and we have strong chemical clusters that will persist. But I think it's a question, like a relative question. How much of upstream activities will we have in the future, and where can we gain market shares in more complex, sophisticated products along the value chains? And how to manage and guide this sort of structural change and the implications for jobs, I think that's the challenge that we need to address in the next 2 decades.
So reason for hope. Many thanks for your attention and on our panelists, and see you soon.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Cécile, for this moderation. And very short, I mean, we can continue to discuss German deindustrialization, and there are much more pessimistic voices in Germany for sure. But I think that was very useful for us also to have a good understanding of what we are talking about. And this, as we have started in the morning, it's always related to the real risks to the German industry, Germany's economy, and going beyond the European. And we will continue now focusing more on the export side. And that brings us to another very general topic, which is the geopolitics, which have come up with the war and other events that have led us to rethink, in a way, the German export model. I'm very happy to have Thomas Fischermann from Die Zeit, who will moderate this next session. And as always, just to keep in mind, our sessions, usually, and the big ones today, are always based on the input that is at the beginning. So there's one input, and you will find the paper and much more information, on our website, just as a service hint. Please, Thomas.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you very much. And Thomas, I had a look through your panel titles here. Energy crisis, next shock, energy shock, price shock, and just I also read about an energy price shock. I think we had lunch now. We feel a bit better. And I'm actually very happy that in this next panel, we can look at some of the solutions and less only at the crisis that we have been talking about here all the time. So I'm very happy to introduce in just a bit a very optimistic looking man, Shahin Valeh from the Observatory Group. He has written a paper that was commissioned for our today's event, together with Sander Toddois from the Center for European Reform and with Sebastian de Quant of the Deutsche Gesellschaft für Außenpolitik. And this is all about redefining the German export model. And I had a little advance peek. You also find the paper already in your collection. It's a very comprehensive paper, which covers a lot of aspects, which we'll hear about today. And I'm happy to report that we will also hear a bit on Johann Wolfgang von Goethe's position on the German export model. So I'm very happy to introduce to you Shahin Valeh.
Okay, thank you all. Thank you for your kind introduction. Thank you to Thomas Fricke and to the Forum for a New Economy for having had the idea of commissioning this paper a few months ago. It's coming, I think, at a perfect time because a lot has happened in this field in the last 6 months since you've commissioned this paper. And it's a pleasure to have put this team together to write it. It's still a draft paper. I think we'll take a lot of comments during the panel and we'll finalize this paper for the summer. Basically, the backdrop of this paper is, I think, twofold. The evolution. This is a chart that we stole from the IMF, which has done quite a bit of interesting work on geoeconomic evolutions in the recent past, to illustrate that this takes place in the context of trade flows that have basically stalled since the global financial crisis and that are potentially going in reverse now since the COVID crisis. And we're potentially entering a new moment of trade globalization. The second element of context is a context of intensifying US-China rivalry. And I think we've had in the last few months a few examples of that with pretty important policy steps taken by the US, but also a few important speeches pronounced in the recent past by Janet Yellen and more recently by National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. They've both tried to convince that the US was not trying to decouple from China and rather was trying to de-risk its exposure to China. And this term, de-risking, has become the central policy term used. What our paper argues is that this de-risking strategy requires a better definition than what we have at the moment. Decoupling is potentially a binary event. De-risking involves defining the risks and involve, setting clear objectives for de-risking. And this is, even though we're using these terms in Europe and in Germany quite extensively, nobody's really done the effort of precising what does de-risking really mean. And what we argue in this paper is that we need to have a comprehensive view of the risks. The risks are not only stemming from the trade balance and from trade flows, they're also stemming from our investment balances, the investments we have in China and not only in China, and the investments that are made in Europe and in Germany in particular. And so I think that sort of more comprehensive view is what we're trying to present in this paper. And I think it's important to answer an important image that Jake Sullivan gave in his speech when he said, we're trying to define a meadow and to raise high fences around this meadow. I think what hasn't been done enough is to define precisely what the meadow is. What are the sectors that are covered? What are the countries that we're prepared to trade with? And, how do we build these fences? What sort of policy instruments do we build? This chart illustrates, the stakes and the size of the problem. Germany stands out here as having a particularly high exposure to China, even though the growth of trade with China has peaked. Trade exposure to China, exports to China, remains extremely elevated in Germany, and that remains an important risk. And it's also fairly concentrated in a limited set of sectors, mostly the automotive sector and also chemicals. What we view as an important risk here is the growth that China is making in these sectors, and in particular in electric vehicle, which could, pose quite a systemic threat to the German industry. This next slide shows that even if there are tremendous risks, there are also opportunities. And in our view, the low carbon technology is an area where there's potentially lots of opportunities. Lots of opportunities also because we're starting from a very poor position. I mean, this is basically China leading in pretty much any bit of the supply chain for low carbon technologies. Germany has a lot of cutting edge technology that could become a real point to anchor a de-risking strategy. But contrary to what Minister HABECK said earlier, and I think very much in line with what our colleague from Desert Zukunft said earlier, I don't think we have in Europe nor in Germany a clear policy framework to respond to the IRA and to promote low carbon technologies. I very much agree with what has been said. We have, essentially opened up state aid rules to allow national responses. And we have introduced with the Net Zero Industrial Act very ambitious targets for building in Europe a number of these low carbon technologies, but we haven't basically done very much yet. The next point, and this is, I think, an original feature of our paper, is to stress not only the trade exposures, but to focus at the capital account. And we have roughly invested over the last decade or so more than 120 billion euros in China, Germany being about 60% of that. That's a tremendous source of investment and a tremendous source of profit, but it's also a critical source of risks, both first-order risks, because Germany is financially exposed, but second-order risks, because with these investments, there's also a large amount of industrial and intellectual property transfers that are taking place. And what we find is that actually Germany and Europe in general hasn't been very good at protecting the intellectual property of these investments in China. There's another source of risk, which are the inbound capital flows from China into Europe and into Germany. And there's been heavy discussion in Germany around stakes in the port of Hamburg. I think what's striking is how little policy coherence there is within Germany around this issue. But if you take a step back, how little policy coherence there is in Europe about this issue, because having a large stake in the port of Hamburg seems to be a very bad policy choice, but somehow it was not such a bad policy choice when it was the port of Rotterdam, and it was even encouraged when it was Greece selling a stake in the port of Piraeus. So I think over the last 10 years, we've had entirely inconsistent messages around what constitutes a geostrategic risks and how do we address that. And the fact that we still don't really know at this point what will be the ultimate decision when it comes to the port of Hamburg speaks to the lack of a coherent policy framework in Germany, but even more at the European level. And I think that aspect of inbound and outbound investment controls should be a bigger part of the policy discussion than the one we are having at the moment. When we talk about that, we of course talk about the interests that are at stake. And I think there are three layers of sort of political economy considerations to have in mind. There is the international political economy consideration. The choices we make on these issues will define the shape of the world tomorrow. Are we aiming for a bipolar world divided between US and China, in which we would have to take sides? Are we trying to take a stand and build a multipolar world where Europe can stand on its own? And that, I think, is a fundamental geostrategic choice on which Europeans don't seem yet to be perfectly aligned. There is a European political economy dimension here, and I was actually quite struck by the speech by Minister HABECK and the very few references to Europe in his speeches. And the only references, in fact, described Europe rather as an obstacle to policies that the German government would put in place, rather than as a lever to actually develop a real European response. There will inevitably be in this de-risking strategy very important allocative and redistributional consequences inside Europe. The issue that was mentioned earlier on state aid is just a case in point. The issue that was mentioned by the minister as well on the industrial price cap is another one. I mean, if Germany is introducing an industrial price cap to accelerate the transition, what about the rest of Europe? Can everybody afford a similar price cap? Will there be European solidarity to underwrite this sort of price cap? I think the European policy dimension of these questions is central. And finally, and this is the point where I agree very much with the speech by the minister, there's a question of power and interest within Germany. And here I would refer to a very interesting paper by Adam Tooze in the Financial Times, where he talks about the peace interest, this concept developed by Karl Polanyi, describing basically the coalition of forces, both corporate and societal, that tried to prevent, the war in 1914, and arguing that there is, no such coalition in the US today, or that coalition is being weakened. To some extent in Europe, we are in the opposite situation, where we have maybe a profit interest rather than a peace interest that is potentially undermining a transition that may be necessary for Germany and for Europe more broadly. This is just a chart to illustrate the risk that I mentioned earlier about the growth of China in the automotive industry, but in particular in electric vehicle. We are basically facing a situation in which China will become the dominant exporter of EV in the next decade, and that is a substantial risk for Germany and for Europe in particular. I'll conclude with this slide on the overlapping policy levers that are available to us in Germany and in Europe, and highlight the fact that for many of those we're still lacking a comprehensive, a cohesive, and a coherent framework. Export controls, we've spoken about them in passing. Export controls are in fact a national prerogative. So when the Dutch government decided to introduce export controls heavily influenced by the US on semiconductors lithography, this was not the object of any European conversation. This was a pure bilateral decision. And we think that is problematic. We think there is a case for Europeanizing export controls and making sure that when a country does introduce export controls, it is done in view of a broader European strategy. Trade policy, we believe, has to be a central element of this de-risking strategy, and that cannot be dealt with purely at the national level. Trade policy, as you all know, is an exclusive competence of the EU, but we don't have yet a trade policy that is designed to achieve de-risking. Inbound and outbound investment screening remains to be developed. We have an inbound investment screening at the European level, but that in fact creates just a standardization. Inbound investment decisions are taken at the national level. Outbound investment decisions are not even being discussed seriously in Europe at the moment. They are being very seriously discussed in the US, but not very seriously in Europe. This is something we're missing. Industrial policy will become a central element of our de-risking strategy. There's been tremendous progress in the last couple of years, but there are still many gaps, and I think what Minister HABECK said earlier, I think speaks to these gaps. We have announced with the Net Zero Industrial Act very ambitious targets, but as was said in the previous panel discussion, we haven't put any means behind this Net Zero Industrial Act. So how are we going to re-Europeanize supply chains in the low-carbon technology without the fiscal or the European means to achieve that remains a real question mark. On the international level, I think we have to also consider that China has been very powerful in building international supply chains and using its development banks to do that. The Belt and Road Initiative was nothing more than building the architecture and the financial underpinnings of an internationalized supply chain. We haven't done that at all in Europe, and I think trying to do that would require mobilizing the European Investment Bank, the EBRD, and potentially national development banks on a whole different scale compared to what we are doing today. This conversation has not even started. And finally, for the specific context of Germany, I would insist on what can be done beyond the European level at the national and at the Länder level. There has been, I think, a very interesting policy experiment in Saarland with the creation of an off-balance sheet transformation fund, which was really designed to accelerate the transition towards clean energy, but which could be used also to accelerate the transition towards a de-risked supply chain. So the capacity to find resources at the national level despite the constitutional debt brake, does exist and hasn't been explored fully. And I'll finish with a quick conclusion by basically, saying that we are in need, if we want to have a clear de-risking strategy, of a definition of what is it we want to de-risk from, defining the sectors, and defining targets that are clear to achieve that de-risking. Diversifying away from China towards countries that are themselves 100% dependent on China is no de-risking strategy. This is just having somebody else carrying the first order risk, but from our vantage point, it basically carries exactly the same risks. It requires agreeing on tools and on the policy levers. And I think when we do that, we realize that this cannot be done at the national level. There is no such thing as a German de-risking strategy outside of a broader European de-risking strategy. And I would finish by saying that I think a proper de-risking strategy of Germany and more broadly of Europe could help Europe be a stabilizing force in what could otherwise become a very tense conflict between US and China. So I think we need to realize that de-risking has a geostrategic dimension and that it can help Europe play a stabilizing role in the world. But that means understanding that de-risking, our de-risking, may be different from the de-risking adopted in the US, because behind the de-risking adopted in the US, there is a clear Chinese containment strategy that may not be the right one for Europe. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Shahin. Impressive how you plunged us right back into all these big questions about geopolitical decision-making, what Europe has to do, and I think we have a lot to talk about this right now. If you want to take a seat, I'll have something better than grilling you with my questions. I have a whole panel of people who will now poke holes into what you have just said. I'll ask you on the stage one by one in alphabetical order by first name. We have a professor from the Technical University of Munich here. She's a professor of international economics, and I've heard her sound quite a few warnings lately on the competition from China that German industry is facing. So welcome, Daria Marin. Katrin Kamin, we had a little chat already before this group, and you said that you would not hold back on your criticism on the paper that we just heard. So I'm happy to have you on stage as well. You've been researching a lot on the rise of authoritarianism lately, and we'll hear about your insights on this one. Thank you. And Klaus Günther Deutsch is well, he was with Deutsche Bank Research, and he's now the head of research, industrial economic policy at BDI, the Association of German Industry. Welcome to this panel. And of course, we have from the Institute for Makroökonomie und Konjunkturforschung, Sebastian Dolin, who has covered nearly all of the aspects of this, and we're going to hear a lot about the macroeconomic implications, I guess, that we've heard here. So, Katrin, as we already started this over lunch, why don't you start attacking our referee?
Okay, hi. Thanks for having me. I won't attack anyone, but I already mentioned some criticism also in the steering committee meeting that we had before, when we already discussed the draft version of the paper, and I have to say that in that meeting we pushed the authors to not include energy in that paper, and to really focus on what Shahin has just presented. Still, I have to add, because in the beginning of the paper, you frame like two important supply chain risks for Germany. And you say that one is the US and China growing rivalry, geopolitical rivalry, economic rivalry. And on the other hand, you say, okay, there's the new US, like the new Washington consensus coming up. And you say these are the two main supply chain risks for Germany. And what I'm missing here, and you lay that out like later in the paper, but I'm missing here that you also put in the very homemade German supply chain risks. We talked about labor, we talked about energy today already, but also when it comes to critical raw materials, critical intermediate goods, there are like our economic policy in the last 20 to 30 years has run us in the situation where we are right now, right? And oftentimes it doesn't have anything to do with the US or with China. And that brings me to my second point. I think the focus on China is a bit too narrow. So I would love to have like more broadened focus on other autocratic states or on states who are, as you said yourself, 100% reliant on China, right? Because so when we look at critical raw materials or when we look at intermediates that are important, like critical inputs for critical industries, we do see not only a reliance on China in Germany, but also reliance on other rather autocratic states or states where we do see an erosion of democracy. And I think especially when we think of diversification, we will have to account for these factors as well. And that brings me to my third point. They are all interconnected, which is that you very eloquently mentioned it in the paper. You said, okay, de-risking, which is basically the way to go. In order to de-risk, we first have to define what is de-risking. But in order to define that, we also have to define what are our vulnerabilities, where are they, in which sectors do they lie, and how can we actually address them. Now, coming from an economic point of view and from a researcher's point of view, I have to say that data availability and connecting trade data, for example, international trade data and international input-output data is right at the moment just not possible. It's not possible to do that. So we cannot, I as a researcher, I cannot look at a shock in China and like a price shock on the international markets, for example, for raw materials, and can say, okay, this is trickling down in these and that sectors in Germany, and the potential shock in the future could affect these sectors. So it's not possible for us. It's very, very difficult. So I really want to use the moment here to also ask for the establishment of supply chain intelligence. That's really something that is missing in Germany, and I would say not only in Germany, maybe even in Europe. And when I'm talking to companies, I really see that a lot of companies themselves don't know their whole supply chains, and that's a problem. It's a huge problem because we cannot really assess all vulnerabilities if we don't have that information. And the last point that I want to make is something that you alluded to as well is the fact that to me often is also not clear, and I think your paper could be a very nice contribution to that, if you would map out more concisely the possibilities of German policymaking in contrast to what has already been done or what will be done on the European level, right? And I will close with that.
Thank you very much. I think we'll collect a little bit and then open up to a discussion later. And I've seen that one of my participants here, Dalia, has prepared 2 slides in response to the paper already. And I wonder if we should then continue with you and hear what they're about. Are the slides ready?
Yes. Okay. So my discussion of the paper, it's actually not really a discussion of the paper, will be more complementary and will discuss more economic issues more narrowly. And I would like to discuss two issues. The first issue I discuss is that the world has become a dangerous place, and I want to discuss the implication of that. And the second thing I want to discuss is Germany's risk of a possible China shock, a China shock that the US experienced after China entered the world economy. So to the first issue, global uncertainty has risen since the financial crisis. And what I mean with uncertainty is not only geopolitical risk. I mean risk of a pandemic, I risk trade conflicts, Brexit and the trade war, and I'm talking about the European debt crisis, among others. And so what was the response by firms to this kind of risk of disruption? Their response was basically, and I'm talking here about German firms, but also about firms in rich countries, they basically reshored production home to the production to their home market and invested in robots instead. And this graph on the right side shows this. So the more a sector is engaged, has employed robots, the less it engages in global value chains. But what we see is too little diversification. So the dominant response was reshoring and not diversification, which is an alternative way to make firms more resilient to these kind of risks. So what we basically find is that firms diversify their supply chains only when the tasks in Asia are not being able to be replaced by a robot. So the question is, why do firms do so little diversification? And it has something to do with the geographic concentration of input suppliers that the paper was talking about. Basically, 70 to 80% of supplies in chips, in battery cells, in critical materials come from Asia. Moreover, what we see is that the geographic concentration of input suppliers has increased tremendously over time, and that's true for any rich economy. And it has something to do with the entry of China into the world economy. So basically, firms cannot diversify because input suppliers are concentrated basically in Asia. And so the question is, can government help in this case? And the answer is yes, because, and it should, because any supply chain shock, that's what research shows, may lead to a recession. The shock propagates throughout the economy and has multiplier effects when suppliers are concentrated in one region. That's what research shows. So an individual firm does not internalize these multiplier effects of a supply chain shock in its decision. It's like an externality that justifies government involvement. So let me say something about de-risking versus decoupling. De-risking requires the government. The government has to make sure that a sufficient number of input suppliers are available in Europe and in the US, so that firms can diversify. And decoupling from China is not possible and not desirable because China has become too important for the world economy. So now, let me come now to the risk of a China shock in Germany. We have already alarming signs. Last year, for the first time ever, Germany is exporting less cars and less machinery to China than it imports. Remember, cars and machinery are the two core sectors of the German economy. These are the sectors in which Germany has its comparative advantage, its major comparative advantage. China's auto exports to the world overtook Germany's already in 2022. And when you look at the recent Shanghai Auto Show, the Chinese consumers ignored the German-made electric vehicle and went right away to the Chinese models. So what is China's advantage in this situation? So at a time of technological disruption, past experience is irrelevant. China does not need to learn all the tricks with the combustion engine in order to successfully compete in the electric vehicle market. And this is one point. And the second point is that China's size enables it to scale up production, accelerating learning, and bringing costs down very rapidly. And this is what actually made China the world leader in these batteries, electric batteries. So the question is, how can we avoid that? How can Germany avoid a China shock of a similar dimension as the US experienced with all these terrible things that happened there after China entered the World Trade Organization? And I basically want to suggest two things. Germany should reverse engineer China's industrial policy, and it should reverse engineer US innovation policy. With reverse engineering China's industrial policy, I mean that Germany should attract investment of Chinese battery firms, of Asian semiconductor firms, and of Israeli AI firms in joint ventures, that's how the Chinese did it, in order to accelerate learning in these firms. So the time dimension is very important that Germany learns this rapidly, otherwise it loses these markets. And the other thing that Germany must do is to take a lead in creating a European DARPA. The DARPA is a research agency in the Pentagon from which all the high-tech innovations in the last 20 to 30 years originate. So we should have that at the European level. We have a small kind of DARPA in Germany, but that is not the right dimension. We need a bigger one where competition among all European innovators compete in order to select the best ones. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this is not only a wake-up call, but also a two-step recipe for getting all of the rest of this. Thank you very much for this contribution. Sebastian, you had a couple of points. I've seen you writing onto the study already. Please go ahead.
Also, thank you very much for having me here, and thanks, Shaheen, for this really important paper. There's a lot of fascinating material in it, and I would also agree with many of the policy conclusions, but let me make 3 points here. One relates a little bit to what Katrin Kamin already said. I feel that this paper in certain parts is too narrow, and I would go beyond energy and raw materials. But I mean, the paper is about German economy de-risking, and then the title says it is, and then the paper is mostly about China. But China is not the only risk, and I think that is something we need to keep in mind. It's not just autocratic regimes, but also the question is, isn't the US maybe also a risk? I mean, we have seen trade to the US last year was roughly the same size as for China. I think FDI relationships are even more important. I don't want to compare the US and China, and I'm badly concerned about China and Taiwan, as most people here are, but the US is potentially not always a reliable trading partner. I just like to remember that Donald Trump threatened punitive tariffs on German cars because he thought that the German current account surplus was too large. And I don't know what a Donald Trump re-elected to the White House might do. And this is not something which is completely out of what we can imagine, frankly. And there are some other people in the Republican Party which are potentially not less dangerous when it comes to international trade and putting America's interests first, even at the expense of European interests and the world trading system.
And of course, that is also a problem when we talk about concepts like supply chain diversification and friendshoring. Because if you take out the countries which are China and which are very close to China and rely on China, and you take out the United States, then there isn't that much left in the world where we can friendshore. I mean, you can still friendshore in the European Union, but well, that isn't that simple for some of the things. The second point is that in some of the instances, I'm afraid we don't really, or just putting numbers there and comparing them isn't enough. And we lack some information on where the real dangers lie. I mean, 120 billion in FDI in China sounds like a lot, but my feeling is that if you just have to write down these 120 billion, this might not be as bad as some other things which could happen to us. I mean, if we look at the semiconductors, for example, they don't have that high of a value, but they have or can have immense consequences. We made an estimation for the automotive industry in Germany, which we have mentioned before. And according to what my colleagues did at the IMK, they looked at what the German industry should have produced given the orders they had from 2021 and 2022, and what they did produce. And then they also had the lack of components in that equation. But I mean, bottom line is that they came to the result that value added in the car industry in the 18 months from 2021 to the mid of 2022 was about 30 billion below what it otherwise would have been because of the lack of semiconductors. And you talked about multipliers. This is, if we are very conservative, this is 10 times the value of what has been missing in components. And semiconductors is something which is very difficult to substitute in today's world. So they might not be very expensive, but they might have huge consequences. And that's a little bit, I'm afraid in many of these cases, we don't know exactly what the issues are. I mean, that's what so said. So maybe we need more micro research in these issues in order to understand that. Because I mean, for the semiconductors, we noticed when it was basically too late. Yeah, I mean, no one would have said, well, because not ordering semiconductors on time could have such a large impact. And I'm only talking about the cars here, I'm not talking about the other sectors. And by the way, that also partly explains the weak export performance of the German automotive industry. This is more than 1 million cars which not have been built, even though the orders were there. And of course, you see that in global market shares in the end. My third point is that in all the policy conclusions, I think one important element is missing, and that is the firm's responsibility for their supply chains and how to make them responsible. Because in a way, the car industry now learned that it doesn't matter. Yeah, they managed to have, at least not in the short run, they managed to mismanage their supply chain, and then they used the lack of semiconductors to push up prices and margins. And in the end, they made more profits than before by producing less cars. And had that gone the other way, I guess they would have called for bailout packages and they maybe would have been bailed out. So that is a problem, that supply chains are not seen as or they don't see them at their responsibility. So the question is, shouldn't we think about forcing them to do stress tests for their supply chains? And also not on the first order, but also going a few stages back, because sometimes they might have two suppliers, but then they both source from the same source in China, and well, that's that. Or they source from one source in China and one in Taiwan, and if there should be a military conflict over Taiwan, both sources probably are not available anymore. The question is, can we push them? I mean, we force banks to do stress tests. Why don't we do that for important manufacturing industries? So these were my points. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Now, this is certainly something we should talk about a little bit more in depth today. Who is actually responsible for what? So it's very easy to formulate policy objectives, but then to find out who should be in task of them. If it's the private sector in this case or the government in that case is very important. Now, Klaus-Günther Deutsch, I've heard the Association of German Industry say more than one time that we are not all that dependent on China after all, that all this shock talk is a bit overdone. So please calm our nerves.
Well, we say many things, and this is certainly among them, but I would like to comment a bit broader on the notion of the discussion. I think looking at the German export model per se is already too short a brief. I think you have to take a broader notion of how the German corporate sector, but also the European corporate sector, internationalized production essentially in the 1990s, in the 2000s, and broadened its international production scope. And with that internationalization of production, you have a different role for trade, both on the export and import side, as compared to the previous times. Makes things more complicated, actually, because the risk pattern shifts if you are actually invested in the US or in the People's Republic of China directly, and not trading at an arm's length distance, as it has been mostly the case until the early 1990s. I think the paper is roughly right in general on describing most of the vulnerabilities and the policy choices, but it's it could be worked on more on the policy framework and on the market side of things. I think Sebastian mentioned the point that managing supply chain risk, but also your risk deriving from export concentration or from FDI concentration, is first and foremost a job of companies that has to be done, and usually of their owners, their supervisory boards, and financial markets who fund these exercises. Both, and they should be reflected in equity valuations and in credit conditions. Now, if you look empirically at what's going on, then those firms that are heavily exposed to China right now also have a very high level of equity valuation compared to those that don't. So right now, the market is not pricing in political and economic security risks, but it's rewarding companies for engaging in these activities. Now, you could say, wait, maybe the German system of corporate governance is too soft on managers because they work on the short-term incentives that markets provide them with. That might be true, but probably even more true is the notion that Europe hasn't done its homework on the policy framework for economic security at length. And I think Shaheen mentioned several of the items we are looking at, from raw materials and the Critical Raw Materials Act to the clean tech, renewable field, to net zero considerations in general, but it's still too short because our vulnerability in the European Union to larger shocks stemming from the security situation in Asia or elsewhere, and from autocratic behavior, not only by the People's Republic of China, but others, is much larger than people usually assume. And even though technically speaking, the direct risk from exporting or importing with China is more limited and is confined to a number of companies, to specific sectors, and to a small number of products, the risks of disruption, of course, much broader, because you have these interlinkages from microelectronics and other fields, chemicals and pharmaceutical ingredients, as we remember from the Corona years, where we couldn't essentially get by in producing certain medicines because all of that is located in terms of the inputs in either China or India. And so I think the European Commission has done a very thorough analysis of European vulnerabilities to these shocks, but we have not used the last 2 or 3 years in the European Council and the Parliament to discuss this thoroughly and come up with the unified European answer, what our requirements to economic security in general look like, how do we want to manage them, and what are the funding and legislation needs we have to address. I think I like most of the comments that my co-speakers made on the competitiveness threats. And again, I think one has to take a broader notion. China is a systemic rival to the European Union in many ways, because most of those industries that are today very competitive on a global scale benefit from policy decisions 15, 20 years ago, where China designed them as strategic, then provided huge subsidies to them, often not very effective one, but in the end successful one, and then dumped international competitors out of the market and finally emerged as a monopoly player. We know this from the solar story, well known. It's very similar in steel, where it wasn't fully successful. It looks like to be very successful in battery electric vehicles and in number of other IT fields. And I think we need to have a very comprehensive European response to that defines elements of the single market different than it does now. Adopts very pre-competitive innovation and industrial policy strategies, and answers commensurate to the task at hand. I would also say that most of the things we do at the European Union level need also take into account competition issues with the United States. We have this discussion on the Inflation Reduction Acts and the imbalance in support we have, particularly for batteries and for hydrogen, where incentive schemes in the US are much easier, much more direct, and very high in percentage terms to the production costs. I think that needs to be taken into account if Europe is supposed to retain its industrial competitiveness in a broader sense and not simply in the notion of not getting too much dependent on anything else. If you look at market judgments on that, I think what you see over the last 20 years is a very, very serious erosion of European competitiveness in market pricing of firms. Now we are trading at multiples of maybe 4, 5, or 6, whereas US competitors trade at 40. As the most extreme case for Tesla and the automotive firms. But you have a European discount across the board for banks, for insurance companies, for chemical firms, for the rest of that, because international capital markets are pricing Europe as a lost case. And I think it's a reflection of an inadequate policy framework. And I think Shaheen had the framework, the chart where it shows all the areas in which we have to work, which are conceptually there, but they are not acted upon. And I think that's probably the decade in where we decide whether we get serious on these things and address these topics, or whether we simply lose out in international competition and don't have to worry anymore. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. I think we have material for the whole afternoon now. I'll make it simple, though. I'll just ask Shaheen one of the many questions that have come up, which is, I think, the big elephant in the room. Is your threat model correct? Was it correct to look so much at China, or should you have included other countries, and if so, which other countries?
Thank you. So I'll lay part of the blame on the commissioning of the paper, which was focused more on China than others. But I'll take the responsibility for the fact that indeed the risks are bigger than China. I think this was highlighted, and I would second totally what was said by Sebastian and by Katrin on the US. I think there is a tendency to believe a bit naively that risking from China means basically replacing, a bit like, and this to your point about how the energy analog is interesting, a bit like we have done in the energy space, basically replacing Russian piped gas for American LNG to a large extent. I think there is this notion that maybe we can do the same with China. And I think this is wrong. For some of the reasons Sebastian has mentioned, that the US can be a very unreliable partner. I would probably go even further than what Sebastian has suggested. I don't think the US is only an unreliable partner because it may elect unreliable presidents. In fact, there has been a degree of policy continuity in this field that starts with Obama, with a clear strategy of Chinese containment. Actually the first, absence of appointment of American judges to the WTO settlement, dispute settlement mechanism dates back from the Obama administration. So the undermining of the world trade system dates back to Obama. The escalation in the form of tariffs was indeed decided by Trump, but was continued with the Biden administration. And in fact, now the Biden administration, in the first IRA discussions that the EU had with the US, the Biden administration basically told the Europeans that there was nothing that they could do, that this was decided by Congress. And in Congress, the most intense advocates against expanding the IRA's tax credits to European firms were not Republicans. They were actually, one in particular, U.S. Democratic senator in the name of Joe Manchin. So to me, there is indeed a degree of risks in Europe and in Germany, and sort of naively thinking that we can replace our dependency on China by dependency on the US. And I would completely second that. And that informs a bit the policy framework. It means we cannot simply think of building critical raw materials club with the US, for instance, as the only viable option. That being said, Europe, unlike the US and unlike China, has two fundamental geographic vulnerabilities. Is that we're not net producers of energy, and it's going to take a long time before we become one. And we are not net producers of critical raw materials, and it's going to take a long time if we can at all become one. So we will always be more dependent than China and more dependent than the US. And so I think that's something we need to take into consideration.
There is, of course, one very good argument for focusing on China, which is that China is very different. China is an autocratic order. It has a very different economic system. It has a very different political system. They can do things that we cannot do in terms of policy. And so I was inspired, but also a bit surprised by Dalia's slides, where you said, well, we basically take the best of the US, the innovation policy, we take the best of China, the industrial policy, and we just put it all together and we implement it here. Can we?
I think that we should not. Okay, so far we have looked at investors that come to Germany more skeptical. I think we should change this view. Investment from foreign firms that have a comparative advantage in their particular field, like battery cells, Chinese battery cells firm, that we have already Kettle investing, I think, in Tübingen. But we should do more of this because we need to learn this technology, because it's a technology that will prevail in the future. And that's true for the others. I mean, I agree that we should screen which type of investment we should allow for. And sometimes I was against the KUKA investment, for instance. But when you have investments of firms that have a comparative advantage in their field, exactly, we should attract these firms to Germany to let them do their things and to allow us to learn. So China had a very clever industrial policy, you have to admit. It was a combination of clever industrial policy and of stealing technology. So we won't steal the technology, but we might copy-paste the other part of it by forming joint ventures. And I think that Germany has a point, because its entry into a large market like Europe, so Chinese firms will agree to do a joint venture with such a firm. I think the joint venture issue we should copy. It's a good one. Yes, and I think DARPA, we already copied it in Germany, but my criticism of the institution that we have in the Agentur für, wie heißt sie? Sprunginnovation. It's much too small. You need for the DARPA, you need a big market, lots of innovators that compete for the best projects. And so just to restrict it on German innovators is a bad design problem. So yes, we don't have innovation in Europe. We have too little digitalization. We have basically hardly a software industry. That's part of the reason why the car industry has such big problems compared to the Chinese, because the Chinese are very good in these things. So we should learn from them. What's wrong with that?
Oh, I'm in. We should learn from China and we should learn from the US. It's just that they have very different structures from us. You mentioned DARPA. This is partly a military co-financed endeavor, and we don't have that big a military. So I think Bundeswehrforschung will not allow us for these kinds of capacities.
But this is going to change in the future. Europe is going to become a military power. That's what we learn now. That's the new geopolitics, that Europe will need to become a military power. It cannot rely on the US to defend Europe. So what that means is that the military sector will need to rise dramatically in Europe and in Germany, and the chancellor already declared that this is going to happen. So to become a military power, you need a research agency that is based in the military, because there is where the innovation comes from.
Okay, just trying to understand the vision there. And in terms of learning from China, what these companies are doing in China, it's fine to copy what they're to see what their best practices are and copy them. But what they're in fact doing very often is they go to the government and ask for help, or they get support. That's not so easy to copy. And I would like to pass this question to Katrin, if I may, because you've been looking a lot at governance structures in autocratic regimes in China and other places. And how copyable do you find all this?
Yeah, that's a tricky question. First of all, like when we think of the very prominent examples, like for example, what also Shahin mentioned, like Costco, I think one important feature is also that it's often state-owned companies, right? It's not only like private sector companies asking for government help, but it's state-owned companies that are investing, and that is something where we should be like really like vigilant about it, right? If that is happening. However, I have a very, I mean, I was not completely against the investment in Hamburg, because it's a very difficult topic, and it's not only it's not only the port, it's also industry within the port, etc. pp. So sometimes I also feel, and that alludes to what you said, that when we see these geopolitical discussions rising also in the media, I have the impression that it's a very hot topic when it comes to Germany, and I also had the impression that it was a very hot topic because of the war in Ukraine and the very hesitant German position there, and then we had the investments from China, so it all came together at the same point. But in the end, and we should be very vigilant when it comes to investments in strategic infrastructure. But I have the impression that often it's a very heated debate, and these questions are not being or have not been asked when it came to Piraeus or Rotterdam, etc. But to maybe come back to your question, so why, and to also answer or come back to a comment that Sebastian made. So I think that managing dependencies and vulnerabilities is a dynamic process, right? It's not something that we look at and now say, okay, now we map the world and we look at which countries are good and which countries are bad, and we divide them into autocratic and democratic states. That's not what I would propose or what I would talk about. It's a dynamic process, right? Countries, partners are changing, and that alludes to what we have discussed before with the United States, right? We don't know what kind of government we will have there in the next years, and I think we will have to prepare, like Germany as well as Europe, for a monitoring process on these issues to really understand how our partners changing. Do we see erosion of democracy? Do we witness that? And this is a problem, and I would say that autocratic states are more problematic because they can, as you said, behave more erratically. They can just do it, and we can't. And that might be, it might seem a disadvantage, right? Because we also cannot react that fast, right? We cannot just change policies, or at least not in that speed. But we also have an advantage, and that is democracy. And we know from research that that investment is easier for companies in democracies. It's easier for companies and for the private sector to flourish in democracies. And so that's our big advantage. And I would really like to stress that it's very important that we also take care of our democracies and that we make them resilient, right? And that is something that I'm really concerned about, because we are not only witnessing an erosion of democracy outside of Europe, but also inside of Europe. And we have to take care of that. The other side of the medal, when it comes to thinking about how should we deal, and I didn't make that point, so I have to make it now. We have to think about how will we deal with these partners, because we will not be able to fully decouple from states that are problematic, right? We will have to think about how will we deal with them. Now, the other side of the coin is when it comes to geopolitical or geoeconomic policy is trade agreements, right? And we have trade agreements out there that we are not sealing, or we're not sealing the deal, like Mercosur. And it's super important. And I often have the impression that that a lot of policymakers, but also other like NGOs, are not factoring in the security aspects and the geopolitical aspects and the leverage and the weight these trade deals have. Because it's not only investment. When you think of what the European Union can throw in as a counterweight to, for example, the Belt and Road Initiative, it's mainly EU trade policy, right? Because this is where we have unique competence. This is where we have kind of leverage and power. And I can only urge everyone to support these trade agreements, because if we don't seal these deals, China, example of Mercosur, will definitely do it, because China is already the most important trading partner. So yeah, I will leave it here. Sorry.
No, thank you. Lots of points to take up here. One thing that autocratic regimes very often do very well is secure access to the raw materials they want and need, and they don't care so much about any of the Randbedingungen that we may have there. So is this something, well, in the paper that you wrote, a lot leads to the EU to the end. You say, well, there's a lot of homework that we can do in Germany. There is a lot of things that we can do domestically, but in the end, Europe has to stand together. So I basically have a question for both Shaheen, but also to you about where this leads, what the role of the European economy in this should be, and also what its limits are. Because some of the things we already mentioned this on the panel are also business decisions. Sometimes businesses, large corporations can secure their own supplies. They're very good at this sometimes. So maybe we can hear on this. Now I have to decide on an order of things. Maybe we start with you, go along the panel, and then because we're coming to the end of our session here in about 10 minutes, then I give you the last words to some things, and then we open to the public.
Maybe a few quick points on that. I think in Europe, we are sort of an interim period where we have designed a policy package effectively reflecting on the issues of the past decade, but not looking ahead. And we need a policy package in the next few years that address these economic security issues, the investment issues, the defense issues we have to collectively solve at the EU level, much more efficiently than by a scatter plot of national activities of maybe 10, 12, 15 member states. We want to get it done thoroughly. We need to have common European programs that are based on the single market, have a common regulatory framework, have common funding instruments, and allow for some national additional action. But it can't be a way in which we right now discuss these things, that we open up the state aid regime for those fiscally strong countries to do a bit and leave the others out. I think it won't work. And unfortunately, this is not consensus in Berlin, and it's not consensus in the European Union. And the number of issues we have to look at are much broader than what we have discussed today. It's the way we organize our R&D policies in Europe. It's raw materials, it's the industrial sector, it's the decarbonization process for manufacturing, which again needs pan-European programs to get it done. It's nice that we have CFDs in Germany, but nobody else. So what are we going to do with cement, steel, and the others in northern German Europe? I'm not sure that this is a workable approach so far. And obviously, we have a multi-annual financial framework and a fiscal system in the EU that does by no means reflect policy priorities and economic security right now. We have an unsolved situation on the funding of Ukraine, on the funding of defense, and so on. So essentially, what we really would need would be a political consensus at the level of heads of states and government, identifying the issues, setting out a streamlined process of how to get these things into a bigger package, and making sure that we don't lose out on these issues. And then we can go step by step into the different areas. Right now, we are approaching the discussion from a sort of, well, today we discuss raw materials. Oh, we don't have funding. Oh, sorry. Tomorrow we discuss another topic, and oh, we don't have funding. Oh, so we go back to analysis. No, that's not the way it's supposed to work. It's not adequate to the situation at hand. We need to look comprehensively at that. It needs, of course, German, French, Italian leadership. Of course, it needs a lot of analysis from the Commission, which is partly there, partly not. Look at the Net Zero Act and the discussion on the Sovereignty Fund. We don't have yet a needs assessment of the Commission. We have a bit of a paper behind Net Zero, which is better than nothing, but it's not comprehensive. And we have no clear-cut definition of the level of security we want to achieve. We also don't have a good discussion on the competitiveness issues. I think Marien mentioned some of them, in which we don't discuss today's technological dependencies, but tomorrow's. And the question, will we be able to compete with Chinese or American competitors on IT, on automotive, on all the major industries that are out there, on medicines and all the rest of that. And I think if you tackle it from that side, you have also to ask, whether the normal economic policy topics are managed well in Europe in terms of levels of burden, taxation, and so on, reporting and all that. But I think it's a secondary issue. First, you have to be clear on the mission, as MAZZUCATO said this morning, on the policy approach to it, on the funding, and on the governance of that. And right now, we are good on the analysis. We have nothing on objectives. We have nothing on funding. And we have nothing on governance. I think, sorry, this is actually the state of play in Europe where we are. I think it's insufficient. And we have European elections coming forward. And I think we need to have a bit of more broader debate on what we need to do. Thank you.
Many thanks. Sebastian, are you on board with this? And maybe if I can interject a little footnote question into this. Is this really only something for governments? Or in how far would you see the role of the private sector in shaping this as well?
First, I would share a lot of the analysis Klaus Deutsch has just made. And I would like to stress another point. I'm a big fan of industrial policy, if done correctly, but I don't think we can do it on a national level in Europe, at least not successfully. But because we have always a problem, and we already see that, if you try to do industrial policy, there will be always a number of companies which think it's a nice opportunity for rent seeking. Yeah, the best thing you can do, the easiest thing is not to develop good industry, but you try to get as many subsidies as possible for whatever you do anyway. And I think the danger if we do industrial policy on a national level is that this rent seeking becomes the main activity, and we don't get the results which we would like to have on industrial policy. If you go to Asia and look what are the necessary conditions for industrial policy to work, one is that you need to keep competitive pressure on the companies high. For a number of markets, the nation states in Europe are just too small to sustain several suppliers. So you only can do that European-wise. And if you now have national policies, and I mean, for example, the subsidy framework, if you state aid framework, if you allow all member states to do whatever they want, they will try to push their national champions at the expense of the other European companies, and you will basically you will damage the single market. If you would do that on European level, where you have different players, you could design it in a way that you keep competitive pressure high. Therefore, and I think that's a bit what Klaus Deutsch said. I think you need to move some of these elements conceptually, but also then from a design and financing perspective to the European level, to the EU level. And that's what we need to do. Of course, in the end, it's the private companies which innovate. So that cannot be done by the government, but the framework needs to be right. And we need to be very careful that we don't get into a rent-seeking race here.
Thank you very much. I think it's fair at this point to let Shaheen respond to some of the points we had here, and we have to focus this. So your paper leads to what the European Union should do. And your paper states that a lot of the questions we're discussing today are more European issues than German issues, for example. So what are the priorities for a European policy to rescue the German export model? And what is a policy that the others would actually sign up to?
Thank you. No, I think the point of the policy framework is really central, and that's why it's a big part of our paper. To answer what has been raised earlier about the role of companies in this process. I mean, companies are really evolving in an environment where they've been told for 50 years that they could ignore geopolitical risks and outsource these questions to a political class that itself thought these political risks were minimal. So I think there is a reawakening to these risks, and I think that requires first and foremost a change of policy framework that will then, I think, create a different enabling environment for the private sector. On the European level, I think I would really second what Klaus Deutsch has described. There is a real piecemeal approach and not a real comprehensive view on the framework and the different elements that need to come together. I think the response to the energy crisis is a good illustration of that. What I find most concerning, maybe, in this I regard and we regard in the paper as the critical challenge to overcome, is that in the face of a shock and an emergency, the natural reaction is to do things quickly with the tools that are available and that are immediately at hand, and that leads usually to a renationalization of the policy response. And we've seen that with COVID in the very beginning, before there was a real European effort. We've seen it with the energy crisis. And what I find concerning when we compare what we're doing now with de-risking to what we have been able to do with COVID, is that we're still in the place where we respond on a very national basis. What I'm hoping for, and I think the allusion to the European elections next year is useful, is that the European Commission will take a leading role in this discussion and will frame the sort of changes that need to come to put a new policy framework on the table. If you remember, after the last European elections, the Commission came up with the European Green Deal, which I think was a very important piece of work in sort of framing the sort of tools that Europe should put together to provide a real energy and climate transition response. It's ironic that this commission defined itself as a geopolitical commission, and it hasn't put a policy framework on the table in response to, what a geopolitical commission should achieve. But maybe this is what's coming with this commission, post 2024. So I think the real challenge in 2024, at a time where we will also have US elections in the pipeline, will be to define what is the policy framework for a truly geopolitical European Commission. And that will involve defining the risks, setting a tolerance for security that we are prepared to accept, and then, building the policy framework along the lines we have described. We think this is a huge challenge, and that requires some degree of acceptance at the member state level that this is Europe's role to do. And I don't think that degree of acceptance is there yet. I think there is a perception in Germany, but also in France and in other member states, that they can somehow pull it off on their own. And we think that this perception is wrong.
Thank you for these comments, which sum up this wonderful panel that we had. I think the second version of your paper will probably be about double the size when I hear all the points that you have now to take into account. But I do not want to let us all leave without a chance for you to ask questions if you have any. Do we have somebody with a microphone? Otherwise, I'll be there with the microphone. But you've co-written the study, right? Yeah, it's not fair, right? Okay, let's.
Thanks very much. My name is Lucas Papaioannou. I am working for the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action. First one comment, we don't only have the Agentur für Sprunginnovationen, we also have a lot of other instruments boosting, financing innovative startups. And my question would be, do you see any problem with the German, I mean, you wrote on the panel, the German export model. Is the trade surplus, especially compared to our European partners, an issue? Yes, that would be my question. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. It wasn't directed at anybody in particular, so the first one to jump.
No, quickly, to us, the export model corresponds to a certain era of globalization, and so it's not a problem per se. I think it probably made sense in an era which was the last 50 years also of intensifying global trade. In an era where you believe global trade is going to decline, a model that is solely based on export is going to be a very challenged model. So it's not a problem per se. It's a problem when the world changes. And then there are sub-problems related to the export model, which are intra-European problems. But I think on the whole, Germany to have pursued an export-led strategy over the last 50 years at a time where global trade was booming was perfectly fine. In an environment where global trade may not be booming or might be contracting, it's going to be a very challenging environment.
Maybe to specify this question a little bit, I mean, how does Germany playing such a strong export game anger the other European participants that you want to all bind together for a European strategy in political terms?
No, what I was saying is that the export-led strategy that was led by Germany has had repercussions and spillovers in the rest of Europe. So if you basically pursue a strategy of low prices, of wages containment, of extreme price competitiveness in Germany, which is consistent with an export model, you create consequences intra-European, with divergence of competitiveness, with weakening supply chains inside Europe, with agglomeration effects that are basically concentrating capital and labor in the most productive parts of Europe, and that is Germany. And so there are indirect consequences to an export-led strategy inside Europe.
Maybe comment on this from the perspective of the German industry?
Well, I think it's a bit too narrow in terms of looking at it, because most of this, what I would have said, this is, describing the 60s to the 2000s pretty well, but it's not really the best case for looking at the last decade, where most of the larger industries went, particularly automotive and chemicals, went into FDI in the in North America and in East Asia as the main mode of supplying those markets. And of course, for most of the Mittelstand companies, exporting out of Germany is still the main model. But I think Shahin is totally right. We are beyond the period in which we had trade growth exceeding GDP growth globally already for roughly a decade. And I don't see it reversing course. If any, it would be services growth, in which Germany is not very specialized and it's not in manufacturing. It might be different 5 to 10 years from now if you have a sufficiently large transformation of many different sectors that have to decarbonize until 2045, 50, depending on the policy frameworks in several countries, in which the total composition of what is going to be produced and traded will change in a significant number of industries. And so maybe you will end up with completely different importation and exportation patterns in those sectors. It might also become much more domestic in a sense. If you have sufficiently wind and solar on your soil, you may not need to import that much, right? If you look at the US, they have been a large net importer of energy until the early 2000s. Since then, they are fine because they discovered domestic gas and other sources of energy at home. Now, if we switch to a large extent into renewables and decarbonization, the total trade mix we need for getting this done will change completely. We might have much less importation of oil and gas and maybe a bit of hydrogen. But as we learned today, importing hydrogen is not often a very efficient solution for many of these things. So I think that's up in the air, and it's completely out there how these things will unfold. The only thing we know, it won't be stagnant, and we don't have the old patterns. And so the notion that we somehow have a coherent German domestic system that exports based on low cost, well, that's a description of the past, but not one of the future.
Great, thank you very much. We have time for one last question. There was one over here. You have a microphone already.
Thank you very much. My name is Jay Pocklington with the Institute for New Economic Thinking. I would like to bring up one point that I think is critical to the geopolitical risk that might emerge from the US-Europe relationship. We're talking about energy transition, which requires a smart grid, and we're talking about the German car industry, which is obviously going to be in a smart grid as well. So the risk is Europe prepared for the geopolitical risk that comes from the lack of infrastructure technology in the cloud computing? I think China already understands this, that it might be cut out from US cloud computing capacity, but Europe might be completely dependent on US cloud computing on a variety of emerging issues. And I think if we look at this geopolitical risk, I think it's very difficult at this point to catch up with the capacities of what Amazon Web Services is able to do. Just to give you an example, almost all of the major tech industries in the US are now fully dependent on, like Uber, are fully dependent on Amazon Web Services. They're completely embedded in all of these business models. And the risk would be obviously for the German car industry that it would just become an accessory to where the real value added is in the future, which is in the software and this technology. So I was wondering if the panel has any thoughts on this geopolitical risk that is emerging from the lack of this capacity in the German and especially European market.
Okay, thank you very much. Who would like to take this on? Sebastian.
Yeah, I think this is a real risk, and it should have been addressed earlier. Personally, I have proposed industrial policy to create a European cloud infrastructure a few years ago already. The problem now is that we are in technology so far behind Google and Amazon that it would take a pretty large amount of capital to just replicate their cloud infrastructure, if we could even do it. But I mean, still, there would be an easy solution for industrial policy solution for something like that. We could say, or you could make a directive that any cloud provider who gives data to the US government or to foreign government without a European court order is subject to huge fines, and a result would be that they would probably stop providing services in Europe over due time. And you could imagine that spin-offs of those big companies of Google and Amazon would replicate the structure here. I mean, there are a lot of employees from Google and Amazon, if they had been given the opportunity to found a European cloud infrastructure, they would move back to Europe and do that here. But it doesn't make sense for them. But I think you could have industrial policy instruments which create an incentive for that. And I think one should think along these lines, because it's a real risk what you just mentioned.
It sounds very Chinese, right? So we force everybody to just build their enterprises that are successful, same way, same thing.
As Marin said, sometimes we need to learn from the Chinese.
Great. I think we've had a couple of really nice ideas about how to save the German economy from this export crisis. My role now is to summarize everything, and I won't, because it's impossible. We had so many great ideas. So I'll just leave you with this. I had a wonderful time here. We had a lot of interesting policy solution ideas. We had a number of very practical examples, and I just can say thank you to this great panel.
So, hello and welcome back to our next session this afternoon. Just to give you context, we have started on the energy system, how to reset the German energy system, how to make it more resilient, which is one of the big issues coming out of the last couple of years of historical crisis, the pandemic and the war and the energy crisis. The second one we touched upon was about the industry in a larger sense. We had a speech by Robert HABECK, and we discussed the future of the German industry with a new energy pricing background. We had this discussion on the export system with Shahin and the paper he presented. And we are now going to the major third part of our workshop, which will touch upon one of the big new crises and challenges, which has been the inflation, which has been considered dead for a long time and has come back and is very much related to the crisis, to the energy crisis. And we wanted to discuss in how far, in our sense, reflecting about new paradigms, this fight against inflation needs something like a new paradigm, because it's an inflation which may not be the typical one in the textbook sense. And that's why we have organized this session, this longer session with different inputs. And I will immediately hand over to Thorsten Fricke, who has accepted to moderate these sessions in the afternoon now. Please, Thorsten, and have a nice discussion. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. Let me start with a little story which goes a little bit back. In 1999, the US magazine Time came up with a cover, which is a legendary cover, and put three hats on that cover. The headline was "Committee to Save the World." And the hats shown on that cover were Alan Greenspan, at that time head of the Federal Reserve, Bob Rubin, who was finance minister at that time, and Larry Summers, who was his Secretary of State. So fast forward to today, what would this committee look like today if we would ask the question, who's going to save the world from inflation? So who would be shown? What kind of tools would be needed? I think this gives a little bit of a framework for our debate later. And we want to start with two presentations. First one with Jérôme Créel from Paris. He's going to talk about the inflation and the policy mix shifting to a new paradigm. And there's still a question mark behind that. So it's still an open question. And after that, we have the keynote from Chief Economist of the ECB, Philipp Lane. But let's start with you, Jérôme. The floor is yours. Thank you.
So many thanks to Thomas for the invitation and to the assignment of the research question. So I'll be trying to be as short as possible. It's about a French non-paper. You may be familiar with the German non-papers, but you may look for the French non-papers. It is a presentation on a non-existing to date paper, but that may exist in the future, I hope, by the end of the summer. So the idea here is with colleagues at the OFCE to try to figure out whether or not the changes we've seen in economic policies may continue or not. What we've seen is a sharp wave of inflation to which not only monetary policy has been reacting, but also fiscal policies. And quite strangely, maybe, expansionary fiscal policies are supposed to have had disinflationary effects. quite something unusual as regards the textbooks. We are told about fiscal expansion, pushing up demand, but maybe also creating more inflation. But in this situation that we are going through these days, fiscal policies are expansionary, but are disinflationary. So this sudden rise in inflation has, to some extent, spurred quite unconventional policies. We've seen price caps, we've seen government subsidies, we've seen high interest rates and very rapid increases in the interest rate. But to some extent, the usual setting that we've seen before, by which, according to the Tinbergen principle, monetary policy would take care of inflation, whereas tax and fiscal policy would take care of growth or redistributive effects, has not worked the same these days, so that it may be that something has happened and maybe a change in paradigm has happened. So the question of the presentation is this: will we be having a new paradigm? Before that, achieving this last slide, because I will be very disappointing, it's a non-paper, so it's only a conclusion related to the paradigm. I'd like to draw your attention on different government policies that have been implemented to tame inflation or try to tame it. I'd like to raise the issue of the redistribution effects of inflation, but not only inflation, also disinflation. And I'd like to discuss a bit about the limits of monetary policy at limiting inflation before I turn to issues or solutions to the current situation of high inflation. First, I deal with the IRA that you've been discussing so much today, but I discuss it because it's called Inflation Reduction Act, so maybe it's important to discuss that as well in relation to inflation. And I will draw a few insights on the kind of new paradigm that we may be needing and open certainly the discussion on that. So in the current situation, what we do know is that for most countries, for the euro area as a whole, it seems that the inflation peak has been passed. But we also have seen many discrepancies across the different member states, with inflation at its lowest in France, a country in which many of these government policies have been implemented to tame inflation as fast and as much as possible. Whereas some other countries have left inflation grow at higher level before these inflation rates have started being reduced. Headline inflation is declining, but inflation on food and alcohol is still relatively high, so that we still have a core inflation issue. There have been many different reactions towards this towards this inflation surge: price caps, rebates, some Iberian exception, by which the Spanish and the Portuguese have tried to limit as much as possible the windfall profits from renewable energy by decoupling the price of electricity from that of gas. This has not been implemented, for instance, in France, where France has decided not to limit to zero windfall profits, but to tax them. Whereas in Germany, it seems that price caps have happened only very recently. So different reactions with different impacts on public finances that we will need to reconnect at one point or another with the reforms of the Stability and Growth Pact. Most of the government policies that have been implemented have been very costly to our states, and therefore raise the question of who will pay in the end for the cost. Will it be the taxpayer now? Will it be the taxpayer sometime? Will it be rolling debt forever? Who knows? Okay, so that's a point that needs to reconnect with the Stability and Growth Pact. Another issue that has been arising with this inflation surge is that, of course, inflation, as we all know, has redistributive effects. For those who hold money, of course, they're not able to have some diversification of their portfolio to be able to compensate for the rise in inflation that declines the real value of their money balances. Of course, the poorest have also the highest share of consumption dedicated to food, okay, which is currently the main determinant of inflation. But it's not only with inflation that the poorest will be facing, but also an issue as regards disinflation. Disinflation policies, if they generate a decline in the output, will certainly weigh more on the poorest part of the population than on the wealthiest part of the population, which may mean in the end, and we use this quote from Mr. Allen in Ireland, when you're a poor worker, it is raining stones 7 days a week, to tell that maybe within this inflation surge and now this inflation episode, it may well be important to continue having expansion in fiscal policies, because we need to compensate for that. And we do need to compensate out of new fiscal policies, because the impact of the inflation shock has been very heterogeneous across member states. Here you have on the left-hand side the evolution of the price of consumption for natural gas if you are a low consumer, certainly households, and on the right-hand side, the price of gas in the different countries, the Euro area or Spain, France, and Germany, for high consumer, which are their firms, okay? And what we do see is that there is some discrepancy across the member states. We also see that in terms of electricity prices, the policies that have been implemented in Spain, like the Iberian exception, have not been that much efficient. Okay? If you look on the left-hand side, with these policies that were also largely devoted to limiting the cost of the rise in the price of energy to the most vulnerable, we can see that the prices of electricity for consumption in Spain is the highest within this group of 3 countries. So despite strong governmental policies, it may have happened that these policies have not been enough to compensate for the inflation surge. And let me finish with a last slide on the evolution and comparison in the evolution in the prices of gasoline. What we do see here is that there have been kind of a volatility between the different member states in terms of gasoline prices. But before the inflation surge, there was a high correlation between the different member states. Some countries had gasoline prices higher than the others, but when one was going up, the other was going up as well. This has not been the case since the inflation surge. So the heterogeneity across the different member states has increased quite importantly during this period. Against this backdrop, what can monetary policy do? In the paradigm that is still existing today, the central bank view of economic policy, monetary policy should be taking care of price stability. It's its main objective, and it should be able to do so. But we've seen that we have needed some other policies. Why have these policies been needed? Maybe because the transmission of monetary policy is very tricky. I report here part of a paper by Giovanni Rico, one of our co-authors, with other co-authors of his, including Lucrezia Reichling, in which the 3 of them have shown that in order for a conventional monetary policy to have the expected macro effects, it needs to be instrumented with the control of the spreads between the different member states of the euro area. So if you do not also control for the spreads between Spain and Germany, you will not be able to achieve the results of a monetary policy, a restrictive monetary policy that you will be looking for. Okay? So you need to continue accompanying conventional policy tools by the ECB with unconventional monetary policy tools, like, for instance, the transmission protection instrument. So that's an argument, for having and adopting this instrument. But that's the first point. The transmission of monetary policy is complex. Second point, in the current situation, what we do see is that headline inflation has started decreasing. Core inflation is maintained at a relatively high level. Other prices have diminished and the cost of transportation have diminished as well. It looks as if after the first inflation surge that may have come from demand spillovers from the US, the disruption in supply chains, the increase in uncertainty and the increase in energy shocks, it seems as if all that happens looks like we have been hit mostly by an energy price shock. But if it is the case, if these graphs that show the impact of an increase in energy prices on these different variables is right, and if we're facing this kind of shock, monetary policy is not that much well suited to cope with kind of this crisis. So maybe monetary policy cannot do everything. And it can't do everything also because there might be a well-known trade-off between taming inflation and taking care of the output or employment. There are many discussions these days on the slope of the Phillips curve. We show there the blue line, which is also an elaboration by Giovanni Rico and his co-authors, that show that the slope of the Phillips curve was rather low. But maybe it's steeper. And there is a recent contribution by Benigno and Egerton that have shown that the Phillips curve might be steeper, and the cost of monetary policy restrictiveness might be lower than we thought. But since there is some uncertainty as regards the slope of the Phillips curve, there might be uncertainty as regards the efficiency of monetary policy at taming inflation without too many costs. So if monetary policy can't do everything, what else? Maybe the inflation reduction hack. I'm almost running out of time, I guess. So it's easy to remember and to know that the Inflation Reduction Act has not as a main objective to reduce inflation. Okay? It's in the name, but it's mostly not in the project. It's driven by climate change mitigation to create good paying jobs. It's also based upon lowering some healthcare costs. In the end, according to different evaluations, this strong impetus in the US would improve the budget in the US. So it's kind of a restrictive fiscal policy. What about its impact on inflation? Nil. All the evaluations to date of the IRA on inflation do not show any change in inflation, of a very minor one. So that means that this shouldn't be considered as a solution to our problem of inflation. So, should we be having a European IRA? Not to fight inflation. It will not work. So that needs to, therefore we need to find out other solutions, changing the system. Remember this Ken Loach movie quote? When you're a poor worker, it rains stone 7 days a week. Jimmy continues, we never invented the system, son. It's up to us to change it. How? That's my last slide. I will conclude on that. I told you it will be very disappointing on the new paradigm. So, first thing, within a rethinking of the policy mix, it seems quite important to reassess the incidence of monetary policy at being able to stabilize prices. Okay. I've shown you one example by Giovanni Rico and his co-authors. There are many more that disputes the ability of monetary policy to be able, in the short run or in the medium, to reduce inflation. So that must be reassessed. What has been reassessed, meanwhile, is the usefulness of tax and fiscal policies at being able to try to tame inflation, but also to boost economic growth. Okay? There is a long-lasting literature that started maybe 2002 with this Blanchard-Perotti paper on the US that said that discretionary fiscal policy was helpful at boosting the economy, okay? Whatever the current business cycle situation. So we discovered that fiscal policy could help stabilize the economic activity. That means that this would be a critic to implementing today austerity measures, because that would reduce activity so much. So the question that we want to ask in this non-paper that will become, Thomas, I'm sure we will achieve that. The question we want to ask in this paper is how can we use actively fiscal policy without inducing a positive trend in public debt? We are fully aware of the current discussions at the EU level on the reforms of the Stability and Growth Pact, but I would like to recall this paper by Rice that said that to achieve debt sustainability, there are 4 elements that need to be kept in mind. The first one is the level of the risk-free interest rate, R. The second is the growth rate in the economy, G. The third one is the evolution in productivity, M. And the fourth one is uncertainty. The conclusion by Rice is to tell that if R is below G, is below M, and there is not too much uncertainty, there is a limit to fiscal deficits and to public debts, but we are far from these fiscal and debt limits. We have margins for maneuver to do more. And my conclusion will be that I find it very sad that during these discussions that we are having on the fiscal reforms that related to the Stability and Growth Pact, we have decided to decouple discussion on the domestic fiscal rules from discussions on the central fiscal capacity. The one that, if we had it, may permit to fund European public goods. At this stage, we don't know where we're going in the second stage, and we hear a restore. It may not be the worst case scenario. So my last word is we should be discussing at the same moment about domestic fiscal rules and a permanent fiscal capacity. Why? If we don't have a permanent European fiscal capacity, we will need domestic leeway to take care of our debts, but also about our business cycle and other main issues like climate change mitigation and other things like education, like health, that we may have to do at the domestic level. But if we have a central capacity at the European level, maybe we can be stricter on domestic fiscal rules. At the moment, we're talking about domestic fiscal rules that may be relatively strict without having common leeway to try to achieve the different challenges ahead of us. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much, Jerome, for those thought-provoking ideas and the presentation. So we heard there's a lot of divergence and there's a lot of different approaches in Europe when it comes to fiscal policy dealing with price shocks. We also heard monetary policy can't do everything, but what can monetary policy actually do? Philip, the floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, and thank you for the invitation and for organizing the event today. I mean, there's a lot going on in the world. There's a lot going on in Europe. I'm actually more or less halfway through my term at the ECB. I joined in June 19, and those initial months in 2019 were quite different to everything that I've been experiencing since then. So what I want to do is very quickly and very partially, so in no way am I going to present everything to you that I would have presented to Governing Council last week, just for lack of time. But I will try and give the general context of how we think about the current inflation situation, and then the role of monetary policy. And I think it's important to put it in a macro context. So my first slide here, the blue line on the left tells you what we thought before the pandemic in December 19. That's the trend line for GDP. So Europe would grow steadily, in no way amazing, but a steady growth rate. And then the other lines are telling you what we thought at different points in time. So in December 21, just 15 months ago, before the war, there was a conclusion we should be optimistic that Europe is now vaccinated. Okay, we've Omicron in the near term, but once that is over, we should grow quite quickly, and we should get back onto the pre-pandemic trend. Then the war came, and we became gloomier, which is December 22, the red line. And compared to the red line, we're a bit more optimistic now, primarily because the energy shock has subsided to some extent. There's been much better news about energy compared to what we thought in the autumn. But that blue line is still saying Europe is way below the pre-pandemic trend, but we expect this to close gradually over time. So I suppose the starting point is Europe is not in a normal situation. There's we're still recovering from the pandemic. Output is not where it should be. There's been years of lost growth rates here. And this is why simultaneously we are projecting that Europe is going to grow this year and grow even more strongly in 24-25. Not because there's some massive demand boom, which there isn't, but the supply side of the economy is going to recover over time. And so this is important because for many people, they find it hard to reconcile the economy growing and still have a lot of disinflation. So I'll come to that. The same point applies here, but even more so for domestic demand. So the similar graphs for consumption and for investment, where again, we're way below the pre-pandemic trend. Okay, so now with inflation, what I combine here is basically three types of information. The solid blue line is headline inflation. Then the light blue interval is the different measures of underlying inflation that we have. And then the other symbols are basically forecasts of the future, our own and the market and the experts. What you see here is, of course, there's been a pretty sharp decline in headline inflation because of the reversal of energy prices. But that shaded blue line, blue interval says, well, if you use these standard indicators, you may be headed into a period of inflation, if you like, being persistent at well above 2%. On the other hand, the different indicators say here is actually people actually believe that by the end of this year, and even more so next year, and even more so in 25, we'll be back to around 2%. So there's a strong belief out there, and also in our own forecast, that there's a lot of disinflation coming later this year. Not quite yet, totally. So we're still, where there's a lot of momentum in inflation, but later this year and ongoing, a lot of this inflation is supposed to reverse, partly because of the reversal of the underlying shocks, partly because of monetary policy. And when you break that down into components, because there's been a lot of relative price movements in these years, we know about the really large increase in energy. We know with the pandemic, initially the relative price of goods went up a lot, then relative price of services more recently. There's been a lot of relative price movements. And here's maybe a side comment to the first presentation. Relative price movements, monetary policy, we cannot control, but clearly there's a lot of redistribution effects and kind of effects from relative price movements where fiscal policy has a role to play. But anyway, what you see here is that we have energy coming down very quickly, which is happening. But what is true is that for food inflation and for core inflation, this year is the peak. So overall inflation last year was the peak, but it's not the peak. This year is the peak. So there's still momentum in food and core inflation, which is for this year running in the opposite direction to the decline in energy inflation. And a lot can be inferred also from the behavior of profits and wages. So what I do here is I split up the years from the end of 2019 to the end of 22 into two phases. One is the pandemic itself, which I date here to finish in Q1 last year. And then there's the reopening phase, from spring last year through the rest of last year. And so in the pandemic itself, there's all sorts of global gyrations in energy prices, agricultural prices, goods prices, and not much action in terms of domestic costs, such as labor costs. So lots of movement in profits in that time period. And then in the last 9 months of last year, when the European economy reopened, then there was a new type of mismatch in services. So services were reopening, people wanted to go out to a restaurant, to travel, to have tourism. And there was a big mismatch last year, which of course translated into pretty big recovery in profits. But again, because wages are slow moving, last year there was not massive increases in wages. And so a lot of the inflation last year took the form of higher profits. So what we think about wages, if I start at the middle panel, is clearly the starting point at the start of this year is real wages have dropped. The inflation outpaced wages in the last couple of years. So we basically think over this year, next, and the year after, real wages will rebuild. There's a very basic, imperative in the labor market to rebuild real wages. But what we have is essentially, it's a multi-year project. Wage negotiations are staggered. People live under uncertainty. It doesn't happen all in one go. And so what we have on the left side is to do that, nominal wages have to grow a lot more than normal. But the key for disinflation is the peak is this year, with average wages in Europe growing by more than 5%. Still well above normal next year and the year after, but every year a little bit less. So this is a kind of transition phase lasting several years, which helps explain why inflation is not immediately dropping back to 2%. And so what you see also this year with the slowdown, productivity is going to be compromised this year as you get big increases in unit labor costs. I'll come to that in a minute. So where's the disinflation coming from? If wages are growing, where is it coming from? One is the bottlenecks are easing big time. So all of these bottleneck indicators, which mattered quite a bit for keeping, especially for manufactured goods, to some extent for food, all of those have been in reverse for over a year, but they're continuing to ease. And then on the right side, the energy shock is also reversed. So let me come to the basic fact that so far the inflation has come out of essentially a lot of supply side shocks. I already showed you that consumption and investment is well below the pre-pandemic trend. And over last year with the war, the terms of trade shock, consumption did kind of grow to before the war, but then over the last year, it actually fell into negative territory in Q4. So with the uncertainty, the terms of trade shock, and also savings going up because we had actually a decline in consumption. So again, this is not consistent with a demand-driven inflation, but this is an important context. Now, having said that, here looks better. With the decline in energy prices, there is more optimism picking up. So the demand contribution, we do think is set to pick up compared to where it was. This is another way to make the same point, is that compared to the US, consumption has been well below the pre-pandemic trend throughout. So the origin of the inflation is quite different to the US, where there has been strong consumption for an extended period. Okay, let me talk about the labor market. So the left side, basically, we've had a very flat unemployment for over a year at a low level. So unemployment has been very flat. So how do you explain the pretty strong increase in employment without unemployment falling further? And the answer is there's been a good recovery in immigration into the area and a good improvement in labor force participation. The middle panel says this is especially true among older workers and also among the higher skilled. So if you have an increase in labor supply, it helps to explain why the European economy can grow without adding inflationary pressure because of the increase in labor supply. And this is partly, I would guess, partly with digitalization, working from home. Now it's feasible for many people in the older age bracket to reconcile family responsibilities with working to some extent in the labor market. Because the right side says average hours are coming down. It's not the case. People are coming in and working in a full-time sense. A lot of the extra employment de facto involves lower hours. Okay, so all of that helps explain why inflation became quite high, but is set to decline. But the reality is that it's still an open question about how quickly that's going to happen. So what I show here is the solid line is the inflation today compared to a year ago. That's the typical way inflation is measured. But a year is a long time in this scenario. So we also look at momentum, which is 3 month on 3 month. So what you see is if you did 3 month on 3 month and then you annualize it, overall inflation now is around 4%. So it's come down quite a bit. But that's because now energy inflation is deeply negative. Prices are not just stabilizing, they've fallen quite a bit in energy. Well, what you also see in the other charts is essentially there's only very limited progress so far in slowing down the inflation rate in the other categories, especially for services. And this goes to what might you expect coming up. And essentially, the issue is, are these indicators of underlying inflation? We look at a huge range. What are they telling us? And essentially, the way to think about it is all of these need some kind of an adjustment for the fact that with the decline in energy prices, the ending of the pandemic reopening phase, the easing of bottlenecks, all of these do need some kind of correction. But it'd be even better to see these indicators falling already because they're a predictor of future inflation. And then you should add on the correction on top of that. Some of these are falling. The green line there, the persistent common component of inflation has good predictive power. That's been falling for quite a while. But a lot of these have not yet turned around. The right side says, again, please remember, a lot of what's happening is a lot of services industries are quite energy intensive. And the fact that energy prices were going up last year is still being passed through. So the right side says services inflation, up to now, a lot of it is coming from the pass-through of energy costs. But what's also true is a different component, the wage component, is picking up. So another way of saying this is the pandemic effect. Again, if you're tempted to say there's a shorthand model of services inflation, I think under current circumstances, you have to become a bit more granular. And the left chart here says there's two obvious pandemic-related sectors. One is travel, tourism, the other is restaurants, which have quite a lot of weight in the price index, where over the last year, these have had a very large fraction of overall services inflation is coming from that, which is the pandemic reopening effect, much more than normal. And again, one of the issues for this year is, will those sectors at least partially normalize and go back to having a smaller contribution which is, I suppose, what we expect to some extent. We also don't expect profits to remain so high. So the left side is from our new corporate telephone survey. And we asked them, well, where do you think your prices are going this year? Where do you think your costs are going? And if you put that two together, you get a kind of synthetic index of margins. And what they say is last year they were able to do quite well, have high margins. This year they expect margins to fall quite a bit because essentially they may face cost increases, including labor cost increases, but they won't be able to increase prices by so much because the demand is normalizing. The right side does say there's onward signs that wages are picking up, but from a low level. And in our forecast, we do have wages quite strong this year. So what we see on the right side is, broadly in line with what we expect to see. But what's going to be important is later this year that we start to see this decelerate. Once you have seen some correction of some reversal of the decline in your real wage, and with inflation falling this year, the next wage deals should be lower than the wage deals we see right now. Okay, let me just finish a little bit with monetary policy. It is a good reminder is where people thought the interest rate would be in December 21. And that's the orange line at the bottom, which is basically, it may not be minus 0.5 in these years, but they didn't think, the market did not think that it was even going back to zero in these years. So in December 21, and that's only a year and a half ago, not even, that was the belief about the future of monetary policy. Then, of course, we've been raising rates, and then the market thinks there's a bit more to go. And if I extended out this graph further, they do think eventually, whenever we start cutting, when we do cut, the new normal is about 2% interest rates, not minus 0.5. So it's about 250 basis points, minus 50 to 2, which is priced to last forever. And then above that is for several years, but maybe not forever. So that's a very different monetary policy environment. And that's being passed through to steep increases to lending rates for firms and to households, with some differences across countries, but with pretty big increases. This is now translating into a big slowdown in credit, which is the left side to firms. And also banks are reporting they're going to be tougher, essentially, in assessing loans from firms. And the right side says firms also don't like to see high interest rates, and they're demanding less. And the same qualitative picture is also true for households. So let me finish with what our strategy is here. It is that in order to make sure that this dynamic, and the issue is inflation, no matter if it's coming from the supply side, that does mean there's going to be a disinflation dynamic, but that doesn't mean it's locked in, that's going to revert all the way to 2% quickly enough. It's because of the fact that once costs go up, there is a natural and essential need for wages to go up to some extent. But in turn, then there has to be a wave of price increases to rebalance that. So there is a dynamic there to respond to the initial shock. And the idea is we want interest rates to be set at such a level that that dynamic converges back to 2% sufficiently quickly that it doesn't become locked in, it doesn't become embedded in inflation expectations. And this is why we've been raising rates, not because the origin of the inflation was demand side, it wasn't, but to make sure this adjustment process returns to 2% quickly enough. And to allow time for the panel, I'll stop there.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you very much. So if you could just stay up here, and Jerome, if you could join us over here. So we heard a lot of data, actually, and I'm not sure we heard the case for a shift in paradigm when it comes to policy, but that's open for debate now. So let's complete our panel here with Kathy, please, from Institute for Economic Research here in Berlin. And then Isabella Weber from the University of Massachusetts in Amherst. Hi, Isabella. And Anatol Karletsky from the research group GAVCAL, from Britain. And we should have online Ulrike Marmandier from the University of Berkeley. There we are. Hi, Ulrike, good to see you. So let's start with the opportunity for the rest of the panel to react and have some comments on what we just heard. So maybe Ulrike, you can start first.
Sure, I'd be happy to. I hope the audio is working. Well, these were two great, super interesting presentations. Thanks a lot, Xavier Rago and Philippe Lane. Let me maybe start from the supply versus demand-driven emphasis Philippe Lane had in his speech. That is, of course, where we are taking off from and thinking about should there be a new paradigm. And at this point, I just want to first briefly remark, for starters, there was a little bit of demand-driven as well, especially foreign demand. Fiscal expansion in the US, I think, was felt in Europe as well. But overall, of course, I agree that the supply side, both COVID bottlenecks and then, of course, the war in Ukraine played the most important role. Now, does that mean we have to throw our textbook approach of thinking about monetary policy out of the window, have to think about new avenues? I don't quite see it yet. It is, another version of textbook in some sense, right? And a lot of the dynamics are still at play. We are still worrying about spirals. We are worrying about expectations getting unanchored, making it hard for monetary policy to be effective. The lack of price stability will never be a good thing to accommodate, and hence the decisive measure the ECB has taken in trying to fight it makes a lot of sense. It was just a little more complicated, namely that we have an inflation that's not driven by consumer optimism, where it's okay if the economy cools down a little bit. As Philippe Lane just illustrated, everybody had to think a lot about growth, demand, etc. At the same time, the whole supply side aspect also gives us some hope that as bottlenecks are being resolved, there will be some impulses coming. So in and of itself, having, again, a more supply-driven situation than demand-driven doesn't quite make me think that paradigm goes out of the window. The traditional tools of monetary policy have to be rethought. If anything, in parentheses, the whole phase of ZLB, of zero lower bound or effective lower bound, the opposite end of the spectrum, would make me think more about that. And I saw that Xavier and Corthas in their write-up of their non-paper alluded to that, so I appreciated that. Now, is monetary policy effective in these times? Well, I have not seen evidence to the contrary. It is incredibly difficult to assess. There are time lags of the effects of monetary policy, time lags in also fiscal measures being taken. It can be quite frustrating to think about if we hear the public debate, which sees an interest rate rise and then is asking tomorrow what's happening to prices. So how much is due to monetary policy does remain an open question in a world where we, unfortunately for us researchers, can't have the ECB do randomized controlled trials so we could properly assess things. Turning to the overarching question of whether other players, such as fiscal policymakers and other approaches, should play a larger role. So Xavier talked about, how effective in France the energy price subsidies were. I do remain in the camp of being pretty nervous about it, partly for the incentive reasons Xavier talked about it, partly also learning from history. I mean, if we look back at the stagflation of the 1970s, new research coming out, for example, a bunch of papers by Itamar Drexler and Corthas at Wharton, talk about how in that period, another type of cap, namely the credit controls, the limiting of interest rates on deposits, might have had quite detrimental effects. And ultimately might be one of the reasons why things spiraled out of control, and we had both the recession, and it took a long time to get inflation under control, as people were disincentivized from savings at that point. So as it is right now, similar to what people sometimes say about, or Winston Churchill famously referred to democracy being the worst form of government, other than all other approaches. I don't see a moment where it's time to say, oh, we have something better, shinier to turn to. Now, it doesn't mean that in terms of conclusion, actually, I'm very far away from what Xavier said. Counter-cyclical fiscal policies are important. They do have effect on inflation. Fiscal policy that counteract the ECB's attempts to fight inflation by providing generous fiscal impulses to the whole population, rather than a data-driven, data-informed approach that targets the parts of the population that need support, will harm us. The lack of coordination of fiscal policy and monetary policy on the European level remains a problem. So even if we may sound naive, like Xavier, I would like to keep talking about European fiscal boards and or other ways of more coordination. In my sense, to summarize, I don't see as much new here as the title was suggesting. At the same time, the renewed emphasis on the interaction of fiscal policy and monetary policy, which in my mind is a decade-old one, is particularly valuable in these times. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. So not so much change after all, Isabella. I mean, Ulrike talked a lot about there might be needed changes on the fiscal side, but not on the monetary policy side. So what's your take on that?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, first of all, thank you for these two brilliant presentations and for these very thought-provoking comments. I would say that the question is, how do we assess the situation in which we are in right now? And I hear some very upbeat voices here where I'm actually a bit more downbeat. If I look at the enormous inequality crisis that was already created by the pandemic that hit the poorest the hardest, then inflation has hit the poorest the hardest. And now we are choosing a monetary policy that is by design hitting wage-dependent people again harder. So there is, I think, a real question whether this is the right way of dealing with the kind of crisis that we are in. Now, you might say you don't care about inequality. I might reply, well, we were already talking about an inequality crisis before we had these additional inequality shocks. But okay, well, maybe, okay, you don't care, fine. But how about the banking crisis? How about the recession? How about the overall economic outlook? How about the situation that we are still below trend? How about the fact that, yes, we do not have randomized control trials for Europe, and God forbid I get a bit nervous of the idea of conducting randomized control trials in the middle of a gigantic crisis that is termed the worst in several decades. But yes, we do not have such trials, but we do have country case studies. And if I look at the data that was shown for France, if I look at the data that is coming out of Spain, that yes, some of the numbers didn't look that great, but nevertheless, the inflation rate overall, last time I checked, was 3.8%. And then if I compare this with Germany, I feel like there is a lot of space to possibly get creative and try to expand the toolbox and try to think about measures that can help in the crisis in an immediate way. I also do believe that given that in all European countries, some creative measures have been taken, it has become even more difficult to assess the effectiveness of monetary policy because of the massive delays in monetary policy effectiveness. So overall, and I still forgot one thing, of course. We have been at the brink of a banking crisis, which is of course also related to monetary policy. So overall, I would say that the situation isn't great. We are also not out of the thick of it. We are living in an age of overlapping emergencies. We had the pandemic. We have the Russian war in Ukraine. We are living in a times of climate crisis. We are living in we just had the panel on US, China, Germany, and so on. We are living in a times of crumbling global economic orders. So all of this indicates for me that more shocks that are intensely sectoral, that can hit systemically relevant areas in ways that unsettle the stability of the economy as a whole, that such shocks are much more likely today than they have been until recently. And that in such a situation, we should not say, oh, it's all fine, let's just stick with monetary policy, but that we should really try to think hard and creative about expanding the toolbox, and monetary policy can possibly be part of the solution, but I don't think it's enough to tackle the kind of challenges that we have at hand.
All right, thank you. Anatole, expanding the toolbox. So what happened to the division of labor, the traditional one, where we had monetary policy taking care of inflation and fiscal policy taking care of all other things?
Yes, well, I think, as Jerome said in his brilliant presentation, I think that division of labor is breaking down. I think it's actually breaking down much more, and the whole question of the new paradigm is much more relevant in the United States than it is here in Europe, because actually, as we heard from Philip Lane's paper, in a sense, the disinflation that's going on, both inflation, but now the disinflation that is expected in Europe is of a fairly conventional kind. It's one that's caused by a period of much weaker demand than would have been expected before this whole thing happened. In the United States, you have something that is much closer to a demand push rather than a supply-driven inflation. And for that, I think a new paradigm really will be needed because really for two reasons. First of all, as we heard in Jerome Krell's paper, and Isabella again now elaborated on that further, the current disinflation has huge distributional effects. It has distributional effects on real incomes. We saw this morning, even here in Germany, falls in real wages of as much as 7%. This is a huge issue, and it has huge distributional effects between countries, between sectors, and so on and so forth. So that's one reason why at least a new paradigm would be desirable, and perhaps we'll hear more of that about how that could work. But the other reason is that I think that the old paradigm of the Tinbergen separation between monetary and fiscal policy was developed and worked very well during a period of structural disinflation in the world economy, which has probably come to an end for reasons that, again, we were discussing all this morning. We had from the mid-1980s for 20 or 30 years, a period when the whole world economy was experiencing a disinflation generated by globalization, by technological changes that were increasing competition and diminishing pricing power and disrupting all kinds of markets. And perhaps most importantly, huge political changes, which from the early 80s onwards completely transformed the structure of labor markets and the distribution of national income between wages and capital incomes. So you had those three, those things going on in a huge scale, and each one of them is now reversed. Now, it was actually, they were already reversing, I think, quite visibly before COVID, before the war, before the energy shock. But the way the sort of metaphor that I've been thinking about, especially since February 24th last year, was that there was still a chance that the inflation would prove transitory in the way that, until February 24th, in the way that the Fed and the ECB hoped, because although these long-run phenomena of disinflation were shifting in a more inflationary direction, and despite the fact that we had a huge monetary and fiscal expansion as a result of COVID, the monetary and fiscal expansion was by definition going to be reversible. The supply shocks were going to reverse, and they did reverse. And the slow-moving inflationary tendencies could have been something that gradually stabilized. And the metaphor I had was the inflation was building up like an explosive charge, but an explosive charge that's still quite safe. TNT is a high explosive, but if it's in a stick of dynamite, you can still transport it, it doesn't blow up. What happened, I think, on February 24th, and here I think there is unfortunately an analogy with 1973 and the Arab oil shock, is you had a detonator that was applied to an explosive charge that was still there, but was perhaps still relatively safe. And then that led to a potentially irreversible path-dependent process. You had this explosion of inflation going up, not just to 5%, 6%, but to 10, 11, 12%, and crucially, lasting not just for the period of COVID and the post-COVID rebound, but high inflation rates, which have now persisted in all the major economies for 2.5 years and will almost certainly persist for 3 years or more. And this, I think, potentially changes the situation completely from the old paradigm. And I think we're now in a world where the old paradigm, which was built on the idea that as long as you can anchor expectations and central banks have credibility, inflation will always converge down to whatever is the central bank target, I think no longer makes sense or is no longer credible, especially in the economy that matters most, which is the United States. And I'll stop here just with one final remark. I spend all my time now talking to people in financial markets. And the view in financial markets is, first of all, totally dominated by what happens in the United States rather than in Europe or anywhere else, because it's not so much that the US is the biggest economy in the world, it really isn't anymore in certain phases, but it totally dominates financial sentiment. And therefore, the financial sentiment is going to depend on whether the US, whether Fed has overcome inflation much more than whether the ECB has overcome inflation. And I think the Fed probably won't overcome inflation for a very simple reason, that as inflation has accelerated, the amount of monetary tightening in real terms has actually been much less than you would think on the basis of Fed funds going from 0 to 5%, because Fed funds were at 0 in a world of 2% or 1% inflation. Fed funds today are at 5% in a world of 5 or 6% embedded inflation. So it's not at all clear that there has actually been sufficient monetary tightening in the US as opposed to Europe, where I think there has been, in order to overcome this embedded inflationary problem. And talking to people in financial markets, one realizes that there's a big cognitive dissonance, I think, in a way, in terms of not just monetary tightening, but inflation, a lot of other factors between levels. What is the level of interest rates and what is the rate of change? Now, the rate of change of interest rates has been greater, faster than at any time since the 1980s, as a result of which you have people all over the world in headlines saying, this is the most aggressive monetary tightening the world has seen since Paul Volcker. But if you look at the level of interest rates, especially in real terms, and particularly in the United States, they're not at all restrictive, or perhaps they've only just become restrictive very recently. And this, I think, leads to a very serious contradiction between what's going on in financial markets, what the central bankers and the monetary authorities are thinking, and what's going on in the real world, which is still actually pretty low levels of interest rates and still a lot of inflationary pressure, especially in the US.
Thanks, Anatole. Kerstin, so there seems to be a consensus building that there is a breakdown between the traditional division of labor, monetary policy, and fiscal policy, and that we have to take into account the distributional effects or impact of monetary policy as well. Do you see this happening when you look at the monetary policy of the ECB?
No?
Yeah, now it works. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to join this panel. Actually, I join a bit the opinion of Ulrike that I don't see that so much new is happening. Of course, the situation is new, but the way how we tackle the problems with a mix of coordination between monetary and fiscal policy, it's nothing new, especially now that we have a supply-driven or cost-push shock inflation hitting the economy. Because, so therefore also when I received the invitation and with the question, do we need a new paradigm, my first idea was no, we only have to use what was on the table, what is on the table already much more. So a coordination between fiscal and monetary policy. And the reason is that with supply-driven shocks, usually they move in opposite directions. So prices and output moves in opposite directions. So they're much more difficult for central banks to tackle. So central banks, also what Jerome said, and in the last presentation, the central bank somehow has to accept inflationary consequences of energy price shocks in the first round. However, they have to react to inflationary responses in the second round. And I think here, fiscal policy plays an important role to support the central bank in keeping inflation down, because monetary policy can't do that. They cannot influence sectoral prices. So they cannot say, we have high energy prices, interest rate policy is a very blunt tool. So they would push down all prices, and this is necessarily what we need in case of an energy price shock. What is much more flexible is fiscal policy, so that we use fiscal policy measures that are much more targeted to focus on individual sectors like energy prices. That's what we have seen in the past 12 months with different actions like price caps, with income substitution, etc. But that doesn't mean that we need to rethink the whole model on a new. So it's still monetary or central banks that are responsible for price stability, but we have to acknowledge that they are sort of, they cannot do much if these shocks, in case of energy price shocks. So the next question then would, of course, be, was it then wrong what the ECB did and the Fed did to raise interest rates so forcefully, as you just said, stronger than in the Volcker period? I would say no. We can discuss whether the speed was too much, but I think that they raised the interest rates was absolutely important, because we don't have only first round effects, but now also second round effects, or at least we have to take the psychological component also into consideration. If central banks don't move because they say it's an energy cost push shock, we cannot do much about it, we have to accept it, we let fiscal policy do the easing, then I think most of the population won't get it. They will see, okay, central banks are responsible for price stability. They are not moving. And this is what we've seen already in the past months in the news. I think the people don't understand it when the ECB is not doing anything. And therefore, I think interest rate rises were important to actually anchor inflation expectations and to avoid that the second round effects become even bigger. But I think, so to conclude, I would say it's not a new paradigm. So when you open textbooks, the ideal world is where we have monetary and fiscal coordination. So therefore, I actually like to see what is happening in the past 12 months, that fiscal policy supports central banks where they cannot do much.
All right, thanks, Kerstin. Philipp, I want to come back to you and bring in a quote from Olivier Blanchard. So he said, inflation is fundamentally the outcome of the distributional conflict between firms, workers, and taxpayers. It stops only when the various players are forced to accept the outcome. So where does the ECB come into this play here?
I think that's a good way to phrase it. I'm not sure this is working.
Switch the mic, if it's not working. Thank you.
Okay. Is it working now? It is, yeah. So, I mean, I think, again, the phrasing here people use different phrases, but this is basically the second round effect in action. Last year, especially when the scale of the energy price increase was so big, then having the third actor of fiscal policy has definitely played a role. So let me ignore fiscal policy for a minute and then think about this issue about the to and fro between profits and wages. So last year, I mean, labor markets we know are slow moving, but once they move, there tends to be a lot of momentum in labor markets over, and in Europe, because it's different countries, different, we do think it's going to take a while to play out. And absolutely, last year, prices rose more quickly than wages, no contest. Partly because of non-wage costs going up, but partly because there was profitable opportunities last year. So as I presented, we do think in the context of the cumulative increase in the cost of living, significant wage increases have to happen. But what's also true is if they happen in a gradual way over several rounds, they're much less inflationary than basically having indexation or a lot of front-loaded wage increases. Because you have a lot of front-loaded wage increases, if you like, the peak of inflation remains higher for longer, and then you do get a spiral, you do get the de-anchoring of expectations. Whereas if what we have, which is it's such that there's a significant wage adjustment, but with the disinflationary forces from the supply side also kicking in, if the inflation environment this autumn is a lot lower, then the context for the wage negotiations for 2024 wages are going to be a lot different. Still a catch-up to do. It's not going to be restored. So we do have in our forecast years of this. But the context of monetary policy is there has to be a context where the demand conditions basically are less benign. Because to stiffen, if you like, the backbone of firms and workers recognizing, look, if you ask for too much, the demand is not there. And if the costs go up too much, prices go up too much, then there's consequences for employment. And we know workers care a lot about employment. It's also to make sure for firms in terms of, should I try and maintain the sky-high margins I had last year in some industries? So that'd be a mistake. Because with the change in demand conditions, if you overprice, you're going to lose demand, and you regret that in terms of your future customer base. So this is, as I say, even if the origin wasn't demand, no matter where it comes from, when you do have this now staggered waves, I think there's for me, actually the best phrasing is waves. There's a wave of price resetting, a wave of wage resetting, and each of these waves should be less intense than previous wage to disinflate back to 2%. But the environment has to be where essentially interest rates are sufficiently restrictive. You have to keep an eye on demand. And I think that is the role. I think it's important, you captured very well about, if we had hypothetically not done anything and kept interest rates at a very low level, it'd be very hard to rationalize why you wouldn't de-anchor expectations, because there's nothing to hold back that. So it's important to move, and this is where, going back to what Anatoly said, there is a paradigm shift here. There's multiple paradigm shifts. One paradigm shift was before 2019, there were so many debates about Europe is turning into Japan, condemned to have below target inflation, permanently at the lower bound, and basically everyone settling in. No matter that the ECB is saying the target is 2, the world's settling into an inflation dynamic around 1 maybe. Not all the way to Japan, but basically a lot below target. So what I said in my presentation is that is gone. So people believe when this particular inflation episode is over, that essentially they no longer are putting weight on low inflation. They do believe, and this is where there's no reason for us not to deliver 2%. We have one target. we have the tools. I'd convert all of your statements into what is the interest rate we need to deliver 2%. Because if there's more demand, less supply, and so on, for us that's just okay. Where do we need to set the interest rate? But it doesn't invalidate the 2% target. So I think for us there's a re-anchoring here. There's a re-anchoring to the 2% target in the medium term, which people do believe, by and large. But again, we have to make sure we deliver that, and again in a proportionate way. We're very proportionate ECB. We know monetary policy has side effects, so we're trying to navigate to do it in a timely manner, but of course while still allowing the European economy to recover as far as possible.
Thank you, Jerome. Change in Europe is only possible if you have the right institution in place, and you came up at the end of your presentation with the European Fiscal Board. So that sounds like another name for old ideas, to be provocative. So what is it really about?
So this, I guess it would be some new margins for maneuver for the existing European Fiscal Board. This institution does exist. It depends on the Commission, but it's only there to control. It has no say on the orientation of the fiscal policies, even at the aggregate level, although they have an eye on the aggregate fiscal stance, but they cannot argue on the evolution of this aggregate fiscal stance without the approval of the Commission. So giving more power to this central budget authority may be one option to fund the common goods, public goods that we're looking for. But I must admit that this part of the slide will produce some discussion between the different authors of the paper. As you've seen, we're 6. So I'm not Xavier Ulrike, I'm Jérôme. We look a bit alike, but he's more beautiful than I am. But he has a very strong position on this European Fiscal Board that, in my view, I found a bit too technocratic. So I'd prefer to have a fiscal dialogue at the European Parliament, but nobody is willing to buy this idea, which is so naive. But I'm participating sometimes in the monetary dialogue at the European Parliament with Kirsten, and we know that it is not working efficiently. It could be working better, but it's an arena where the members of the European Central Bank, Mrs. Christine Lagarde, goes to talk with the members of the Parliament. I think it would be very important to have this kind of exercise also for our ministers of finance. But you were discussing about central fiscal capacity, so maybe it should be in the hand of a convenient, appropriate institution that would make it work, having an overall European say on what are the key challenges for the entire European Union, what we may be funding all together, and of course having controls that it has been well funded. I wanted to have a word on some of the remarks that were made about do we need or don't we need a new paradigm? For, as you were saying a minute ago, there is something on the table, and with what was on the table, we have been able to achieve so many things. But imagine a moment, let's dream that COVID-19 is over, that there's no pandemic coming again, and that the energy price shocks are over. Good news. Do we return to the great moderation years with the old paradigm that says monetary policy will make prices stable forever? This is the agenda, and fiscal policies must be limited, otherwise they will turn to be unsustainable. No one knows what unsustainable, some know what unsustainable it may mean, but it's very technical. So what is on the table is a very focused monetary policy on prices and limited scope for fiscal policies. Although we have other challenges, even in the great world of the great moderation, we have to maybe not mitigate climate change. Maybe it's not even possible to mitigate it. We must tackle it. We have issues in many respects. We like an education system that increases its performances in the European Union to increase human capital, let's say. We need to take care of the people and their health. We have many issues that we may need public money for. So we, therefore, in my view, and I think in the view of the 6 co-authors of these papers, we need to have a revival of public policies and a new paradigm. It's more about fiscal policy than it is about monetary policy.
All right. Ulrike, I want to come back to you. And Anatole mentioned there's a certain divergence between what's going on in the US and what's going on in Europe when it comes to the economic situation, but also when it comes to monetary and fiscal policy. So going forward, what would it mean for the ECB to be more divergent from the past, or the tone the Fed sets at the moment?
That's a very interesting question. And apologies against Jerome. That's one of the disadvantages of joining from over here in the early morning and seeing your beautiful slides very well, but only like a small dot with a French accent. So I apologize. I still adore the slides and the presentation you gave. I would personally welcome the ECB being perceived as even more of an independent player compared to the Fed than it obviously already is. I think Europe has large unexhausted potentials by strengthening on the European level, the European capital markets. May I even dare to say capital market union, may I even dare to say banking union at some point to make us much more powerful on global financial markets, to foster financing, get more private capital to finance in investment, diversification, broader population participation in capital markets. So that would strengthen Europe. At the same time, the ECB would play an even bigger role than it does already, and it would become even more obvious that it's not, as some people thought with the recent increases in interest rates, just kind of, being a leg of the Fed, which it wasn't quite. And I personally appreciated the direction. It is, of course, this question is triggered by the evolution of inflation and economic development being more disjoint than the correlation being more different in Europe and in the US than it has been in the past. And I think it is only the logical consequence of having such a, as the ECB keeps emphasizing, data-driven approach to monetary policy decision-making, seeing month to month, quarter to quarter, where the data is, that logically it leads to different conclusions. So I don't think we have to make a big announcement. It's another case where I wouldn't say it's not a paradigm change, but I think it will be a natural outcome of the data-driven approach we are pursuing in Europe right now.
Right. Isabella, I want to come back to you, and you mentioned creativity. So creativity in Germany often leads to the question, okay, that sounds good, but who's going to pay for it? And that's the question I'm going to ask you when it comes to the measures being taken here by the government, but also by other European governments, price caps, grants, subsidies, and so on.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I'm very pleasantly surprised to hear through the contributions that apparently, for example, the gas price break is considered as part of the current standard model, which I consider a wonderful statement. So in terms of the costs, of course, measures that have been taken last year were potentially very costly. But I think that if you're in a situation where you're facing a mega shock, where it's basically a situation where really the stability of your whole economy is on the line, then the question of how much this will cost for a state that is as rich and as fiscally solid as Germany, I think is kind of a secondary question, which doesn't mean that we should be spending all the time at leisure, but in a situation of a mega crisis, I think this is a secondary question, as also I think it turned out to be in the end. But there's of course a question that in regards to interest rates and the levels of interest rates, whether we are raising the interest rates now is one part of the question, but the second question I think is whether we should have been in a world of interest rates that are close to zero or even negative. And I personally would think that this was actually part of the problem. So I'm not of the opinion that we should be living in worlds of zero or even negative interest rates, but that this situation was to some extent part of the situation of living in the old paradigm where we had an economic crisis in 2008. We had a long period of pretty low and stagnant kind of situation, and where there was not a lot of fiscal bravery, not a lot of ambitious, mission-oriented kind of projects that would have tackled things like renewable energies in a big scale kind of daring way, but instead we have seen an emphasis on quantitative easing and fiscal discipline, where I would say we might have needed a little bit less quantitative easing and a little bit more fiscal boldness and a little bit more kind of the spirit that we are now getting with the IRA. If we had that in, like, say, 2010 to 19, then we would have been in a totally different situation as regards the energy sector. We would have been in a totally different situation, possibly as regards basic infrastructure. We might have been more resilient in face of the crisis. So in that sense, I think that the old paradigm that we have been living through is still like kind of with us in some sort of a hangover, because this landed us in the situation where we were utterly unprepared for the shocks that then happened in 2020 and fast forward to now.
Anatole, since you mentioned that there's a breakdown between the division of labor, and we heard a lot about the measures being taken since then. So is this here to stay? So if we're going forward, do we have to live emergency measures that we can actually use from time to time? If you look ahead, I mean, we're still in a situation where we have geopolitical tensions. They might even increase. We don't know what's going to happen on the energy side. So are we talking about kind of abbreviation of history here, or is this more like this is the new world, the new normal?
I think it depends on, well, first of all, are there going to be more shocks? Will the shocks continue? That's obvious. But also it depends, which is what Philipp was talking about, how embedded inflation becomes. I think, especially in the United States and actually in the United Kingdom, where I live, there is now a very high probability that inflation has become embedded and will become embedded, at least for the next few years. Who knows about the next 10 years, but the next 2 or 3 years at levels much higher than 2%. Of course, it won't be 10% or 9%, but the idea that inflation will become embedded, I think, at 4 to 5% over the next few years, I think is very plausible in the United States and Britain. I think less so here in Europe because of the weakness of the economies over the last few years. Now, if that turns out to be the case, then I think there are two issues. One is, well, what kind of shocks come along in the future? One of the things that I think we learned over the last year as a result of the war in Ukraine is actually that although all governments around the world say that price stability is their overriding economic objective, and the central banks are empowered to do whatever it takes to achieve and maintain price stability, what we've learned is actually price stability is a much lower priority than waging a war when it's required. And the consequences of a war, both in terms of additional public spending on military goods and so on and so forth, but even more spectacularly in terms of imposing economic sanctions for very good geopolitical reasons, which have huge inflationary consequences on our own economies, shows that, at least in the short to medium term, fighting wars is a higher priority than price stability for pretty much every government of the world. That's one thing. The other thing where I wanted to slightly challenge what Philipp said is he said, we have all the tools that we need to get back to 2%. I think that's true of the ECB, but I'm not sure that's true of the Federal Reserve Board, and I'm sure it's not true of the Bank of England, in the sense that, yes, they have the tools in theory they can continue to tighten monetary policy without limit, but in practice, they're not going to be able to use those tools, either for political reasons, in the case of the UK, or what we've seen very clearly in the US is that there can be a contradiction between price stability and financial stability. And we're seeing this play out literally day by day. And I think the Fed, probably along with all central banks, will always prioritize financial stability above price stability in the short term. And that's why I think if you share with me the belief that US monetary policy isn't particularly tight now, there's still strong demand there, interest rates are zero or negative still in real terms in the United States, which is why I think inflation will become permanently embedded in the US, at least for the next few years. And that will raise questions about the operation of the old Steinberg paradigm all over the world.
Kerstin, so if Anatole is right, and also Jerome mentioned it in his presentation, and there's a need for fiscal policy to take even more care of the distributional effects of fighting inflation. So what would it mean for public debt, and how can we actually make sure that we don't solve one problem and creating another one here?
I think that's a very good question. So it's right. If we say that we need to use fiscal policy, also stabilizing the economy, and in some cases like cost push shocks, energy price shocks to support the central bank, we need fiscal scope for all countries. So, and that is what the European Monetary Union is lacking. So a lot of countries in the Monetary Union don't have this scope. So we have to really take care that debt levels are sustainable, and that we need to reform the European Stability Pact. So, and we also need to talk about the high debt levels already now. So we see that the ECB raises interest rates. Of course, they say we don't look at the debt levels. We are responsible mainly for price stability, but of course they have one eye on what is happening with the bond yield spreads, what is happening with sustainability of the high indebted countries. And this is constraining monetary policy if it really gets serious, I would say. We have also written with Jerome a paper for the European Parliament on the transmission protection instrument. I'm pretty sure once it's activated, the ECB has again a court case and a lot of problems. And so ultimately, when we say fiscal policy, as we say the new paradigm, so I wouldn't say it's new, but it's important that fiscal policy is ready to stabilize the economy and support monetary policy. We need to talk about debt. And that's maybe also for the other panelists here, an important question.
Yeah, and I would like to use this opportunity to open up for questions. So I have only two conditions: make it short or make it a question. So who wants to start? Yeah, just give me a minute. The mic is coming. And
Sander Zodwar from the Center for European Reform. Thank you for the excellent discussion. I wanted to challenge a bit more the Tinbergen point on the interplay between monetary and fiscal policy, and ask a question, no worries. It seems to me that your shared diagnosis is that the supply side of the economy has been hurt quite a bit, particularly by energy. And if that's the case, then I'm wondering, is there a case for monetary policy to do something about that? In particular, if you think that higher interest rates hurt renewable energy a lot, because it tends to be heavy capex followed by sort of long payout period. So renewables tend to suffer more from higher rates than fossil fuels, for example. If you believe that that's true, then wouldn't there be a case for the ECB, based on its monetary policy mandate, based on its mandate, to, for example, do green TLTROs or to keep buying supranational bonds linked to EU programs for the green transition?
So
Thank you.
directed to anybody in particular or for the whole panel?
Whoever in the panel has ideas about this. Yeah.
Philip, do you want to start or?
Question for the ECB.
Do you want to start?
So, I mean, I do think we identify, which it definitely includes what you just said about renewables, any activity which is basically where the gains are far in the future, they have a cash flow issue, and then there's a discounting issue. So it's an interesting question about how monetary policy works these days. But I would say the valuation of those projects and the funding of those projects is going to be one of the big areas where interest rate increases bite. But interest rate policy is a blunt instrument, monetary policy is a blunt instrument, but we do have a price stability target. So it sounds more like a fiscal measure, not a monetary policy measure, if it's decided all else equal, the balance between market funding and non-market funding, to close that funding gap, that's really a fiscal issue, because for price stability, we need to be focused on what we talked about. And because it goes back to the role of fiscal, making essentially sectoral allocations. It's basically saying if you want to protect green investment or whatever, that's a call on the sectoral distribution of activity. And that's not for the ECB, that's for fiscal policy. And again, it's a classic area where I suppose I personally think having essential fiscal capacity to take the lead on kind of common public goods, there's a strong case for that.
Anybody else on the panel want to comment on that? Otherwise, I would pick up the next question in the front here, please.
Just a question to Professor Malmendy. Do you think that the Fed is really constrained by financial instability, or does it actually help to cool down the economy?
That's a good question. And so I understand the question as really being about the US. So, disentangled from our whole Europe-focused debate. Yeah, I mean, as was pointed out before, the Federal Reserve does have a dual mandate. So we don't need to go through these, I think Kirsten was doing that very well before, whole convolution jungle of phrases where you say, of course, it's about price stability, but the other things and the back end play a role too. No, dual mandate. So less constrained for starters. Then I think part of the question was going the direction, given that we have more of a growth situation in the economy that removes all the concerns we have in Europe about dampening the tender economic development post-COVID. I do, however, think, I don't know whether it's constrained really, but a little bit like Anatol was saying earlier, I think the Fed is a little bit at a loss in terms of what is happening right now. I think we had expected the tightening to be more effective in the interaction of price development and economic growth. The development is kind of out of sync, I think, in terms of how we expected monetary policy tools to work. And so I might agree that I wouldn't call that more constraint, but if there is, I think quite similar to what Anatol was saying, there is a place where we have to pause and say, why is that not working as we expected? What other routes might we need to take? It is indeed here in the US. So I would agree with that. I hope I understood the question correctly.
Anatol, do you want to elaborate on that one?
Well, I could just look. If there is a huge series of bank failures, then obviously that will also reduce inflationary pressures. So if, in a sense, if the Fed fails to deliver financial stability, then it will deliver price stability. But that's not, I don't think that's the way that anybody wants price stability to be delivered. I think the kind of broader issue to me is, observing the US and going there a lot, is that I think in the US, there is not yet an acceptance that actually a difficult choice, a difficult trade-off has had to be made as a result of COVID, post-COVID, the war and so on, between getting back to 2% inflation as a permanent fact of life as one possibility, or avoiding a recession or serious slowdown in economic activity. There's still, I think, a pretty strong assumption, not just among the politicians and the public, but in the Fed and the financial markets, that they'll be able to get away with the actually very strong growth of demand that Philipp showed in his charts, in contrast to Europe, and still get back to 2% inflation. And incidentally, in Europe, the 2% inflation, I think your forecasts only get you back there in 2025. I think the assumption in the US and actually in Britain is that you'll be back to 2% inflation by the middle of 2024. So there is this idea that actually a soft landing and the avoidance of any kind of serious slowdown is still compatible with price stability. And I just think that's probably over-optimistic. And within the next few months, possibly, they'll come to a fork in the road where they have to decide either you enforce a much bigger economic slowdown, possibly through a financial crisis, or you accept that 4% is the new 2% for the next few years.
All right.
Sorry, can I quickly follow up on that?
Sure.
It also links a little bit to your earlier question about fiscal policy in the US. So I'm not quite sure whether I would put it as the US hasn't quite recognized there has to be a reckoning with that fact. Probably people are aware of what's going on. I would frame it as a political economy type of situation where you want to please all sorts of constituents. Indeed, in the US, the fiscal reaction to COVID, with checks being distributed to everybody very fast, was at one end of the spectrum, on the one hand, something we have a lot to learn from in Europe, definitely in Germany. It is possible to quickly reach households and send them lump sum amounts, which I only wish we were able to do in Germany. On the other hand, the targeting was completely missing. The situation leads to rising inequality, as Isabella pointed out. In a situation of prices in particular, we want to make sure we target those parts of the population which need the fiscal support, and to send these types of checks that were sent to everybody, even to people like me, who earn a stable income from the university, made absolutely no sense. And I agree with Anatol that that was a missed opportunity to do this in a more targeted way. I wonder to what extent they're really not aware of it, but are just, have very strong discounting in terms of the next election tomorrow. I hope that as Europe is learning how to have more effective, quick reaction on the fiscal side, which for me would be the real, paradigm change, the change that's needed, we are also not throwing the targeting out of the window. There was a lot of awareness. Of course, loudly, Larry Summers in the back door, a lot of other people were trying to talk to the administration, and there was just a huge unwillingness to do so.
Very interesting. Thank you, Ulrike. So more questions. So I have one here, please.
Thanks very much. My name is Carsten Jung. I'm at Das Progressive Zentrum and at IPPR. My question is for Philipp and Isabella, I think. And I wanted to throw in an empirical fact that seems relevant, which is, maybe you could call it the behavioral theory of inflation. So the Bank of International Settlements had a paper last year where they said actually one of the strongest predictors of future inflation is spot inflation. So the current witness. I think Ulrike's research is also very much showing this, and Isabella has a paper on systemic prices being relevant for second round effects. And it seems to me that when people talk about second round effects, the only way they propose resolving is by reducing demand. But for example, I think Isabella showed that if you prevent spot inflation from going up in the first place through a price break, for example, you also contain second round effects. And I think there's probably other creative tools that could be used to behaviorally influence the second round effects. And it seems those could be interesting to consider and evaluate. And they have costs, of course. An energy price break has costs, but so does slowing down the economy. And I think it would be interesting to compare these tools one for one with both their costs and their benefits.
So a question in the end
do we need more of a behavioral theory of inflation and more tools to directly target these behavioral effects?
Thank you. Philipp, this one was for you.
Yeah. So absolutely, there's a lot of issues in what you say in relation to our current inflation cycle problem, but there's also the footprint for the future, which is, I guess, Ulrike, the many decades footprint from a major event. And we have this huge combination event. And I suppose as of now, I think the inflation surge, my guess is in many people's minds, is interconnected with the pandemic and with the war. So in the sense of when we are over the current inflation cycle, which we will be, what will be the footprint? I mean, I do think, and you see it in long-dated financial markets, people now think any future shock, they're more looking at upward shocks, not downward shocks to inflation, which is, again, the reversal of what Anatol said for a previous slide. So in terms of the distribution of where risk is, people now realize inflation it's like a zombie, if you like. People thought it was dead, it wasn't dead, it's re-emerged. So I think have issues for longer term, what this is going to mean. I have issues in terms of the pandemic, what it's going to mean, and the war. So earlier on you were talking about geopolitical. There's a ton of things here which are beyond my immediate policy challenge. Then, so it is absolutely important, and this is why it's important to move fairly rapidly with monetary policy, because unless we could say, look, inflation, mid-22, late 22, when we start, it's high now, it's 10% at the end of last year. We can say, look, we're also moving. It is not going to remain where it is. So being relatively rapid in responding to that is very important to avoid what you say. On top of that, absolutely, I think there's going to be, it's not a settled question yet, whether on top of that, there is a kind of a net gain to using price measures. So France, obviously, as you were showing, had lowered for other reasons, but also because of the pricing strategy. Now, that is expensive. There is an element of that which just moves inflation to later on. It smooths inflation because at some point, if you lift those measures, then there's a bump in inflation. So we have that in our forecast. We actually have a bump in inflation at the end of this year going into 24 when a lot of measures are scheduled to be lifted. In the 1970s, there were price controls in America. And when they were lifted, there was a bump of inflation. On the other hand, and this is where the open question is, if the cost of living is kept down, then the second round in terms of wage increases will be lower. And that's the big issue for right now is there's a big macro payoff if it turns out those countries which kept inflation lower had a lower second round effect and inflation dies out more quickly. So, I mean, I think there's a conjecture there. And let's see how this year goes. We will find out a lot this year. But then, of course, on top of all of that, there's a feasibility issue and a targeting issue. I mean, Ulrike just mentioned about fiscal in America. And so what we've been saying in our recent statements is blanket approaches to because a big fraction of what happened in Europe has been not very targeted. there's been, I also got energy subsidies, which I don't need, in recent times. So there's also a kind of capability issue, a kind of a meeting voter issue, about what politicians are targeting. So there's a lot there, but I think this year will tell a lot.
Thank you. Isabella, please.
Yeah, thank you for a great question. I'd like to pick right up on the second round effect question that was raised by Philipp. The way that I'm thinking about it is that there are some areas of the economy that are systemically relevant and where price shocks matter more than in other areas of the economy. So for example, a price shock in the energy sector matters much more than a price shock in the chocolate sector. I mean, this is obviously a trivial example, but still this logic, I think, is important to bring out. So what we have been doing is we have done an input-output analysis to try to find out which are the sectors that have the biggest potential inflation impact when prices explode in these sectors. And what I would argue is that we need some sort of local shock absorbers in these systemically relevant or systemically important sectors so that we prevent these shocks from rippling through the whole system, creating inflation in its wake, and then eventually creating wage pressures, because eventually people will want to catch up, and then you might enter actually conflict inflation as the result of an energy shock, which seems to be pretty much where we are headed now. Now, these shock absorbers, on my mind, should not necessarily be price controls. In fact, I would say that price controls are a means of last resort. This is a kind of what you use if you haven't done any disaster preparedness, if you haven't done any analysis of what your systemically important sectors are, if you haven't done any monitoring on what is happening in these sectors, and you didn't have any time to do anything to absorb the real shocks on the real side, then maybe you will be with the back against the wall and you might be using a price cap to buy some time for the measures that will rebalance your market. But in an ideal world, and if we expect that there will be more shocks, I don't think we should wait for us to be with our backs against the wall again, but rather we should think about redundancies, strategic redundancies in these sectors. This could be things like the Strategic Petroleum Reserve that already exists in the US, that was mobilized somewhat reluctantly only in 2022, which of course also has to do with the midterm election. So there is a political economy story here. But in any case, these kind of models that are shock absorbers on the real side can help us to prevent these kind of cost pressures from creating inflation and then eventually creating recessionary dynamics if we let it ripple through in the ways in which we have. If I may, sorry, you're already looking at me like time's running out, but one more sentence on the whole behavioral theory of inflation, as the person who asked the question framed it. Philipp showed these numbers on profits, and this profit explosion, I think, is something that is pretty remarkable. I mean, if we look at the chart of the development of profit margins in the United States, then it is literally historically unprecedented since 1947. So pretty much the whole post-war period, we have never seen an explosion of profit margins of the kind that we have just been living through. So we have to ask ourselves, how can this happen? And how is this related to inflation? Because this seems to be truly something not new, but something that we haven't had for quite some time. And I think that there is a behavioral element here. It's not a pure behavioral story, but there are these cost shocks that then initially create an impetus to pass on costs to consumers, where of course we can ask ourselves if firms shouldn't be paying some share of a cost shock that comes, for example, from something like a Russian war in Ukraine. But even if we don't ask that question, we just say, okay, they pass on costs. This changes the dynamic of competition because suddenly firms enter a game of increasing prices rather than a game of keeping prices stable, which was a world that we were living in before the pandemic. In both settings, we have highly concentrated sectors. Now, in the next round, firms that might have realized that they can hike prices and that consumers are actually absorbing these price increases might get a bit bolder and might increase prices a bit more, in which case they might actually start increasing their profit margins. And if they see their competitors doing the same, this can take on a life of its own that then can become an inflation driver that is, on my mind, pretty difficult to contain with the monetary idea of expectations, because we have here like kind of a micro expectation dynamic that is really looking at your competitor and thinking whether your competitor will stick to that price hike or not, and not so much looking at the central bank.
All right. Yes, please.
One question to that, I also marked it actually in Philipp's presentation. What I always wonder, when you say firms increase prices, and when competitors do that, the others also do that, is there not a point where people say, I cannot pay it anymore, and then they cannot increase prices even further, and then there's one tiny shop that decreases prices and everybody's rushing there, and profits are even higher there. So basically I talk about competition. Is competition not avoiding that prices can always increase even further? So how would you, so is it a demand shock or signal of a demand shock when we see that firms can push up prices by that much?
Okay, short answer.
Or I'll just give that answer in my presentation, which will follow. But the basic notion is to say that the dynamic of competition changes in a situation of emergency. And I'll elaborate what I mean by that.
Yeah, that's a perfect hint of what comes next. So thank you very much to all the experts on the panel. It was very interesting and very thought-provoking and creative. So thanks for that. Coming back to my first question. So who should be on this committee to save the world from inflation? I'm not so sure we have a clearer picture now who should be on that. The only thing I learned from it, it's pretty crowded, this committee. And hopefully we learn a little bit more now. We have a little break of, let's say, 2 minutes or so. And then we hear from Isabella about price controls and the right timing for it. Anatol is here to stay. All the others, thank you so much for coming here and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Okay, so let's get back to our last session, pre-dinner session. Again, Thorsten has already introduced it. I just wanted to say a word on, as you were quite sounded a little pessimistic. I mean, this discussion that we want to have and to think about new paradigm, and that's what we very often do, is always about people thinking that the old is still good, you know, and there's a lot of resistance against thinking new, and then people say, well, why should we throw all out of the window? No, it's not about throwing out of the window. And having followed the discussion, I think, I mean, there's a lot of evidence also in the discussion that there needs to be something new, whatever it is. But simply having the old, I mean, the old paradigm was, if there's inflation, it's just about central banks and it's about interest rates. And we're in a world now, living in a world now where there have been a lot of things around that countries did, and Jerome has talked about this. There were a lot of governments deciding because they knew we can't weigh the effects of a central bank. And there's been some concern about social unrest. There's been concerted action, concertierte Aktion in Germany. That's not the central bank. It's not interest rates, but maybe this has helped, and these are important instruments. You may still get back and say, well, this has not been necessary. That's old stuff. That's something crazy. You should not do that. But still, it's around. And I think as economists, we should also take serious when there's a situation like this, where governments in practice needed to decide. They couldn't say, well, let's do it the central bank. So I think at least, even if you're not convinced economically, there's a case for thinking about this new paradigm, whatever if that's something too big to think about. But there's one case where I think it's very serious to think about, and that's what Isabella has been working about and what she will talk about now. And for evidence, for sure, this is not old conventional stuff that you're doing, as you mentioned. So it's something new, thinking about limits of free market, free price making in a very specific context. And that's why we wanted to have this, again, another session to deep dive into this. And I hand over back to Thorsten, because this is just to mention, one of the main points where we thought it's necessary to rethink conventionalism. Thorsten.
Yeah, thanks so much, Thomas. I totally agree, and I just want to point out that we do have a much broader view on inflation now, and we look at very different angles when we talk about what we could do about it. So, and this is something, I totally agree, this is something new, and we should appreciate that. So, and in part of this, Isabella comes with her latest ideas and a new study, as far as I know, and it's about timing, the right timing of price controls. Please, yes.
Yeah, thanks so much. Congratulations to everybody who managed to stay until now. Just as a pretext, I'm not the Cassandra of price controls. I'm not an apologist of price controls. I do not think that we should have World War II style total price controls in the year 2023. But I do think that it's relevant to think about when and how to use price controls if we are living in a world of overlapping emergencies where, even though no one wants that, I don't want another shock to hit. I was pretty exhausted after the pandemic. I was not waiting for something like another mega shock like the Russian war in Ukraine to happen. I am also not a fan of climate change. I'm not a fan of extreme weather events, but unfortunately they seem to be part of the reality that we are living in. And I think that in this kind of situation, we have to be bold and we have to think about what economic disaster preparedness could look like. I think that what happened in 2022 was in many ways haphazardly put together, was in many ways, in the German case in any way, somewhat too late. The gas price break is marvelous that it's there. I think it would have been much even more amazing if it had been implemented in, let's say, May or June 2022. But in order to be able to react, you have to have a shift in mindset that recognizes the importance of certain shocks so that you actually recognize the problem and then are prepared and are ready to step in. So in order to actually talk about price controls, which actually has been something that I've been asked to talk about, so I'm fulfilling my mission here, I wanted to start with what is happening in New York State right now. So in the US is of course a country that is much familiar with natural catastrophes than the blessed region of Middle Europe, with generally tempered weather and generally not major blizzards, tornadoes, or other kinds of, I don't know, bomb cyclones or other unpleasant things happening. In the US, for this reason, there are price gouging laws. And when the winter storm Elliott happened, which happened on the 23rd and 24th of December 2022, so very recently, we could see an announcement on the website of Letitia James, the New York State Attorney General, with a consumer alert. First of all, it's interesting that there's a consumer alert issued by the State Attorney General, right? But in any case, this consumer alert was stating that the Attorney General warns against price gouging during winter storm, because in a situation of a winter storm, what tends to happen is that prices start shooting up. This is a picture of Winter Storm Elliott, which gives you a sense of just how snowed under people in New York and Buffalo and elsewhere would have been at freezing temperatures. Now, of course, there's a forecast, right? So what would you be doing if you see a forecast that a bomb cyclone is going to hit your area? Well, you're probably going to hit a supermarket store and try to buy water, buy food. You're probably going to go, if you happen to not have any warm blankets in your home, you're probably going to rush and try to buy some warm blankets. You might be rushing to buy some warm clothes. You might be rushing to buy some torches. You might be rushing to fill up your car to have enough gas in your car, and so on. So you would be in a mode of suddenly demanding a lot of things in a very rushed kind of fashion, in a very sudden kind of change of circumstances, which presents basically some sort of a demand shock that historically has given sellers a lot of power and has historically led to sellers in these kind of situations increasing their prices in extreme ways. Now, in the next round, after things look like this, next thing that will happen with it, all of this will melt and the city will be underwater. So again, the transportation linkages will have broken down, which means that now you don't only have a demand shock, but you also have a supply shock. And in this kind of situation, again, sellers end up having a lot of pricing power. How this is being, sorry. Is this this is somehow looking really weird on the screen that I have here so that I can hardly read it. But in any case, so the way that this is then being justified in the commentaries of the State Attorney General is to say that there can be abnormal market disruptions in situations such as natural disasters, but not only natural disasters, also situations like war, health disasters, pandemics, and so on, where you have an abnormal market disruption, which is characterized by an abnormal increase in demand or a decrease in supply, or both. Let's say there is a decrease in the supply of water, bottled water, at the same time, because trucks are no longer coming through. At the same time, there's an increase in the demand for bottled water because pipes have frozen and people can't access their tap water anymore. Then you have a perfect storm kind of situation. Oh, and this has to happen in vital or necessary goods or services. In such a situation, it gives existing sellers the power to raise prices on the products they already have in their inventory. In economic terms, an abnormal market disruption is characterized by short-term demand that cannot be met by short-term supply. The heart of the statute is a prohibition on firms taking advantage of an abnormal market disruption to unfairly increase their per unit profit margins. So in other words, in the state of New York, it's legally forbidden to increase prices in such a situation in ways that would be increasing your profit margins. And the state of New York is by no means a single exceptional case where you might say, oh, this is a progressive living in New York or something like this. It's a very large number of states in the US that have stipulations like this. Some of them even have not only civil but criminal offenses against firms that would be engaging in price gouging along these lines. What's happening in New York right now is that they're trying to expand this beyond only vital or necessary goods that are consumer-facing goods, but also vital or necessary goods that are vital or necessary for production, that are higher up in the value chain, because what tends to happen is that the final retailers get blamed, where often the price pressure, if we are thinking about an emergency that is a little bit less concrete than a winter storm, a little bit more diffuse, a little bit more general, let's say a pandemic or a war, in such a situation, a lot of this price gouging might be happening further up in the value chain, and they're now improving their legal handle on that kind of situation. In fact, this is nothing new in the US history. The concrete case of New York goes back to 1979, but the debate around doing something against price explosions when you are in a situation where demand is relatively inelastic and supply is relatively inelastic is one that has also been hot at the transition from a war to a post-war economy, because back then you had a lot of bottlenecks, as again, supply couldn't adjust as quickly as firms were retooling from producing, let's say, tanks to producing cars, where at the same time demand was relatively strong. So from an abstract viewpoint, you had a similar kind of situation as you have in this kind of emergency. So as I wrote in this infamous Guardian article, which is now more than a year old, some of the most distinguished American economists of the 20th century called for a continuation of price controls in the New York Times right after the war, when the question was whether one still needed price controls. This included the likes of Paul Samuelson, of course, the author of the most important neoclassical textbook of the 20th century, Irving Fisher, one of the most conservative monetary theorists in the 20th century, Frank Knight, the mentor of someone like Milton Friedman, but also Simon Kuznets, the inventor of national accounts, Paul Sweezy, probably one of the most famous Marxist economists, and Wesley Mitchell, one of the inventors of modern statistics, and someone who has studied prices in a great amount of empirical detail, as well as 11 former presidents of the American Economics Association. In other words, in this kind of situation where you have a total, where you have a supply bottleneck and strong demand and prices shoot up in extreme ways, is one where all of these number one authorities of our discipline, if you want so, were in favor of price controls. They argued that as long as bottlenecks made it impossible for supply to meet demand, price controls for important goods should be continued to prevent prices from shooting up. The czar of wartime price controls, John Kenneth Galbraith, joined these calls. He explained, quote, the role of price controls would be, quote, strategic. Quote, no more than the economists ever supposed will it stop inflation, he added, but it both establishes the base and gains the time for the measures that do. So of course, by putting a brake on a price, you're not gonna solve the supply problem that you have. By preventing firms from price gouging on drinking water in a blizzard, you're not gonna make more drinking water be in the market, but you prevent a situation where firms are taking unfair advantage of an emergency and risk inflation if this is happening not just in one locality, but on a grander scale. Now, this is kind of Econ 101 and probably pretty boring, but I think it's still possibly useful to kind of walk through this. So of course, we have all seen this graph in our econ textbooks. If you were to impose a price control, then you would get a shortage because you are putting a price ceiling that is below the equilibrium price, and then the difference between the supply and demand curve would be your shortage. However, basically what we have in a situation of a state of emergency that has broken the supply chain could be that that supply simply becomes vertical, becomes literally completely inelastic beyond whatever is in the inventories, which means that which means that the new equilibrium would now be at a higher price, but at the same volume, so that what you produce is a windfall profit without necessarily a quantity adjustment. So in this kind of situation, if you were to impose a price ceiling that prevents prices from shooting up, you would have the same quantity outcome as before, but you would not have a windfall profit. This is the logic behind the price gouging laws. Now, you may say, well, but then you get rationing, right? Because now prices haven't gone up as much, so you will get rationing. Yes, you might be in a situation of rationing, but what we observe in situations where you have severe supply bottlenecks is that firms are actually already kind of doing rationing. If you remember, I don't know if this, I wasn't in Germany in the pandemic around that time, but when I was going to a supermarket in the US and there was a toilet paper shortage, I could only buy a certain amount of toilet paper because my grocery store had rationed toilet paper for me. Same happened with hand disinfectant and so on. Something similar also tends to happen with very large firms that have wholesaler relationships with firms further down the line. So if you are, like, let's say, a producer of processed food, you are not going to give all of your now bottlenecked supply to one grocery chain, but you're going to give it to all of the 4, 5, 6 grocery chains that you are delivering to, because you want all of them to stay in business, because otherwise your market will have shrunk. So therefore, what we see, especially in very concentrated kind of markets, is that store level rationing in situations of emergency tends to even emerge kind of organically. Now, you could, of course, also have a situation where demand is, in addition to supply becoming inelastic, demand is shifting outwards. So let's say, as I said, water is supply constraint, but the demand for bottled water shoots up because everybody's worried they might not have tap water. Then the windfall becomes even larger. So the case for such a price gouging legislation would be becoming even stronger. You might, even in an extreme scenario, have a situation where your supply becomes completely vertical because you have a really severe supply bottleneck. Let's say the port of LA is blocked, or let's say you have a war in Ukraine that suddenly cuts off your pipelines, and your demand is, at least in the very short run, maybe not quite vertical, maybe not quite as extreme as I've painted it here, but still, in theory, you could have a situation where you have 2 parallel lines where you no longer have any kind of equilibrium price, or at least you could have a situation where, from the perception of the market participants, there are 2 vertical lines, because no one really knows how inelastic demand is, and people might think it is very inelastic, and no one really knows just how inelastic supply is, because no one really knows how quickly you can replace the gas that is coming through the pipeline from Russia. In such a situation, you might get on the financial markets, even if this is not in reality true, but this model appears in people's minds, you might get enormous price hikes that then do not serve to actually equilibrate your market. In the interest of time, I'm going to jump over this and go straight to the example of shipping, because now you might say, like, well, but we do need these price explosions, because eventually firms will react to this price explosion, and eventually they will adjust supply, right? I have actually been to the port in LA, which was famously the port that was most jammed in the US. It's the most important port for the US, is the absolute bottleneck for an import-dependent economy like the United States. And I was talking to the guys there, like, what did eventually lead to the unblocking of the port of LA? And they were saying what eventually did lead to it was when the Biden administration was stepping in, and they were forming a task force, and they came up with a measure which would charge the shipping companies very high fees if they weren't fast in processing the ships and doing whatever they could to make space for the next ship behind them. These are the volume and price numbers for Maersk, which is one of the largest shipping companies in the world. And you can see that freight rates explode, and they keep exploding even when volumes are going down. Now, on the lower chart, you see in red the profit margins, and in black the actual profit volumes. And you can see that if you look at the pre-pandemic era, then the pandemic was the best of times for Maersk, right? Would Maersk be in a rush to unblock the port of LA? Would Maersk be in a rush to get back to a situation where freight rates are going down? I do not think so. And that's also not what people at the port of LA have been telling me. In other words, what can happen if you get these price explosions in reaction to a bottleneck, and these price explosions are creating enormous, gigantic windfall profits, that the firms that in your normal model would react to price increases by increasing their supply are now reacting to this price explosion by keeping supply where it is, if not constraining it even further. We see something similar in the oil industry, where in 2020, with the shutdowns, the demand for oil, of course, collapsed. Oil firms reacted by shutting down all sorts of high-cost facilities. And then when demand went back up, they had basically, in a coordinated fashion across all competitors, reduced their supply, and they were in no hurry to get supply back up. So as the chief executive of ExxonMobil is saying, we have created this hole with a lot more capacity coming offline without a whole lot of new capacity. That capacity is not coming on. So we have got this cap. Demand recovers, and we don't have the capacity to meet that, which has led to a record high refining margins. And if you go on to read these earnings calls, you will find that these corporate leaders are saying explicitly that they are taking what they're calling a disciplined approach to investment. In other words, they are in no rush to reopen these facilities because they are making the highest profits that they have made in their whole pretty long corporate history. So what I'm arguing in my recent papers, this is the inflation, the input-output analysis that I already mentioned, is that we cannot afford these kind of price explosions in systemically significant sectors that have the potential to unleash overall price instability. So what we have done is to analyze the potential impact of price explosions in specific sectors and then have ranked them. And what we find is that these are the sectors that matter most, namely petroleum and oil products, oil and gas extraction, farms, food and beverages and tobacco products, chemical products, housing, utilities, and wholesale trade. In other words, this is about basic necessities, basic production inputs, and the basic infrastructure of circulation. To bring this back to the larger inflation debate, in a second paper, Sellers, Inflation, Profits, and Conflict, Why Can Large Firms Hike Prices in an Emergency? We have tried to map this into the dynamic of inflation, and I'm delighted to say that I think that this is very much in line with what Philipp Lane was saying on the previous panel. So basically, what we are thinking about is that there's an impulse stage where you have these mega shocks in systemically relevant sectors. Then at the second stage, you have a propagation and amplification because the firms at the next stage react to this cost shock not by absorbing this cost shock, but by handing it on. And as they realize that consumers are willing to absorb these costs, and as they realize that their competitors are doing the same, price hikes are unleashed that then can take on a dynamic of its own, in particular if there's another bottleneck at the next stage. And then finally, eventually, you will get a conflict because labor will react to the lost real wages. But conflict here is not the origin of inflation, but it's the result of an inflation. And the question is how this conflict can be avoided. It can be avoided by preventing this impulse stage from happening, which means that we need a disaster preparedness for systemically significant areas. And as I've said before, in an ideal world, this should not be price controls. In an ideal world, this should be shock absorbers that can absorb the shocks where they hit. So in an ideal world, you have enough inventories of bottled water so that the prices don't start to shoot up. But if you end up in a shortage situation, in an emergency where constrained supply does not lead to more supply if prices shoot up, and instead you get profit explosions, inflation, and extreme inequality and risk a recession and possibly even things like a banking crisis, then you might use price policies in these systemically significant areas as a means to buy time to correct shortfalls of supply and to prevent stage 2 and 3, which will land you in a much worse place than doing something at stage 1. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks so much, Isabella. I want to start with Anatole and ask him, so this sounds very convincing and even like common sense. So why this backlash and why this uproar in the economic community when it comes to price controls?
Well, I'm certainly convinced. I was going to say that I think that's fantastically convincing. And to answer your question, then I want to make a few comments. Well, I think that the reason for the backlash is the free market, the market fundamentalism, which has dominated the economics profession for the last 35 or 40 years, which I thought might have come to an end in 2008-9, and I wrote a book called Capitalism 4.0 saying it's all coming to an end and we're going to have a new era, but I think it's back, it's very strongly back. But the fact that this is challenging specifically what we were talking about in the last session, which is the division of labor in macroeconomics between price stability, which is totally the domain of monetary policy, and distributional issues, which are supposed to be completely outside the realms of professional economics, I think is part of the ideological challenge. I just wanted to make three very quick points about that presentation and as it relates to what we were talking about earlier. I think that what Philip Lane, his very convincing argument about the benefits of staggered wage increase, of spreading wage increases over several years as a way of spreading the adjustment to a supply shock and buying time to reduce the inflationary implications, applies clearly. Just the logic, exactly the same logic applies to what we were talking, Isabella was talking about here, which is the potential use of price controls or other non-market, other policy interventions to spread the impact of crucial price increases. So that's one thing. And I think in the 1970s, you could argue that the wage price spirals were largely led by the labor market, by unionization, whatever. Now we're in a world where if there are wage price spirals, they're being led not by the labor market, they're being led by profit shares. So we have exactly the opposite, the inverse situation. And so the same logic, which I think led a lot of people to think that you needed fundamental changes in labor markets in the 70s and 80s to eliminate inflation, would apply now to doing something about monopolies and profit shares and so on, and intervening directly there. Your second point I think that it needs to make is that there is a need to recognize the costs of war, which have been one of the main causes of the current inflation. Well, an explicit recognition of those costs would also be politically desirable as well as macroeconomically desirable, and the way you do that is through the political system. And the third point, and the last point I'll make, is that we all acknowledge that there are huge distributional issues connected with both inflation and disinflation. And if the volatility of inflation has become so extreme, which it has in the last 3 years and was not in the previous 30 years, has become so extreme that it raises major distributional issues, then any reasonable analysis of political economy would suggest that you need explicit political, i.e. fiscal and policy intervention to deal with some of those distributional issues rather than simply relying on monetary policy.
Great, thank you. Given the time, it's going to be, it's already late actually. So we have time for one question. So is anybody inclined to, Kerstin?
I quickly take this one. An interesting study indeed, but I see already the discussions coming up. What is a systemic sector? So do we not have then the next discussion, oh, why is it not the chimney but water? Why is it not this and that? So who would actually define what is systemic and what is not?
Isabella, yes, please.
Yeah, thank you so much for these great comments. This is, I agree with all of them. So let me move straight to the question. Well, after the financial crisis happened, we had a discussion that was entirely in parallel. We had the question of what are systemically relevant banks that are too connected to fail, too big to fail. And this was typically defined by saying that if these banks fail, this presents a systemic risk for the stability of the banking sector as a whole. So I would proceed in the same exact kind of logic. And in fact, we have been proceeding in the same exact kind of logic where we use an input-output model and we shock each of these sectors separately. And we look at the total effect that comes from these shocks. And we find that, I didn't show you the full results because I didn't have time, but I'm happy to share the paper. And we show that the inflation impact of sectors is vastly different. So there are basically these 8 sectors that show up again and again and again, and other sectors just basically don't matter. Now, this is just a study on the US economy. I'm not saying this is the last word. I'm not saying, like, based on Weber et al., we will have to do it that way. Obviously not. But I am saying that there are empirical methods to try to approach to understand what the points of vulnerability are. Now, of course, you will never be able to capture all points of vulnerability, and there can be unforeseen circumstances and so on. But there are some sectors, such as, for example, the energy sector, where I think we are now pretty sure that it's systemically relevant. I would also say that basic food items, pretty sure that it's systemically important. Core infrastructure, such as ports, pretty clear that if this is not working, it will have large systemic effects. And we also have some good empirical studies on this. So I think there are some cases where there isn't a lot of doubt. And I think we can focus on those because those are the most important ones. And they are actually pretty obvious in many ways.
If I may, I want to add one question here. So you made it very clear that, or you emphasized that price control are some kind of a measure of a last resort. So only when you are with your back to the wall. But we all know there's a political process when it comes to when you would use those measures. And how do you think we could manage that? Do we need kind of a technocratic process to do that? Or what are your ideas about that?
Yeah, so I think in the first place, you need monitoring capacity. So you need someone who is paying attention to the price and market movements in these most important sectors. In the German context, I think this could, for example, be the Bundesbank, where you have people who are already doing analysis on specific prices, just that they don't have a mandate to actually monitor this and kind of ring alarm if prices start going up in an intense way. If you take the example of gas and you look at the second half of 2021, it didn't take a genius to see that something was already happening in the gas market that was pretty bad. So if there had been a mandate to make this a discussion and make this a policy issue, because by design this is a policy issue, I think we would have possibly had something like a gas price break by maybe April or something like that. So we might not have had the blueprint how to react, but we would have had a recognition that it matters. And we would have had someone who pays attention, who has the authority to say it's a problem, which is not Sebastian Dolin and Isabella Weber writing an article in the Süddeutsche Zeitung and getting ridiculed for it, but which is someone who has the mandate to pay attention and to warn the relevant ministries. This is kind of the most basic version of this. You could go further and could say you actually need something like a strategic gas reserve, and we shouldn't be worrying about overcapacity in gas, but we should say we need public gas storage so that if we have shortages, we can actually use that storage to balance out the energy system. And if we are smart, as by the way the Chinese are with this, and you buy when the price is low and you sell when the price is high, you might even make a profit on your buffer stocks.
Yeah. And Anatol, if you want, you could have the last word on that one, and then we conclude.
No, I think you've just answered your question about who should be on the committee to save the world.
Very good. This is very good last one. So thank you very much for your attention and keeping up the attention so late. And I wish you an interesting conversation over dinner. Thanks a lot, and hand it back to you, Tom.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Thorsten, Isabella, Anatol, for a very fascinating concluding session for the afternoon. And yeah, many people are still in the room. It's a good sign, Isabella, certainly for you also. We will have a quick break, I mean a little longer break, but we decided to start the dinner session in a smart way with a talk with Gerhard Schick. And we wanted to reflect at the end of the day in a dinner manner on are crisis moments beneficial? So in a way or another, that do they accelerate transformations? Do they have positive moments? So that's what we want to discuss. And Gerhard has led a whole project, Jörg is in the room from your Böll Stiftung, on this issue of transformative response. So we will have a first take your time, drink, and so on, have profit from the sun. We will have a smart talk then, and then at 7:30 we will get back here, and you will rediscover another room with tables, dinner tables. And the good news is that for the time, if I'm right, we have place for everyone who wanted to come. So please rejoin then in the evening. Thank you.